So that means we start the hour in the company of a John Mortimer creation, beautifully brought to life by Leo McKern on the telly. This time it stars the wonderful Maurice Denham. It's Rumpole of the Bailey.
Rumpole, the splendours and miseries of an Old Bailey hack.
Some cases of Horace Rumpole, barrister at law, as told to and written down by John Mortimer, with Maurice Denham as Rumpole and Margot Boyd as Hilda. Rumpole and the Confession of Guilt.
I, Horace Rumpole, barrister at law, 68 next birthday, Old Bailey hack, husband to Mrs. Hilda Rumpole, known to me only as she who must be obeyed, and father to Nicholas Rumpole, lecturer in social studies at the University of Baltimore. I've always been extremely proud of Nick. I, who have a mind full of old murders, legal anecdotes, and memorable fragments of the Oxford Book of English Verse, Sir Arthur Quillicucci's edition, together with a dependable knowledge of bloodstains, blood groups, fingerprints, and forgery by typewriter, I, who am now the oldest member of my chambers, take up my pen at this advanced age. During a lull in business, there's not much crime about. All the best villains seem to be off on holiday in the Costa Brava. In order to write my reconstructions of some of my recent triumphs, including a number of recent disasters, in the courts of law, hoping thereby to turn a bob or two which won't be immediately grabbed by the taxman, or my clerk Henry, or she who must be obeyed, and perhaps give some sort of entertainment to those who, like myself, have found in British justice a lifelong subject of harmless fun.
Oh, Rumpole, I wish you'd stop doing your legal work at breakfast.
Hmm?
You're getting butter all over that brief.
Oh, thank you, my precious. You must picture me a good few years ago now with she who must be obeyed in our matrimonial home at Flat 13, Froxbury Mansions, Gloucester Road. A mansion flat is a misleading description of that cavernous and underheated area which Hilda devotes so much of her energy to keeping shipshape, not to say Bristol fashion. We were having breakfast, and between bites of toast I was reading my brief for the day. The case of a young Jamaican boy improbably named Oswald Gladstone. Sadly, I quoted Wordsworth, as I often do at breakfast. There was a boy, you knew him well, ye cliffs and islands of Winanda. Many a time, that evening when the earliest stars began, would he stand alone. More toast, please, Hilda.
Oh, really?
Beneath the trees or by the glimmering lake.
Rumpole, about your son.
My client today is a boy, engaged on rather less innocent pursuits. A brilliant client. I mean, he only takes an antique dagger and stabs a young man at a bascule outside Lord's cricket ground at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Well, I mean, if you had to do that sort of thing, at least do it during the hours of darkness, and if possible, not at Lord's.
Rumpole, I'm trying to have a serious conversation.
Well, I think the fellow who got stabbed took it seriously. He was a total stranger, of course. Just someone my juvenile client felt like stabbing. Absolutely brilliant.
When are you going to say goodbye to your son, Nick, before he goes away to the other side of the world?
Look, I'm meeting Nick at 12 in the Army and Navy stores. I'll buy him a topcoat for America. And then we'll have a good lunch. Steak and kidney pudding, I imagine, something of that nature. And then I've got to get back for a 4:30 conference. So you give him tea and then he's off to the airport.
12 o'clock? How can you meet Nick at 12 o'clock? You'll be in the Old Bailey.
No, my case will be over in half an hour, just a shorty. The old darling will have to plead guilty. He signed a full confession of guilt. To Detective Inspector Arthur, most reliable officer, grows prize chrysanthemums.
I don't know why you have to go down to the Old Bailey at all on Nick's last day.
Well, they say crime doesn't pay, but it's a living, you know. I mean, that nice breakfast egg of yours. Probably a tiny part of the proceeds of an unlawful carnal knowledge.
You're an Old Bailey hack, that's what you are. I heard you're head of chambers, Guthrie Featherstone.
QCMP.
Say that at the garden party. Dear old Rumpole, he said, is a bit of an Old Bailey hack.
The Old Bailey. I walked down past Ludgate Circus from my chambers, and there it was, touched by a hint of autumn sunshine. A stately law court, an Edwardian palais de justice, with an extensive modern extension to deal with the increase in human fallibility. Terrible things go on in the Old Bailey, horrifying things. Why is it I never go in at the revolving door without a thrill of pleasure? Why does it seem a much jollier place than my flat in Gloucester Road under the strict rule of she who must be obeyed?
Morning, Rumpole.
Good morning.
Are you against me in the attempted murder?
I had changed into the fancy dress. Gown a little tattered. Old wig bought second-hand from the ex-Attorney General of Fiji, pre-war. And outside the court I found my prosecutor. I planned to beguile him into accepting a plea to actual bodily harm, so allowing young Gladstone to cop a suspended sentence. And Rumpole to buy his son a decent blowout at Simpson's.
You for the black teenager, Rumpole?
Yes, yes. A nervous barrister called Magnus Pycam. Pockets stuffed with various coloured pencils for taking notes. Always looks to see if his zip's done up when he gets up in court. Matter of fact, he gave me no trouble at all.
I suppose you wouldn't be prepared to plead to actual bodily harm, would you, Rumpole? The minor offence.
Oh, ABH, the minor offence. I did my best to sound doubtful, thinking, of course, that Gladstone would jump at the chance. I'll go and see if I can get my client to accept your excellent and time-saving suggestion. Is Mr. Gladstone at home?
I don't think he's gone out to lunch with the Lord Mayor. Council, to see the piccaninny.
Ah, you know what life at the Old Bailey blunts, Mr. Winter. It blunts the sensitivity.
Oh, indeed, indeed.
Mr. Winter, instructing solicitor, small, Welsh and passionate, dedicated to the belief that all Jamaican immigrants must be telling the truth and all policemen are creative liars.
This is Mr. Rumpole, Oswald. He'll be defending you.
Up in number 1 court, aren't we?
Oh, yes, Mr. Gladstone. At the age of 16, you got star billing.
I told the cops Ginger did it. I saw him with the cutter. He threw it away after. Oh, Ginger's one of the white boys, Mr. Rumpole. He got away.
But just a moment, Mr. Gladstone, old darling. Let me just remind you of what you did say to the police in your signed and written statement. Mr. Winter, got a copy of the confession there, have you?
Yes, sir.
A confession of guilt that made our case impossible, even for Rumpole. Now, my name is Oswald Montgomery Gladstone, but in our gang they call me Blades. Is that what they call me?
Blades, that's right. That's me name. What's the other fellas like?
I mean, I know you found the dagger, so I better come clean, Governor. Anyway, if you nabs Ginger, he'll grass on me. We was mad at the MCC supporters what annoyed us, so when I left the ground I had my knife ready, but when the MCC blokes all scarpered, 'cause I had the weapon, I felt a bit of a fool not using it. And there was this bloke standing, so I just let him have it in the Antinelli. I'm very sorry for all the trouble I caused. Signed, O. Gladstone, witness Detective Inspector Arthur and Detective Sergeant Shaw.
I told him Ginger done all that.
Did you read it when you were in the police station?
Of course I did.
Well, why did you sign it if it wasn't true?
I got bored. They were going on so long. Have you ever been questioning the Nick?
Not as far as I remember.
Well, it gets boring. You do anything just to get it over with.
To get back to reading a comic in the cell.
Yeah, reading. That's it. I was doing reading. If I signed that, they promised me a smoke.
Didn't it strike you as a rather expensive smoke? Look, Mr. Gladstone, we've drawn a nervous prosecutor called Magnus Pycam. I've scared him into taking a plea to actual bodily harm. Now, you'll have to plead guilty to that. It's just the minor offence.
You mean I don't have a chance?
As much chance as I have of spending the evening of my days in the south of France. No chance, no.
You got another case you want to do? You want to go and work for some of them rich villains? What's the matter with my case? Is it too much like hard work, eh?
Oswald, you...
All right, I'll plead guilty then. If that's what you want, I'll plead bloody guilty. My mum, she wants me put away. All right? I'll plead guilty to something I didn't do.
Are you telling me you didn't stab anyone?
Look, Dad, I didn't have the knife.
Are you telling me that?
You don't believe me.
Look, what I believe isn't of the slightest importance. Is that what you're telling me?
Yeah, that's what I'm telling you, right?
Right, then we've got to fight.
Mr. Rumpole, do you want to ask Inspector Arthur any questions?
I remembered what I knew of Mr. Justice Everglades, known to his few friends as Florrie. His grandfather was Lord Chancellor, he was educated at Winchester New College, and he always cracked the Times crossword in the opening of an egg. I wondered what he would make of Oswald Gladstone.
Mr. Rumpole.
Oh, just a few, my lord. Mr. Arthur, you would agree the only real evidence against my client is this statement he is alleged to have signed at the police station?
Isn't that evidence real enough for you, Mr. Rumpole?
We shall see, shan't we, my lord? Have you the alleged statement there, Detective Inspector?
Yes, I have.
Did you read that document through to Mr. Gladstone, my client, before he signed it?
As I remember, he read it himself.
You're sure of that?
Yes, quite sure. As a matter of fact, he read it aloud to me.
He read it all through out loud?
Yes, he did, my lord.
And you didn't read it back to him?
No, I don't believe so.
You swear you did not?
I swear I didn't read it to him. Mr. Gladstone read it to himself.
And this is a statement alleged to have been made by a teenager in the year 1974.
It was made by your client.
Every word his.
Every word.
Oh, dear me, Inspector, don't you think you ought to brush up your Jamaican?
I don't know what you mean, sir.
Neither do I, Mr. Rumpole.
Just that you've composed this piece of sparkling prose in the dead language of dear old Edgar Wallace.
Mr. Rumpole, are you suggesting that your client's statement was composed by this officer?
I am simply suggesting, my lord, that the whole shooting match comes out of the old police book of verbals. No self-respecting young criminal talks like that nowadays, does he? It was then that my son Nick walked into court, as he'd done in his school days to listen to my old murders. Although this was only an attempt, I was determined to put on a good show for Nick.
I phoned your chambers when you didn't turn up.
Oh, I'm sorry we got involved in a trial. My lad wouldn't put his hands up. Now, come and sit behind me, Nick. The move over.
Of course, Sergeant.
Mr. Rumpole, if we could have a few moments of your attention.
Oh, my lord, by all means.
You were suggesting to the detective inspector that this statement was not couched in the language of a self-respecting young criminal.
Of course it isn't. It's the language of a middle-aged detective inspector.
Mr. Rumpole, the jury may not be as expert as you are on the way self-respecting criminals talk.
Well, then let me demonstrate, my lord. Let's read it together, Detective Inspector.
Oh, very well, sir.
I know you found the dagger, so I better come clean, Governor. You left something out, didn't you? What about it's a fair cop, and you got me banged to rights?
Mr. Rumpole, is this cross-examination meant to be taken seriously?
Well, only if this bit of paper is meant to be taken seriously, my lord. If you nab Ginger, he'll grass on me. Do you know, Inspector, had Mr. Gladstone been going to evening classes in old-time Cockney? Had he written a thesis on the argot of the Artful Dodger?
Not that I know of.
Mr. Rumpole.
Or did these quaint phrases drift up from your memories of happier times when all confession statements taken by the police started, "It's a fair cop," just as a formality?
Mr. Rumpole, I sincerely hope there'll be some evidence to support this attack on the officer's integrity.
At the moment, my lord, I'm simply attacking his prose style.
You're suggesting this officer is lying?
Oh, my lord, certainly. No doubt the same suggestion will be made to my client.
Mr. Rumpole, you have some experience in these courts.
Aye, a little, my lord, just a little.
Over a long period of years?
You might say, my lord, from time immemorial.
And you know very well the limits to which defending counsel may go.
I've often been reminded of them, my lord.
I imagine you have. If the cross-examination we have just heard is typical of you, Mr. Rumpole, I imagine you have had to be reminded often. One does not expect to have to repeat such reminders to counsel of your advanced age and seniority.
Yes, my lord?
Have you any other questions to ask this officer?
Oh, a great many. I was anxious not to interrupt the flow of your lordship's rebuke. Wouldn't you agree, Inspector Arthur? This is really a golden oldie of a confession statement.
The jury may have some idea what the question means. I have none.
What's the answer, Inspector?
The answer is no.
No. Members of the jury, this case is obviously going to detain us a considerable time. We have yet to learn the nature of the defence. Yes, 2:10, please.
Nick, dear old boy, I'm sorry it's all such a rush. I'd meant to buy you steak and get me pulled in Simpsons, not a cheese sandwich in the pub opposite the Bailey.
Oh, that's all right, Dad.
My lunatic client refused to plead guilty, upset all our plans. Oh, this isn't any good even as a cheese sandwich. What time's the playing, Nick?
Oh, 8 o'clock. It's one of those charter things.
And you're having tea with your mother?
She wants me to.
Well, then don't try and cut it, eh? Watch out for she who must be obeyed.
I want to see her anyway.
You, got plenty of money, haven't you? Care for a few quid?
I've got enough. I worked all last August.
No, yes, of course. It's dirty sort of work, wouldn't it? I take my hat off to you. I could never dig up the underground.
I don't think I could do your job either.
Oh, come on, Nick. The Old Bailey's not so bad. You can have quite a lot of good, clean fun down the Bailey.
Is that what you were having this morning?
Oh, I forgot. Do you smoke small cigars?
No.
No, of course not. Filthy habit.
But were you having fun?
Well, yes, perhaps I was. In my own quiet way.
That judge?
Oh, that judge was defending bad cases of non-renewed dog licenses when I was doing the Penge bungalow murders. Alone and without a leader.
Yes. But I don't know how you could go on when you said...
Well, I told you how. You smile, the sweet smile of Chinese inscrutability, and say, if your lordship pleases. You take the rough with the smooth.
I suppose you thought you were wasting time.
Time? How long should it take to rob a boy's life for 5 years? I'm sorry, Nick. I hoped it might be a shorty.
Pretending?
Pretending what,
Well,
Nick?
pretending your mug is innocent. I mean, judges must get sick and tired of all these phony defences, looking at the policeman's notebook and all that sort of nonsense, when surely everyone knows.
What? What do they know?
Well, he actually admitted...
Or so they say. No one knows anything until it's proved, and even then you may have a nagging doubt.
Members of the jury, while there remains a particle of doubt... I remember you practising that speech in front of the bathroom mirror where I put my rubber duck's head under the water so he wouldn't be embarrassed.
Oh, Nick.
Well, that's your stock in trade, isn't it? Doubt.
Well, it's better than being a cleric dealing in improbable beliefs. No, Nick, I'm sorry I'm so busy.
Oh, I didn't mind. Not till I saw what you were busy at.
Do you find it so disreputable?
Well, if that boy's guilty, which he obviously is...
Well, they're all guilty of something, my dear old thing. Everyone's guilty of something. If anyone gets off, it's a plus.
Plus for who?
Well, it's a strange quality of human nature, Nick. People show an almost comic relief at not being locked up. They actually enjoy not having to share one chamber pot through endless nights, banged up with two vindictive, frightened and sexually frustrated strangers. You find that so very odd?
What about society? I mean, all that getting people off, is it much good to society at large?
Well, society can open a door at night and go to the lavatory.
Well, shouldn't you see it's protected occasionally?
Just at the moment, I've got my hands full protecting young Ozzy Gladstone.
By telling lies?
By telling his story for him as well as I can. What do you think I am, Nick? I'm nothing but a ventriloquist doll perched on Mr. Gladstone's knee.
You think that's a very dignified position?
Oh, Nick, look, you can't be born or die in a dignified position. How the hell can you live in one, my old darling? You know about that boy. His mother had him put into care when he was 4. Sent him away from home, I mean.
But today, when I saw you standing there saying things you really didn't
Look,
mean...
that's not what
I suddenly knew
doing.
why. Well, you've never said much you've meant to me, have you?
Nick.
Well, I think that's what Mother finds difficult. She's not very happy, actually.
She finds difficult. And what does the leader of the opposition find difficult exactly?
Knowing who you are, exactly. She says you're always arguing, but she doesn't know if it's an argument or just a game. Like the game you were playing this morning. She says you seem to hate her sometimes, really hate her, but she can't tell if you mean it. In a way, she says she'd rather you did than pretended to.
But I say wonderful things to her. Very often, wonderful complimentary things.
Of course, she doesn't believe those either.
She's not very happy. She's not. What do you think I feel, Nick? What do you think?
Mr. Rumpole!
Oh, it's you. You know Nick, Mr. Winter, Nick. Now, my boy Nick.
Yes, hello, we met in course.
Mr. Rumpole, I got a message through the prison officer. Gladstone wants to see us at once.
But Nick's off to America this evening.
I'm sorry, it sounded urgent.
Oh, my master's voice. Well, have a good trip then, Nick. I mean, it's not forever, is it? You'll be back soon, I'm sure, on holidays.
I expect so.
Sorry about the lunch being so scrappy.
Oh, that's all right.
Damn it, we haven't had a talk yet, even.
No. No, we haven't.
Now, Mr. Gladstone.
That judge man, he don't like you.
Huh? Poor old darling, I'm not absolutely crazy about him.
It's the jury that matters, Oswald. Mr. Rumpole's getting through to the jury.
From what I've seen, that judge is really getting angry with you, man.
Well, it's part of the wear and tear.
So now I've seen that, I've decided to plead guilty.
Huh?
But Mr. Rumpole explained. If you tell us you didn't do it...
I tell you now, I don't want this thing
but
going
if you
on.
didn't...
Look, I made that statement, didn't I? That judge is getting really angry.
But that's what I told you. It's the jury.
Oh, it's gone all against us now.
If you ask me, and I know, I've seen them all at work, and Mr. Rumpole's cross-examination was brilliant. I mean, he had D.I. Arthur right on the ropes.
Oh, I'm sorry, man. I know you've tried real hard.
Thank you.
Just wasn't working for you, was it? So I'm pleading guilty.
Well, if you're quite sure, we'd better take written instructions to plead guilty.
Cheer up the old judge anyway.
Well, I think you're doing the wrong thing, Oswald. I think it's a tragedy. I mean, give Mr. Rumpole another half hour with that inspector and it'll come out what he is. A nigger hater.
He didn't call me no nigger. He never called me that.
Well, if you think you know what you're doing...
What you got there, Mr. Rumpole?
No written instructions for you to sign. You can sign that, can't you?
Yes. Yes, I can write my name.
Oh, read it. Read it through first. Just read it through. Before you sign it.
Okay, I read it.
Are you sure?
Okay.
Why don't you read it out loud? Now, come on, old dear, just so we're sure you got it perfectly clear. Out loud, like you did down at the Nick. You can't read, can you, Oswald?
Oh. Why didn't you tell us?
So what do you want me to do?
I think I want you to fight.
Be upstanding in court.
Yes, Mr. Rumpole.
Detective Inspector Arthur, you remember saying before we adjourned for luncheon, you didn't read out his alleged statement to my client.
Yes, sir.
But the reverse was the case, and he read his statement out to you.
That's perfectly true.
Would it interest you to know, Inspector, that Oswald Gladstone can neither read nor write?
But, Mr.
Oh, he can scrawl his signature, just. But the whole realm of poetry is a closed book to him. Wordsworth is silent. Dickens and Thackeray might not have existed. He can't even look up and tell what street he's in, or follow the simplest directions for assembling a model aeroplane.
Well, he either can read or he can't. Which is it?
He can't. Can he, Inspector?
Perhaps not, but, I must have read it to him.
Do you accept, Inspector, that this young man could not read?
If counsel says so, I must accept that, my lord.
So it follows from that you never put his reading to the test?
It must do.
And your evidence this morning was quite misleading?
Yes, but...
No buts, Inspector. It was either true or false. Which?
It was incorrect.
I looked round in triumph, but Nick had gone. Oh, he had a plane to catch, a new life to go to. And I was just up to my old tricks, springing a boy from the cells under the Old Bailey. Verdict, not guilty. Poor Detective Inspector. He probably went home and kicked the chrysanthemums.
So you saw Nick there?
Of course, Oswald Gladstone might well have been guilty. No doubt Inspector Arthur thought so. He just couldn't resist over-egging the pudding.
So you saw your son?
Yes, I saw him. Well, we had a scrap lunch, but very pleasant indeed.
He said you had a sandwich in the pub.
Well, another drop of Chateau Fleet Street, Hilda.
No, thank you.
You know how it is in the Bailey. It's difficult to make plans.
Nick said he talked to you about your work. Seemed to think it was a little off-colour somehow.
Did he? Did he give you that impression?
I must say I wasn't having that from Nick. Your father, I told him, is a member of an honourable profession. Besides which, think of all he's done for you. Wagoners, Oxford, and a lot of help going to America.
All paid for from the proceeds of crime.
I certainly did not say that. I said, Nicholas, you should respect your father. That's what I said.
Thank you.
Well, so you should.
Nick thinks we ask all the wrong questions, just so we can get the wrong answers. That's what he thinks.
He really upset me talking like that.
He's perfectly right, of course.
Oh, Rumpole.
I mean, why? That's what we ought to be asking about Mr. Oswald Gladstone.
Oh,
why did that happen outside Lord's cricket ground for no reason whatsoever? I mean, God knows I believe in freedom, but surely Jean-Jacques Rousseau. I'd like to ask him a few pertinent questions.
I have absolutely no idea what you're talking about. So far as I'm concerned, you belong to an honourable profession, and you do it very well. I heard that at the garden party. Rumpole, Guthrie Featherstone QC said, is as stubborn as a mule in cross-examination. Perhaps I will have a drop. Only a drop.
You know what else Nick said?
As far as I can understand, Nick talked a lot of nonsense.
He said you didn't know exactly who I am. Well, you do know that, don't you?
Well, of course I do. You're Rumpole, aren't you?
Yes, Horace Rumpole. What was Nick talking about? Everyone knows me down the Bailey, an amiable eccentric who drops ash down his waistcoat and tells the time of the gold hunter, calls them all old sweetheart. Also, I recite Wordsworth. Oh, that's who I am. Isn't it?
That was Maurice Denham as Rumpole, Margot Boyd as Hilda, and Michael Maloney as Nick in The Confession of Guilt. Mr. Justice Everglades was played by Godfrey Kenton, Magnus Pycan, John Church, Mr. Winter, Anthony Hall, Detective Inspector Arthur, John Hollis, and Oswald Gladstone, Kelvin Omar. Rumpole and The Confession of Guilt was written by John Mortimer and directed by Ian Cottrell.
And tomorrow, Rumpole is back again and delighted to be receiving messages from beyond the grave. Will he be able to go back to one of his favourite cases and cross-examine one of those involved all over again? Rumpole and the Dear Departed is tomorrow at 10 a.m, 9 p.m, and again in the overnight session at 2 a.m.
Rumpole!
The splendours and miseries of an Old Bailey hack.
Some cases of Horace Rumpole, barrister at law, as told to and written down by John Mortimer. with Maurice Denham as Rumpole and Margot Boyd as Hilda. Rumpole and the Dear Departed.
Let's talk of graves, of worms and epitaphs, make dust our paper, and with rainy eyes write sorrow on the bosom of the earth. Let's choose executors and talk of wills, and yet not so, for what can we bequeath save our deposed bodies to the ground? Yes, let's choose executors and talk of wills, and yet not so, for besides having nothing to bequeath, Rumpole knows almost nothing about the law of probate. As I told Miss Beasley, the heavyweight, grey-haired matron of a nursing home on the peaceful Sussex coast, when she came to consult me about the testamentary affairs of the late Colonel Ollard, I know very little indeed on the subject of wills.
Never you mind, Mr. Rumpole. The late Colonel wanted you to act in this case most particularly. He has mentioned your name, sir, on several occasions.
Oh, really? But, Miss Beasley, dear lady, the late Colonel Bollard...
Colonel Ollard, Mr. Rumpole, MC, DSO and CBE. Late of the Pines, Balaclava Road, Cheveling-on-Sea, and my nursing home. The Dear Departed. He has come through with your name perfectly clearly and on several occasions.
Come through with it, Miss Beasley?
That is what I said, Mr. Rumpole.
We should be alleging fraud against the other side, Mr. Rumpole.
The person who'd spoken was Mr. Pontefract, an elderly type of solicitor with a dusty black jacket and a high stiff collar. He was someone I felt sure who knew all about wills, not to mention graves and worms and epitaphs. Fraud? Ah, now there is a subject I know something about. And we are alleging fraud against...
Mr. Percival Ollard, Mrs. Percival Ollard.
That Marcia, she didn't give a toss for the Colonel.
And young Peter Ollard, their son, aged 13 years, represented by his parents as guardian.
The Colonel thought Peter was a complete sissy, Mr. Rumpole. The boy didn't give a toss for military history. He was more interested in ballet dance.
Young Peter, it appears, had ambitions to enter a school of dance.
Oh, you should have heard Colonel Ollard on the subject.
Yes, I can well imagine. Mr. Pontefract, just remind me of the story. I asked to be reminded because, owing to the pressure of a rather enjoyable little murder, I hadn't read the papers.
Colonel and Percival Ollard were both wealthy men. Percival Ollard started a firm known as Ollard's Kitchen Utensils, which prospered exceedingly. During the last 5 years, the brothers never met, and Colonel Ollard, who was an invalid...
It was his heart let him down, Mr. Rumpole, his poor old ticker.
Colonel Ollard was nursed devotedly by Miss Beasley at her nursing home.
He was a real old sport, was the Colonel. Often had my incurable ladies in a roar. Quite a schoolboy at heart, Mr. Rumpole.
When the Colonel died, all we could find was a will he made in 1970, under which his estate would be inherited by his brother Percival, his sister-in-law Marcia, and his nephew Peter.
The ballet dancer.
Exactly.
In equal shares, after a small legacy to an old batman.
Of course their will's a forgery.
But I thought you said it was a fraud.
A fraud and a forgery.
Concocted by the Percival Ollards. I begin to scent conspiracy. Yes, I see it all. You know... Even though it's only a probate action, I do detect a comforting smell of crime about this case. Tell me, Miss Beasley.
Yes?
Where do you think the Colonel should have left... how much was it, did you say, Mr. Pontefract?
With the value of the Pines when we sell it, I would say something over £500,000, Mr. Rumpole.
Well, £500,000 nicker. A crock of gold that might even tempt Rumpole into the dreaded precincts of the Chancery Division. Miss Beasley, where do you think that the late Colonel should have deposited the boodle when he departed this life?
Well, of course, no doubt about it. To the person who looked after him in his declining years.
Ah, to your good self. I was beginning to get the drift of this consultation.
Exactly.
What I have told Miss Beasley is she has no locus standi.
Has she not?
Miss Beasley is in no way related to the late Colonel.
In absolutely no way.
Miss Beasley insisted we saw you, Mr. Rumpole. But you've only confirmed my own views. Legally, we haven't got a leg to stand on.
Well, we'll jolly well have to find one, won't we, Mr. Rumpole? I won't keep you any longer. I'll be in touch just as soon as we find that leg you're looking for.
The matron stood up in a businesslike way. I felt as though I'd been ordered a couple of tranquilizers and a blanket bath, and not to fuss because she'd be round with Doctor in the morning. Oh, just one thing, Miss Beasley.
Yes.
You say the late Colonel recommended me as a sound legal advisor.
He did indeed. He was mentioning your name only last week.
Last week?
Mm-hmm.
But, Miss Beasley, I understand that Colonel Ollard departed this life almost 6 months ago.
Oh, yes, Mr. Rumpole. That's when he died, not when he was speaking to me. Oh, you want to watch that cold, Mr. Rumpole? It could turn into something nasty.
Rumpole, that's the third time you've taken your temperature this evening. Well, what is it?
It's sunk down to normal, Hilda. I must be fading away.
Well, I hope you'll stay in the warm tomorrow.
I can't do that. I've got to get down to the Bailey. The jury are coming back in my murder tomorrow. Well, I'd better be in at the death.
That's what you will be in at. If you must go traipsing down to the Old Bailey, don't expect me to feel sorry for you.
Oh, of course not, Hilda. I'd never expect that. Oh, blood.
Hello?
Hello? Is that Mr. Rumpole's residence?
Yes? This is Mrs. Rumpole.
Oh, this is Rosemary Beasley. I'd like to speak to Mr. Rumpole, please.
Well, he seems to be at his last gasp. It's for you, Rumpole. A Rosemary Beasley.
Oh, God. Hello, Miss Beasley. Horace Rumpole here. What can I do for you?
Mr. Rumpole, I am sitting here at my planchette.
At your what?
Sometimes I use the board or the wineglass or the cards. Sometimes I have direct communication.
Oh, that must be nice for you, Miss Beasley. What are you talking about?
Tonight I'm at the planchette. I've just had such a nice chat with Colonel Ollard.
With the late Colonel Ollard?
It wasn't late at all. He came through bang on time. It was just 9 o'clock when we started chatting. He says the weather over there's absolutely beautiful. It's just not fair, I told him, when we're going through this dreary cold spell.
Miss Beasley, did Colonel Ollard come over from the dead, as I understand it, simply to chatter to you about the weather?
Oh, no, Mr. Rumpole, I shouldn't be telephoning you if that were all. He said something far more important.
Oh, did he? And can you let me into the secret?
He said that Mr. Pontefract had never looked in the tin box where he kept his dress uniform in the loft at the Pines.
Well, suppose Mr. Pontefract never has.
And if he did, the Colonel told me he would find, wrapped in tissue paper between the sword and the trousers, a later will signed by Colonel Ollard.
It was just as she told us, Mr. Rumpole. There was a tin box under a pile of old blankets in the loft at the Pines, which we'd overlooked. In it was the full-dress uniform of a colonel of the Royal Dorset.
And between the sword and the trousers?
A will, apparently duly executed, dated the 1st of March 1974.
Over 4 years after the other will in favour of the Percy Ollards.
Exactly. It revokes all previous wills and leaves his entire estate to...
Miss Rosemary Beasley.
You've guessed it, Mr. Rumpole.
It didn't need great powers of divination. Well, I know you're accustomed to polite civil law, and my mind turns as naturally to crime as a vicar's daughter does to sex, but...
You suspect this will may be a forgery?
That thought had crossed your mind also.
Of course, Mr. Rumpole. There's no field of endeavour in which human nature sinks to a lower depth than in the matter of wills. Your average Old Bailey case, Mr. Rumpole, must seem like a day out with the Church Brigade compared to the skullduggery which surrounds the simplest last will and testament.
I began to warm to this man, Pontefract.
Naturally, my first thought was that our client, Miss Beasley, had invented this supernatural conversation in order to direct our attention to a will which she had, shall we say, manufactured.
A neutral term, Mr. Pontefract. That was my first thought also.
So I had the precaution of having this newfound will examined by a well-known handwriting expert. It is undoubtedly the genuine signature of the late Colonel. The Percival Ollards are attacking this second will, however.
On the grounds of fraud?
Improperly obtained while the deceased was of unsound mind. As I told you, human nature sinks to an astonishing depth in will cases.
Mr. Pontefract, a terrible thought occurs to me.
Yes, Mr. Rumpole?
Will the deceased gentleman be giving us any more directions as to the conduct of this probate action from beyond the grave before we arrive in the Chancery Division? Rum sort of place, the Chancery Division, full of dusty old men breaking trusts and elegant young men winding up companies. They speak a different language entirely in the Chancery Division, and their will cases are full of dependent relatives' revocation and testamentary capacity and the nice construction of the word money. As I rose to my hind legs in the Court of Chancery, I felt like some rustic reveller who's blundered into a convocation of bishops engaged in silent prayer. May it please you, my lord. In this case, I appear for the plaintiff, Miss Rosemary Beasley, who is putting forward the last will of a fine old soldier, Colonel Allard. The defendants, Mr. and Mrs. Percival Allard and Master Peter Allard, are represented by my learned friend, Mr. Guthrie Featherstone, QC. It was true. The smooth-talking and diplomatic head of our chambers had collared the brief against Rumpole. Never at home in the rough and tumble of a nice murder, I thought that the Chancery Division was just the place for Guthrie Featherstone, QCMB. My lord, my client, Miss Beasley, is the matron and presiding angel of a small nursing home on the Sussex coast. There, she devotedly nursed this retired warrior, Colonel Allard, and was the comfort and cheer of his declining years. Mr. Justice Venables, the Chancery Judge, was giving a chill stare over the top of his half-glasses. Here was a judge who appeared to be distinctly unmoved by the Rumpole oratory. Declining years during which his only brother Percival and Percival's wife Marcia never troubled to cross the door of the home to give 5 minutes of cheer to the old gentleman. And Master Peter Allard was far too busy cashing the postal orders the Colonel sent him to even send a Christmas card to his elderly uncle. Oh, blow, blow, thou winter wild. Thou art not so unkind as man's ingratitude.
Mr. Rumpole?
My lord?
I think perhaps you need reminding that jury box is empty.
I looked at it. His Chancery Lordship was right. The 12 puzzled and honest citizens picked off the street at random were conspicuous by their absence. This was one of those occasions strange to Rumpole, a trial by judge alone.
It is therefore, Mr. Rumpole, not an occasion for emotional appeals. Perhaps it would be more useful if you gave me some relevant dates and a comparison of the two wills.
Yes, certainly, my lord. By his true last will of the 1st of March, 1974, the late Colonel recognised the care of a devoted matron.
Just the facts, Mr. Rumpole. Just give me the plain facts.
And the plain fact is, under the previous will of the 15th of February 1970, the Percival Allards had managed to scoop the pool. And finally, matron, what did you think of the deceased?
He had his little ways, of course, but he was always a perfect gentleman.
And what did you call each other, for instance?
It was always Matron and Colonel Allard.
Yes. Miss Beasley, during the time that Colonel Allard was with you, did Mr. Percival Allard visit him at all?
I think he came over once or twice in the first couple of weeks. Once he took the Colonel for a run on the Downs, I think, and a tea out.
But after that?
Oh, no, he never came at all.
And his family, his wife Marcia and the young Nijinsky?
The young what, Mr. Rumpole?
Master Peter Allard, my lord, a lad with a taste for the ballet.
Oh, no, I never saw them at all.
Yes. Thank you. Just wait there a moment, will you, Miss Beasley?
Oh, yes.
Miss Beasley, you say that Colonel Allard had his little ways.
Yeah, he did, yes.
For breakfast, for example, did the Colonel dislike rashers of bacon which were more than exactly 4 inches long?
He disliked a lot of things, Mr. Featherstone, including young boys who indulged in ballet lessons.
Just answer the questions, Miss Beasley. Try not to score points off the other side.
Oh, dear. I don't think his lordship is exactly warm to matey.
And did he measure his bacon to make sure it was the correct length?
Seems a perfectly reasonable thing to do.
Did you say something, Mr. Rumpole?
Oh, I just wondered, my lord, Does the fact that a man measures his bacon mean that he's not entitled to dispose of his property exactly as he likes?
Mr. Rumpole, your turn will come later. Mr. Guthrie, Featherstone is cross-examining. In the Chancery Division we consider it improper to interrupt a cross-examination unless there's a good reason to do so.
If your lordship pleases. As a rank outsider, I am, of course, delighted to get your lordship's instructions on the mysteries of the Chancery Division. I suppose his lordship thinks that down the Old Bailey we interrupt opponents by winking at the jury and singing sea shanties.
Let me ask you something else, Matron. Colonel Allard had fought, had he not, at the Battle of Anzio?
That was where he won his military cross.
And did he tell you that he had frequently discussed the Battle of Anzio with the Prime Minister, the late Sir Winston Churchill?
I know that Sir Winston was always interested in Colonel Allard's view of the war, yes.
And that he had also discussed it with Field Marshal Lord Montgomery of Almaine.
Colonel Allard called him Bernard.
Oh, really? And with the then Soviet leader, Mr. Stalin. Did Colonel Allard call him Joseph?
No, he always called him Mr. Stalin.
Very respectful, if I may say so.
Oh, please, Featherstone, don't try and make her funny.
You know he told a nurse one morning last October that he had been talking to Sir Winston, Lord Montgomery, and Mr. Stalin the evening before. Does that surprise you?
No.
Miss Beasley, you say it doesn't surprise you?
Not in the least, my lord.
Oh, come on, Judge, don't interrupt the cross-examination. We don't do that sort of thing in the Chancery Division.
This nurse will also tell us that Colonel Allard told her that he had been chatting to Alexander the Great, the Emperor Napoleon, and the late Duke of Wellington.
Well, of course he would, you know.
He would? Because he was suffering from mental instability, you mean?
Oh, of course not. The Colonel had as much mental stability as you or I, Mr. Featherstone.
Speak for yourself, Miss Beasley.
Oh, very funny, Featherstone. What a talent. You ought to go on the music halls.
So why did you say that the Colonel would speak to those gentlemen?
Because they were all keenly interested in his subject.
Which was?
Military matters.
Military matters, yes, of course. But all the names I have mentioned, Churchill and Montgomery, Wellington and Napoleon, Stalin and Alexander the Great, they're all dead, aren't they, Matron?
Yes, indeed. But that wouldn't have worried the Colonel. He was most sympathetic to people who were ill. Being dead wouldn't have put him off at all.
But did the Colonel think he could talk to those deceased gentlemen?
Oh, yes, of course he could.
You really believe that, Miss Beasley?
Oh, dearie me. My first day out for years in the Chancery Division, and we're going down the drain.
You could talk to the Emperor Napoleon, my lord, if you were a believer.
A believer, Miss Beasley?
In communication with the other side.
And both you and Colonel Allard were believers?
Oh, yes. We had that much in common.
Can you communicate with the late Joseph Stalin, Miss Beasley?
Of course I could, but let's just say that I wouldn't care to.
Perhaps not. But can you communicate, for instance, with the late Colonel Allard?
Yes, indeed.
When did you last do so, Miss Beasley?
Yesterday evening, my lord.
Oh, dear, oh, my ears and whiskers.
And I may say that the Colonel is very distressed about this case, my lord. Very distressed indeed. In fact, he thinks it's a disgraceful thing when he'd made his will perfectly clear and left it in his uniform box. I wouldn't like to tell you, my lord, the things that the Colonel had to say about his brother Percy.
I think you would better not, Miss Beasley. That would be hearsay evidence. We shall have to wait and see whether my learned friend Mr. Rumpole calls the deceased gentleman as a witness.
Oh, hilarious, Featherstone. Very hilarious. My God, you're working well today. We, that is Matron, Mr. Pontefract himself, at luncheon in the crypt under the law courts in the Strand, a sepulchral place where it seemed very old place and ships came to die. Miss Beasley's legal team were not in an optimistic mood. The judge doesn't like you all that much, I'm afraid, Miss Beasley.
Never mind, Mr. Rumpole. The feeling is entirely mutual.
If you take my advice, Miss Beasley, you should go for a settlement. Save what we can from the wreckage. You see, once you had to admit that the late Colonel used to talk to the Emperor Napoleon...
Well, what's wrong with talking to the Emperor Napoleon? He can be quite charming when he puts his mind to it.
No, Mr. Pontefract is right. The time has come to chuck in the towel on the best terms we can manage.
Oh, you mean surrender?
Well, on terms, Miss Beasley.
Colonel Allard will never surrender. Anyway, you haven't cross-examined that wretched Percy Allard yet. The Colonel says Mr. Rumpole's a great cross-examiner.
Well, it's very kind of
He
him,
says that he'll never forget reading your cross-examination about the bloodstains in the Penge bungalow murders. He read every word of it in the Sunday paper.
My dear lady, that was 35 years ago.
Bless you.
Anyway, I had a jury to play on in that case. I'm at my best with a jury. This is a cold-blooded trial in the Chancery Division by judge alone.
The Colonel says Mr. Rumpole will hit my brother Percy for 6.
A trial without a jury is like an operation without anaesthetic. Or luncheon without a glass of wine. Shall we drown this old fish, Pontefract? My old darling, in a sea of cooking claret? Oh, the angel of death is brushing me with his wings.
Rumpole, the doctor has told you it's only a cold.
Dr. McClintock gave me a warning on the subject of death. Oh.
Good heavens. That's never the front door bell at this time of night.
Well, if it's not, it's a remarkably good imitation.
Yes?
I'm Rosemary Beasley. Is your husband in?
Well,
I can see him there.
I'm afraid he's in his dressing gown. He's got a bit of a chill.
A bit of a chill. I'm dying. Oh, it's you, Miss Beasley.
Well, don't die yet, Mr. Rumpole. You've got our case to win.
Don't you think I could conduct it perfectly well from beyond the grave?
Oh, now you're teasing me. Your husband's the most terrible tease, Mrs. Rumpole. Listen to this, Mr. Rumpole. The Colonel says that he has an urgent message for you. He'll deliver it here tonight, so I brought the board.
The what?
The planchette.
To my dismay, Matron then produced from a kind of black plastic hold-all a small heart-shaped board on casters, which she plonked on our dining table. There was paper fixed on the board, and as Miss Beasley held a pencil poised over it, the board began to move in a curious fashion, causing writing to appear on the paper. It seemed illegible to me, but Miss Beasley deciphered some rather cheeky communications from a later, no doubt unlamented Red Indian chief, who finally agreed to fetch Colonel Allard to the planchette. Tearing himself away from the Emperor Napoleon, the Colonel issued his orders for the day.
Hello there, Rumpole.
Well, answer him, Rumpole. Be polite.
Hello there, Colonel.
It's very blue here, Rumpole.
Oh, really?
And I am very happy.
Oh, good.
Tomorrow you will cross-examine my brother, Percival.
Well, I hope to, but I'm not quite up to snuff.
Brace up, Rumpole. No malingering. Tomorrow you will cross-examine my brother in court.
Yes, Colonel, aye, sir.
Ask him what we said to each other when he visited me in the nursing home and he drove me up to the Downs. Ask him what the conversation was when we had cream tea together at the Bida Wee tea rooms. Ask that question, Rumpole. It's an order.
Mr. Percival Allard, were you on good terms with your brother before he went into the nursing home?
Extremely good terms.
And 2 weeks after he went into the nursing home, you took him for a drive on the Downs?
I did, yes.
You shared tea, scones and clotted crepe at the Bide-A-Wee cafe?
Yes, we did.
And talked?
We talked, yes.
And after that conversation, you and your brother never met or spoke to each other again?
No, we never did.
And he made a will cutting out your family and leaving all his considerable property to my clan, Miss Beasley?
He made an alleged will, Mr. Rumpole?
Oh, if that's what you called it in the Chancery Division, yes, my lord. Now, what I have to ask you, Mr. Percival Allard, is simply this. What did you and your brother say to each other at the Bide-A-Wee cafe?
My lord, need I answer that question?
Mr. Rumpole, do you press the question?
My lord, I do.
Then it is relevant and you must answer it, Mr. Allard.
My lord...
But I see the time. You may give us your answer after luncheon, Mr. Percival Allard. Shall we say 2 o'clock?
Ah, bloody judge, he's let the witness off the hook.
Ah, Rumpole. Can I have a word? Before we go back into court.
Featherstone, has your client thought of his answer?
He's thought of his answer to this case.
Oh, what's that?
We're chucking in the sponge. Our hands are up. We surrender. Matron can have her precious will. We offer no further evidence.
Oh, really, Featherstone? You could have knocked me down with a chancery brief, but I tried to sound nonchalant. Oh, that's very satisfactory.
I say, Rumpole, a fellow must be certain of his fee. You'll let me have my costs out of the estate, won't you?
Well, I suppose so. I better just check.
With your client?
Oh, no, with the dear departed.
As the defendants now raise no objection, I pronounce for the will of the 1st of March in favour of Miss Beasley. All parties will have their costs out of the estate.
Thanks most awfully, Mr. Rumpole. The Colonel knew you'd pull it off and hit them for 6.
Miss Beasley, may I call you matey?
Please.
What's the truth of it? What did the brothers say to each other over the scones and Darjeeling?
How would I know, Mr. Rumpole? Only the Colonel and his brother know that.
As a matter of fact, I found out as I was walking back to chambers with my ex-opponent Guthrie Featherstone.
No reason why you shouldn't know, Rumpole. Your client had been Percival's mistress for years.
Well, his what?
Girlfriend.
Well, it seems odd somehow calling a stout elderly woman a girlfriend. And are you trying to tell me intimacy actually took place?
Regularly, apparently. On a Wednesday, matron's afternoon off. When the Colonel went into the home, she dived into bed with him and deserted Percival. The meeting at the tea room was when the Colonel told his brother all about it and said he meant to leave his money to Rosemary Beasley.
But why couldn't your client have told us that?
His wife, Rumpole. His wife, Marcia. She's a battle-axe, and there would have been hell to pay if she found out, so we had to settle.
Well, Featherstone. Matron femme fatale. I'd never have believed it. What did I believe? That the Colonel spoke from the grave? Or the matron used him because the vital question caused her deep embarrassment? All I know is I don't fancy the idea of it over there. I shouldn't care for long chats with Colonel Allard and the Emperor Napoleon, even if Joseph Stalin were to be at the party. Oh, dying, as far as Rumpole is concerned, has been postponed indefinitely.
That was Maurice Denham as Rumpole, Margot Boyd as Hilda, and Michael Spice as Guthrie Featherstone in The Dear Departed. Mr. Justice Venables was played by Peter Pratt, Mr. Pontefract, Preston Lockwood, Percival Allard, Martin Friend, and Rosemary Beasley, Jill Balcom. Rumpole and The Dear Departed was written by John Mortimer and directed by Ian Cottrell.
Tomorrow, Rumpole has to get to the bottom of accusation and blackmail in Rumpole and the Gentle Art of Blackmail. That's at 1:30 tomorrow afternoon and again at 8:30 tomorrow night.
Rumpole!
The splendours and miseries of an Old Bailey hack.
Some cases of Horace Rumpole, barrister at law, as told to and written down by John Mortimer, with Maurice Denham as Rumpole and Margot Boyd as Hilda. Rumpole and the Gentle Art of Blackmail.
I will do such things. What they are, yet I know not, but they shall be the terrors of the earth. That vague menace of King Lear, of course, was absolutely hopeless as a bit of blackmail. The good blackmailer utters a threat which is short, clear, and perfectly possible. She who must be obeyed had that lesson to learn over the matter of the new chair covers.
Rumpole? We need new chair covers.
I've got to hurry breakfast, I'm afraid. I'm catching a train to Oxford.
When we went to the Featherstone's sherry party, I was admiring their chintz chair covers. So jolly and spring-like. I told Marigold Featherstone.
City of dreaming spires.
Oh, no.
I'm going there to study a rather jolly and spring-like little case of blackmail.
We cannot invite the Featherstones to dine here until we've got new chair covers, Rumpole. Our old chair covers would simply let us down.
Oh, I don't know. They've held me up for a good many years.
Merely Rumpole.
The charge is blackmail, demanding money with menaces, within the sacred precincts of St. Joseph's College.
Oh.
My old college, Hilda.
Rumpole, I'm giving you fair warning. If you don't give me the money for new chair covers to brighten up our living room, I'll...
What will you do, Hilda?
I haven't thought yet. But I'll take a most serious view, I promise you that.
You see what I mean. She and old King Lear had a lot to learn in the gentle art of blackmail. No doubt they could have profited by lessons from the client I was about to see languishing in Oxford prison. Oxford. How long was it since I'd taken the train from Paddington to go up to St. Joseph's for the study of law? A subject which, I may say, never interested me greatly, either then or now. Blood stains and handwriting, certainly. The art of cross-examination, of course. Winning a jury, fascinating, but law. The only honourable way to pass a law exam is to make a few notes on your cuff and study them during frequent visits to the bogs. Oxford. And the eye travels down to Oxford's towers. Marvellous view you get of coal heaps round the canal.
It's never Horace Rumpole.
Huh? Well, it is sometimes.
You remember me, don't you, Rumpole? P.J. Fosdyke. Fozzie Fosdyke.
Fozzie?
We were up at St. Joseph's together.
Well, in the year dot.
Rumpole. What are you doing in Oxford?
Oh, bit of legal business.
You have to hurry back. Come for a drink at the old Col. Or something to eat.
Rumpole?
We dine early.
Oh.
Mr. Rumpole.
I'm a fellow then, you know. Tutor in modern history.
I'm Sue Galton, Mr. Rumpole.
Oh, yes?
From your instructing solicitors in the Vernon case.
Ah. This is P.J. Fosdyke. We were up at Oxford together in the year dot. Miss Sue...
Galton.
Very nice, too. Miss Galton must brighten up your work considerably, Rumpole.
Well, come on, Mr. Rumpole. I've got a taxi to take you to the prison.
Just to recap, Miss Galton, I have, of course, read the papers.
Peter Vernon worked as a gardener and a general handyman at St. Joseph's. Although he got a couple of A-levels and he's pretty bright, he just couldn't find a job to suit him.
But it can't be a bad job, though, mowing the croquet lawn, planting out snapdragons.
Peter quite enjoyed it.
Peter? Was this just contemporary solicitors' talk, or did it, I wonder, show a higher degree of intimacy with the accused?
Peter was really happy at St. Joseph's until the business with Sir Alan started.
Ah, I know. Sir Alan Tufnell, Professor of Moral Philosophy. Always ready and willing when they need a brain for the telly or any questions. Been principal of St. Joseph's, so far as I can remember, for the past 5 years.
Yes, that's him. Mr. Rumpole, before we get to the prison, there's something I ought to tell you. Peter's not in the least gay.
Well, I'm sure he isn't. Not stuck in Oxford jail for the past 6 months on a nasty charge of blackmail.
No, you don't understand.
Oh, tell me.
Peter's just not queer. He's not homosexual. You see, I can guarantee that. Personally.
Can you, Miss Gold?
Yes. Peter's my boyfriend. We're going to be married when you get him off. Here we are at the prison.
This, I must say, was an added complication. If I lost the case, as from a brief glance at the paper seemed a highly probable result, I shouldn't only have an aggrieved client, but a broken-hearted solicitor on my hands. Moreover, I didn't see how I could question the fiancé without some embarrassment. Now, what was alleged against him was that he'd had a considerably more than friendly relationship with Sir Alan. He then extracted various cheques, sums of cash, and a handsome engraved gold cigarette case from Sir Alan, as a price of not publishing the full and passionate details in the University Gazette.
Peter Vernon.
Hello, Mr. Rumpole. It's kind of you to come all this way. I know you're busy.
I got you some cigarettes, Peter.
Oh, thanks, Sue.
How are things in the Oxford Nick?
Well, it's not the senior common room at St. Joseph's, but it's not so bad, I suppose. There's one or two decent screws, blokes you can talk to. You haven't been worrying, have you, Sue?
What do you think?
Well, you're not to worry. We'll be all right. Now we've got Mr. Rumpole. Sue told me you were marvellous at getting criminals off.
Really? Well, she's too kind.
Well, you may have a bit more trouble with me.
That's why.
Well, I suppose my problem is I'm not a criminal.
I looked at Peter Vernon. He was, I suppose, about 21 years old. To say he was a good-looking boy is an understatement. You can see faces like his on Greek statues and Florentine paintings. He had a look of trust and vague uncertainty. But what was the most disturbing thing from the point of view of an old hack advocate about to undertake his defence? He looked innocent. I started a difficult interview cautiously.
Well, now, Peter, how long did you work at St. Joseph's?
About 6 months.
You met Sir Alan soon after you started?
Yes. He came out to me in the garden one afternoon. He was very charming.
Do you remember what he said?
Well, I do, as a matter of fact. He said, "Such was that happy garden state when man first walked without a mate."
Andrew Marvel.
And I said, "After a place so pure and sweet, what other help could yet be meet?" He seemed surprised I knew the poem.
And then?
He used to come out and see me, if I was alone in the garden. Sometimes he'd bring me a glass of sherry or a packet of fags. We'd talk.
About?
All sorts of things. Music.
Peter loves music.
And opera. He told me opera was another world. I'd never seen one. But he said I was like Siegfried. Wagner's Siegfried. Then one day he asked me if I'd like to come out to London, to go to Covent Garden with him. We had dinner at his club.
Where?
Somewhere in St. James's. The food was terrible. You'd do better off in a bistro in Oxford. Then we went off to Covent Garden.
Did you come back to Oxford that night?
Sir Alan drove me back, yes.
And then?
My instructing solicitor was looking at him and holding her breath.
I've got a room near the station. He dropped me off there, and then, well, I suppose he drove back to the college.
And after that?
We went to dinner in London once or twice. Oh, and I had tea with him in his rooms a few times.
And that's all?
Yes, that's all.
What's the time? Oh, damn. Miss Galton, I meant to phone my clerk.
You can do that from the office when we get back.
No, he'll be gone then, I'm afraid. Look, you couldn't ask them if you could make a call to the gate, could you? Just ring my chambers and say I'll be free for the breathalyzer case at Chelmsford tomorrow. There's a good girl. Oh, do you want 10p?
I think we can stand you a phone call, if you're going to get Peter off.
Officer, this young lady wants to make a phone call.
Oh, right, sir. If you'd like to follow me, miss.
I can't get you off, you know, unless you tell the truth.
Pity.
Yes, it's a pity. And if you don't tell the truth about you and Sir Alan, the jury will never believe you about the blackmail.
I don't want Sue to know.
Well, she'll have to hear it sometime. Look, what do you think? Would Miss Galton rather have a free man who's had a few queer experiences, or wait for 4 years for a convicted blackmailer? Anyway, there's no defence unless you did it. Now, you did it and he gave you presents for it. Isn't that the story?
It happened that first night, after Siegfried. I suppose I did it out of politeness. You know, the way you taught to say thank you after a children's party.
You didn't care for him?
Oh, it wasn't him at all. It was his whole world. The way he talked and the music he played me. And even that freezing old club with the Regency paintings and the rotten food. I was grateful to him for showing me all that. The rest didn't seem terribly important.
He gave you money?
Yes. Checks a few times. He must have been mad to do that, mustn't he?
Yes, and you were mad to pay them into your bank account. You were both doing your best to help the prosecution. You were under 21 then, weren't you?
Yes, 20 and a bit.
Did it occur to you it was a crime?
Was it?
Yes, it's something you're not allowed to do until you're 21 by the wisdom of Parliament. Why did you keep the money?
Just kept it.
And the cigarette case.
Yes. That was the last thing he gave me. I kept it all because... Well, I knew Sue and I were going to get married. We had a lot to save up for.
It was, I suppose, an unusual sort of way to furnish a bottom drawer, but oddly enough, he made it sound completely natural.
I phoned you, Chambers. They didn't seem to think you had a case tomorrow.
Oh, didn't they? How strange. Well, I'm always the last to hear. Now, I must go and take a look at my old college.
Thank you for coming to see me, Mr. Rumpole.
I'll give you a piece of advice which would be fatal to most of my clients. For God's sake, tell the truth. If there are any lies to be told, leave them to the professor of moral philosophy. He might well be better at it. Fosdyke, I thought we were going to have a quiet drink in your rooms. I really can't dine at your high table. It'd be most embarrassing.
Of course you can. The food's not bad at all. You'd like to meet Humphrey Grice. He's our senior law tutor. This is my friend Rumpole, Humphrey.
How do you do?
It seems he's known as Rumpole of the Old Bailey.
Really? How amusing.
Oh, and this is our principal, Sir Alan Tufnell, my friend Rumpole of the Old Bailey.
How are you, Rumpole?
How do you do?
I hope you're dining with us. Gull's eggs tonight, isn't it, Humphrey? We usually have Gull's eggs on the first Thursday in Lent, and we make ourselves stop at 3.
Sir Alan, could I have a word?
Fasting is a state of mind. I do believe that. Yes, what is it, Rumpole?
Well, Fosdyke invited me to dinner, but I should tell you that I'm appearing for young Peter Vernon on a blackmail charge.
Oh, good. Do your best for him, won't you? I feel genuinely sorry for the lad.
But it's no doubt embarrassing for you, Sir Alan, having me here.
Embarrassing? Why should it be? We shall be drinking some rather seductive Sancerre with the eggs I was telling you about. Oh, of course, Rumpole. We won't talk shop.
For the first, and I hope the last time, I sat down to dine with a major prosecution witness a week or two before a criminal trial. But Sir Alan was consistently charming to everyone. When we retired to the senior common room, the talk was brought round by Grice to what I thought was an uncomfortable subject.
Interesting piece on Sir Charles Dilke in Historical, Fosdyke. Tell me, do you think Dilke might have made a great Liberal Prime Minister if he hadn't been caught out by his sexual indiscretions?
Dilke's was an extraordinary talent. You know, Keir Hardie invited him to lead the Independent Labour Party.
Humphrey Grice probably finds that far more shocking than hopping into bed with a couple of ladies at once. What is a scandal, if I may ask the rhetorical question? A scandal is a secret that gets found out. It's a subject for lies and cover-ups. If you don't lie, if you don't try and conceal, then there's no scandal. Take Watergate.
Oh, really, Principal, do we have to?
A tragedy, in my opinion. Those two complacent little scribblers got rid of America's only competent president.
Exactly. Now, who'd have given tuppence about Watergate if Nixon had told the truth about it? What was it? Trivial bit of housebreaking. Almost a student prank. It became a scandal because of the lies. The moral is, if you want to kill a scandal, tell the truth.
Is that what you intend to do, Principal?
Since you have the bad taste to ask the question, Humphrey, after dinner and in the presence of a guest, the answer is unquestionably yes.
As he said this, the principal gave me a glowing smile and an invitation to put up for the night in a college guest room. The next morning I had a leisurely breakfast with Fosdyke and then wandered through the town to land up breathing in the dust and powdered leather of a second-hand bookshop. There I propped myself up to read a tattered volume of memories by some dead legal hack, recalling life on the old southeastern circuit, when no case seemed to last more than a day, and most ended with the black cap at twilight.
You do actually read books, then? Your life isn't entirely practical.
It was Humphrey Grice, the academic lawyer, crept out of his lair on a shopping spree. He gave me a wintry smile.
I say, a bit of cheek you're turning up to dinner with the principal. Fosdyke tells me you're defending young Vernon.
Well, I'm afraid I got trapped. It was most embarrassing.
Not at all. Tufnell needs reminding. The case isn't far off.
Grice smiled in a way I can only describe as ghoulish. He seemed to relish the idea of my playing Banquo's ghost at Sir Alan's dinner table.
I don't think he realizes just how serious it is.
Or for my client?
Oh, no. For the principal's career. There's no possible doubt, you know, that he's guilty.
My client?
Sir Alan Tufnell. The relationship was definitely physical. Oh, yes.
James, the porter, distinctly saw the boy Vernon coming out of the principal's lodgings at dawn. Well, I came out of Founder's Buildings, which houses P.J. Fosdyke, but I hope no one thinks that relationship is definitely physical. I just thought that someone should see that the truth came out at the trial. What do you think, Rumpole? I think, if I may say so, Grice, that your interest in the law doesn't appear to be entirely academic. Waiting on the station on my way back to London, I telephoned Miss Galton. Oh, just remind me, what was the date Sir Alan went to the police and complained of Vernon blackmailing him?
November the 1st, last year.
And what are the dates on the cheques?
August, September, and one in October.
Last year?
Yes.
All before the principal went to the police?
Before, yes.
Listen, I want you to find out where he bought the gold cigarette case. Get a photograph of it or something. Go round Oxford Jewellers. But when I came back to the trial a couple of weeks later, Miss Galton had drawn a blank at the Oxford Jewellers. I sent her up to London. I had an idea that Sir Alan might have bought the case when he stayed at his club in St. James's. It seemed a forlorn hope, and she hadn't returned the next morning when I sat gloomily in court, listening to my learned friend for the Crown opening the prosecution case.
Members of the jury, we may be able to forgive some forms of criminal activity, but not blackmail, which is the meanest form of crime. It's a slow poison which feeds on its victims' fears. And, of course, members of the jury, the higher position a man reaches in his public life, the more he's got to lose. And no one is in a more vulnerable position than the distinguished head of a great Oxford college. A man like Sir Alan Tufnell, whom you probably all know well from your television screens.
Bernard Crompton was my contemporary, a member of the old Oxford circuit. He was a dangerous prosecutor. He knew how to speak to the jury as if he was one of them.
But the mere fact that blackmail is a crime which we all hate and despise mustn't make you more ready to assume that this young man, Peter Vernon, is guilty. If you're in any doubt about it at the end of the day, say, not guilty.
He was also the most dangerous sort of prosecutor. He was fair. That was the way he got convictions. Oh, Miss Galton, any luck?
Yes, I found the jeweller finally in the Burlington Arcade. I'd been upstairs to get a witness summons.
Well, tell me the date he bought it, for God's sake. She told me.
I will now call Sir Alan Tufnell.
I swear by Almighty God that the evidence which I shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Sir Alan, you understand that in blackmail cases the victim can remain anonymous and merely be referred to as Mr. X. I will direct the reporters in court to refer to you in that way.
My lord, I am extremely grateful.
I bet you are. No chance of poor old Peter Vernon being called Mr. X, however.
Sir Alan, you are the principal of St. Joseph's College.
I am.
You are the Oxford Professor of Moral Philosophy and a Fellow of the Royal Society and a Companion of Honour.
Yes, I am.
When did you get to know the defendant, Vernon?
About 18 months ago, my lord, when he came to us as an under gardener and general handyman.
Did you have any relationship with him other than as a college servant?
I think he became a friend. I hope all the college servants are my friends.
Did you offer him any particular form of friendship?
I found that he was a very intelligent young man, with genuine, if unformed, musical tastes. He had done well at school, but his parents had opposed him going on to higher education. I thought he might be feeling jealous of the young men of his age who were enjoying academic life at St. Joseph's.
So?
So I invited him to my rooms. We talked.
About what?
About music, about philosophy. I tried to have the sort of discussion with him that I would normally have with an undergraduate.
Did he ever stay the night in your lodgings?
Once or twice, when we were talking late. I put him up in my spare bedroom.
And did you go to London together?
Again, I think it was once or twice. I took him to Covent Garden and dinner at my club.
Did your friendship continue happily?
I'm afraid it didn't.
What happened?
One day Peter Vernon came to me in the garden and said that if I didn't give him money, he would write round to all my colleagues at St. Joseph's and tell them that we had been sleeping together.
And had you?
Certainly not.
How did you react?
I'm afraid foolishly. I knew I was innocent of what he was suggesting, but I was afraid of the scandal.
So you gave him the cheques, which we have seen?
Yes, and sometimes cash.
Amounting to some £600, and the gold cigarette case, which was how much?
I think that was 500, my lord.
And then?
Then I began to think about it, and realised that if I went on paying Vernon, he would blackmail me forever. I decided that I must face up to the possibility of scandal and go to the police.
I'm sure we all realise that required considerable courage, Sir Alan.
Oh, come on, Judge. You're going to give him his VC now or later?
Yes, thank you, Sir Alan. Just wait there, will you, in case my learned friend has any questions?
Just a few. Sir Alan Tufnell.
Yes, Mr. Rumpole.
In your book, Morality and Modern Man, you said something to this effect. Modern man will do good and tell the truth for its own sake, and not out of fear or respect for a possibly non-existent deity.
I did, yes.
And yet you began your evidence by swearing on the Bible.
Yes.
And why didn't you affirm, if you don't believe?
Mr. Rumpole, I said God was possibly non-existent. That means I have to recognise that he possibly exists.
And on that outside chance you took the oath as you did.
Mr. Rumpole, are you criticising Sir Alan for taking the oath in the usual fashion?
No, no, my lord. I am criticising Sir Alan for trying to present himself to this jury as something other than he is. You're lying about yourself, are you not?
Perhaps you could make clear what you mean.
The truth is that you and this young man were lovers.
No.
And as a lover, Will, you gave him presents from time to time.
Is that what they were?
Oh, certainly that's what they were. The sort of expensive presents another man might give his mistress.
I have no idea what a man might give to his mistress.
I expect you haven't. You never married, Sir Alan?
No. I have been denied that happiness.
Well, I suppose some of us might say you've been exceptionally lucky. So you have no one else to give presents to?
It's true that I have no immediate family.
No one but young Peter Vernon?
I have already told the court why I gave him that money.
Because you were afraid of being accused of something you hadn't done?
Exactly.
And you knew that Mr. Humphrey Gryce, your senior tutor in academic law, would use any scandal to have you dismissed as principal because he coveted your place?
That was something I did have in mind, yes.
And you were particularly fearful because you knew the charge was true?
No.
Sir Alan, we've heard my learned friend in his opening speech tell us the date when you went to the police to make this charge of alleged blackmail.
Yes.
It was November the 1st, was it not, of last year?
I believe so, yes.
Oh, you can take the date from me. The police did nothing for well over a month.
No, they were making inquiries. At Vernon's bank, for instance.
Exactly so. And during that time, you gave Vernon this gold cigarette case.
No.
No?
I'm sure. That can't be right.
It can't be right if you're telling the truth, can it? You wouldn't decide to put an end to the blackmailing by complaining to the police and then spend £500 on a gold cigarette case for Peter Vernon.
No, certainly not.
Oh, but you see, that's exactly what you did, Sir Alan. I will be calling evidence to prove that you bought this case on the 5th of December last year at a jeweller's in Burlington Arcade near your club, and gave it to Peter Vernon as a Christmas present.
What date was that, Mr. Rumpole?
The 5th of December, my lord.
Why should I do that, Mr. Rumpole?
I'll tell you, Sir Alan. Because you wanted to frame Peter Vernon on a blackmail charge.
Frame him?
Oh, yes. You wanted to make sure that Peter Vernon wasn't going to be believed if he ever told the truth. You knew that Gryce was onto your trail like an old bloodhound. And you also knew Peter was planning to get married to a young lady solicitor. You didn't know him very well, did you? You thought he'd start talking about your nights at the opera.
But I'd already given him the cheques.
Presents. Presents that could be used to get Peter Vernon arrested and have him convicted as a criminal whom no one could believe. Oh, you might have got away with it, Sir Alan, if you hadn't wanted to add one final bit of evidence. The gold cigarette case that you bought him in London after you'd gone to the police. Members of the jury, Blackmail, and here I agree with every word that my learned friend Mr. Bernard Crompton said to you on behalf of the Crown, is really one of the meanest forms of crime. And blackmail, when it means planting false evidence on an innocent man, so that you can have him convicted of an offence that he has never committed, so that you can gain the advantage of being safe from scandal, must be the meanest crime of all. Who was the blackmailer in this case, members of the jury? Was it the young man in the dock? Or the older man in the witness box? Who is lying about whom? Ask yourself that question, and remember that the answer is a gold cigarette case, bought to bolster up a false charge, and bought after Sir Alan had complained to the police. I saw them only for a moment when the case was over. Peter Vernon came out blinking into the sunlight, surprised to be free. And Sue was surprised only that he'd never told her. They went away, I suppose, to flog the cigarette case and buy wallpaper, saucepan scours, lino tiles, acres of vim, and other household and domestic articles. And then I saw Sir Alan getting into a taxi. He smiled goodbye at me, I thought very charmingly. He resigned a little while after as principal of St. Joseph's College, a job Humphrey Grice doesn't do as well, and they say the food at high table has deteriorated. Sir Alan has just presented a hugely successful teleseries on man, the moral animal. I caught the train back to London, and came, as most men deem, to little good, but came to Oxford and my friends no more.
Hilda, what on earth is this? It's an estimate, Rumpole, for redecorating the flat.
Well, why should we want the flat redecorated?
Well, to brighten it up, of course. If you'd agreed to buy new chair covers, it wouldn't be necessary.
That was a decent bit of blackmail, clear and open, and, of course, quite effective. All right, then, Hilda. Chair covers it is.
That was Maurice Denham as Rumpole and Margot Boyd as Hilda in The Gentle Art of Blackmail. The judge was played by Brian Sanders, Bernard Crompton, Geoffrey Baildon, Sue Galton, Emily Richard, Sir Alan Tufnell, Trevor Baxter, Humphrey Grice, Gerald Cross, P.J. Fosdyke, Alan Dudley, and Peter Vernon, Nigel Greaves. Rumpole and The Gentle Art of Blackmail was written by John Mortimer and directed by Ian Cottrell.
The splendours and miseries of an Old Bailey hack.
Some cases of Horace Rumpole, barrister at law, as told to and written down by John Mortimer, with Maurice Denham as Rumpole and Margot Boyd as Hilda. Rumpole and the Rotten Apple.
Nothing shocks your Old Bailey judge more than a bent copper. There the judge is, his simple world proceeding nicely, with the villains committing enough crimes to keep his honour in business, and the public-spirited old Bill catching them and lobbing them neatly into the dock. And then, horror of horrors, a copper gets on to the wrong side. Coppers and villains spend so much time in each other's company that they often begin to look alike, as dog owners grow to look like their pets. And as King Lear put it in a neat phrase, handy-dandy, which is the justice, which is the thief. That was the point at issue in the case of dear old Inspector Dobbs of the detective force. I remember leaving Castle Rumpole, flat 13, Froxbury Mansions, Gloucester Road, for a conference with the inspector one soggy February morning, when I was submitted to a brief interrogation from she who must be obeyed.
Will you be back late this evening? Will you be home early tonight, dear?
I bloody well hope not.
What did he say? Oh, really?
Mr. Rumpole.
My clerk Henry, the devoted servant who is also our master in our chambers in the temple. If Henry says go, we go, even to the Uxbridge Magistrates' Court.
Inspector Dobbs is in your room, sir, along with Mr. Morse from the instructing solicitors.
All right.
Have they caught up with you at last, Rumpole? Are you under arrest?
Guthrie Featherstone, Queen's Counsel and middle-of-the-road Conservative Labour MP. Do I detect in his tone of voice a certain wishful thinking? No, not yet, Guthrie, my old darling. The inspector comes to me as a client. Like most of the rest of mankind, he's got himself into some sort of trouble with the law.
Your letters, Mr. Rumpole.
Oh, thank you. Diane, holder, I feel sure, of the world's slow typing record and permanent assistant to Henry. Oh, little brown envelopes. Communications from Her Majesty's Commissioners of Revenue.
All the same, there's no need to throw them in the waste paper basket, Rumpole.
No, there certainly is, Erskine Brown. Reading communications from the Revenue only produces palpitations to the heart and quite unnecessary anxiety.
You don't deal with the Revenue properly, Rumpole.
Huh?
I've just won a long battle with them on the subject of pinstripe trousers, which I say are absolutely necessary for our work at the bar.
Erskine Brown is our expert on revenue law, good on figures and absolutely hopeless on bloodstain.
I'm now deducting 2 pairs of pinstripe trousers a year.
Oh.
It's a perfectly legitimate claim, Rumpole. Has been recognised as such by the Inland Revenue.
Would you like a nice cup of coffee in your room, Mr. Rumpole?
Diane supplies a warmish brew which tastes faintly of meat extract. No, thank you, Diane.
You might as well take advantage, Mr. Rumpole. You're paying regularly into the coffee money.
No time for luxurious living, Diane. Inspector Dobbs is waiting for me. Inspector Dobbs.
Mr. Rumpole.
I never expected to see you in a defending barrister's chambers, Inspector. Good of Mr. Morse to bring you along.
Inspector Dobbs has long been aware, Mr. Rumpole, of your talent for getting persons acquitted.
I found it frustrating. Especially when you and I both know they're damn well guilty.
Really, Inspector? Look, is it my talent for getting the guilty off that you'd like me to exercise in your case?
I didn't say that, Mr. Rumpole.
We met last year, didn't we, at Charlie Pointer's latest warehouse-breaking charge?
Yes, you had a ridiculous win there, Mr. Rumpole.
Yes, because you went into the witness box and swore that he'd said it's a fair cop, Mr. Dobbs, when you first got him into the nick. Now, Charlie may break into warehouses, but he never admits it to the police. He was so incensed at the insult to his intelligence that he was determined to fight it.
And you won.
Now, if you hadn't put that little bit of guilt on the gingerbread, it might have been a verdict of guilty.
Well, I can see we're never going to agree, Mr. Rumpole. I told Mr. Morse it was going to be hopeless. I'll not waste any more of your time.
Agree? Of course we're going to agree.
We've never been on the same side in court.
Well, we're on the same side now.
Why? What's changed?
What's changed, Inspector Dobbs, is that you're in trouble. You caught a nasty disease. Now, just look on me as the doctor who's out to cure you.
What disease is that?
A little indictment for bribery and corruption. Oh, don't worry, though. The most that can happen to you is a spell in an open prison. That's where they send the bent coppers. Cheer up, Dobbs, my old darling. You can exercise your natural talent for hedge clipping and spreading manure.
Come along, Mr. Morse. I'm not going to sit here and have Mr. Rumpole crow over me on behalf of the criminal fraternity.
I think you should stay.
Yes, come on, Inspector, come on. Good. Now, tell me the story.
Well, I was surprised as anyone when Charlie Pointer asked to come and see me. He telephoned me at the station, suggested we had a Chinese together, and that
Chinese what exactly?
Meal, of course.
What did you think about that?
Well, I thought he was trying to dog it a Chinese dinner, so anyway, that didn't...
Did you say dog it, Inspector?
Yes, of course he did, Morse. Doggett's coat and badge means cadge, thieves' rhyming slang. A language used by Charlie Pointer and Detective Inspector Dobbs. Now, in any event, you agreed to meet Charlie.
Yes, at the Swinging Bamboo, the one in the High Street.
Why did you meet him?
Well, I was curious, I suppose.
Well, it was my night off. I was lonely, not being a married man.
So the idea of picking over a chop suey with Charlie Pointer appealed to you. You went on your own?
I did, yes, and soon it became a regular occasion.
You weren't suspicious?
No, I thought Charles, the old-fashioned type, sticks to simple warehouse breaking, no violence, an honest sort of tea leaf in his way.
Just as you're an honest sort of copper in your way. Even though you invented a couple of verbals at Charlie's trial.
Mr. Rumpole, do we have to go into that again?
No, I'm sorry, you're quite right. Let's dig up old verbals. Go on.
Well, as I say, you could have knocked me down with a feather when Charlie offered to be a grass.
You thought he'd be a good source?
Yes, Charles is in touch with 3 or 4 big firms of shop and warehouse breakers.
So what did you do?
I consulted my superior officer.
Superintendent Glazier?
That's right. He told me to carry on at my discretion.
Charlie give you anything useful?
Oh, little bits and pieces. Nothing enormous, but when we checked it over, we found it was reliable.
And you were prepared to pay him for it?
Yes, we owed him 500 knicker at the time.
At the time of the alleged bribery? So that's what you were talking about?
Of course, Mr. Rumpole.
Yeah, that's the defence. You didn't want Charlie to pay you 500. You were going to pay him.
Of course I was, Mr. Rumpole. I'll swear on the book on that. He's a liar who says different.
I was sitting brooding on the departure of the inspector in trouble when I received a visit from my learned friend Claude Erskine Brown. He had the grave face and suppressed excitement of a man who's just unearthed a serious scandal.
Rumpole, have you any idea what you pay for coffee money?
Coffee money, Claude?
Henry is charging us £2 a week each for coffee money.
Oh, you astonish me.
Now, I have made careful inquiries at my local supermarket, and a large tin of instant coffee...
That is not instant coffee we drink, Erskine Brown. It's dishwater, lightly flavoured with meat extract.
Well, a large tin of whatever it is, Rumpole, costs no more than £4.50 at the most. Now, there are 20 members of Chambers. Henry is therefore getting £40 a week coffee money and making a profit of £35.50 on our coffee.
Oh, unbelievable. Yes, there's only one thing that disturbs me.
What's that, Rumpole?
Will they have room for a waxwork of our Clerk Henry between Dr. Crippen and Herr Hitler and the Chamber of Horrors?
Really, Rumpole. It's no use talking to you. I should have gone straight to the head of Chambers.
No, just before you go, that's a very elegant new pair of pinstripe trousers you're wearing, Erskine Brown.
Huh? Nonsense, Rumpole. I haven't had a new pair of pinstripe trousers for years.
Haven't you really? Yes, it's what I rather thought. Superintendent Glazier.
Mr. Rumpole. Mr. Morse.
Good day to you, Inspector.
Good of you to call in. You wanted to hear the original tape recording.
So began the performance we'd come to attend. The Superintendent Glazier, with a small and contented smile, switched on the little machine. Act 1, Scene 1. The set, I take it, was the swinging bamboo restaurant. The dramatis persona, Detective Inspector Dobbs, and new supergrass Charlie Pointer. The background noises, the crunch of prawn crackers, and the gentle simmering of sweet and sour pork on the table heaters. On this, the curtain rises. Or rather, the tape is turned on.
You want another payment, Inspector?
No one works for nothing, Charlie.
What's going to happen if I can't pay?
I've got the whole squad behind me, and I want to get my fingers on what you promised me. When are you coming through, Charlie?
How much do you want of me, Mr. Dobbs?
500 knicker, Charlie.
Can I have a few more days to collect the money? I'll sell my old banger.
Next Thursday, Charlie. I want it by then. Next Thursday's payday.
Same time and place then, Mr. Dobbs.
Still got a lot of faith in your client, have you, Mr. Rumpole?
It's interesting recording that. You can hear the clatter of plates and the crackle of crispy noodles throughout. Must all have been made in the Chinese restaurant.
Members of the jury, it is fashionable nowadays to knock the police. Left-wingers, do-gooders, counsellors of civil liberties.
Defending barristers, such as my learned friend old Rumpole of the Bailey. Go on, my dear old prosecuting counsel. Why didn't you say it?
Even some defending barristers.
Morton Colfax, QC, prosecuting in the case of the bent copper. He said it at last.
All these people who take every opportunity to suggest dishonesty in the police...
What a suggestion.
You may think, I'm sure you do think, members of the jury, that our police are quite the best in the world and the sure protectors of our liberties.
Oh, careful, old darling. Don't overdo it. The man with the handlebar moustache, top left of the jury box, looks as though he's just been done for speeding.
But when one policeman goes wrong, when one copper, as we say, goes bent...
You say that, my dear old QC. You and your pals are on the Garrick Club on a Saturday night.
Then that one single bent copper, like Detective Inspector Dobbs, can bring the entire police force into ill-deserved disrepute. That one rotten apple, members of the jury, can infect the whole barrel. He must be weeded out. Members of the jury, I will now call Charles Pointer.
Charlie Pointer, giving evidence for the prosecution.
I'm here to tell the truth, Mr. Rumpole.
Are you? Are you really? Did you tell the truth when you pleaded not guilty to warehouse breaking in 1974?
Yeah.
And yet the jury didn't believe you and you got convicted?
Maybe it's because you was defending me then.
You asked for that, didn't you, Mr. Rumpole?
Mr. Justice Vosper, one of the worst kind of judges, he tries to make jokes. Inspector Dobbs gave evidence against you then.
So he did last year when I got off. You did better for me that time, Mr. Rumpole.
You don't like Inspector Dobbs, do you, Charlie?
Oh, I've nothing against the man. Personal like.
Nothing against him personally?
No.
In fact, you became quite friendly with Inspector Dobbs, didn't you? You rang him and asked him to a Chinese dinner.
I asked him? I invited out the old Bill? You're joking.
No, Charlie. Inspector Dobbs' entire career is at stake in his 30 years of pension. I am not joking.
Look, Mr. Rumpole, he came to see me. He said they charged me with the job at Fresh Foods, which I never done.
Oh, God.
And he said they got my dabs on the frozen food store.
Did you believe him about the dabs?
About the what, Mr. Rumpole?
The fingerprints, my lord.
No, I didn't really. But I didn't want to face no trial about it. He said he wouldn't do me if I paid him.
500 nicker.
Mr. Rumpole, there may be members of the jury who are not as familiar as you with criminal argot. Would you care to translate?
Certainly. £500, my lord.
500.
I couldn't pay him straight away, so I suggested we meet for a Chinese and talk it over like.
So you went wired for sound?
Yeah.
Who suggested that?
Do I have to say?
Mr. Rumpole has asked the question. He may not like the answer.
Superintendent Blazier.
You see, Mr. Rumpole, I did warn you. You might not like the answer.
On the contrary, my lord, I like it very much indeed. You reported this alleged conversation?
This alleged request for a bribe, Mr. Rumpole.
If your lordship pleases. You reported it to my client's superior officer?
Yeah.
So you are a grass, aren't you, Charlie Pointer?
Now, Mr. Rumpole, are you going to conduct this entire case in what the jury may well find to be a foreign language?
My lord, you are a police informer, aren't you, Charlie?
On that occasion, I have to admit it. Yes.
And then you went to Inspector Dobbs and promised to tell him the name of the firm. I beg your pardon, my lord. The gang who did the fresh foods job.
I never.
Oh, yes, you did, Charlie. And Inspector Dobbs is going to pay you for your information the sum of 500, for the benefit of his lordship, pounds. So that's how that sum of money got to be mentioned in the Chinese restaurant.
He was offering to pay me.
Exactly.
Mr. Rumpole, may I remind you that suggestion is quite contradictory to the tape recording the jury have already heard.
It's inconsistent with this witness's questions, my lord. It's not in the least inconsistent with my client's answers.
I'm afraid, Mr. Rumpole, I no longer follow you.
Then perhaps, my lord, we can have a little demonstration. I would just ask the officer to remind us of the words on the tape again, may be played.
You want another payment, Inspector? No one works for nothing, Charlie. What's going to happen if I can't pay? I've got the whole squad behind me, and I want to get my fingers on what you promised me. When are you coming through, Charlie? How much do you want off me, Mr. Dobbs? 500 nicker, Charlie. Can I have a few more days to collect the money. I'll sell my old banger. Next Thursday, Charlie. I want it by then. Next Thursday's payday. Same time and place then, Mr. Dobbs.
Charlie, we're going to play that tape again with your questions left out. Instead of them, I want you to read this list of questions. Usher, will you hand this to the witness? Charlie, will you do that for us?
I don't mind.
Oh, I'm sure you don't, with your new interest in assisting the course of justice, yes. Shall we begin?
I'm going to get paid, aren't I, Inspector Dobbs?
No one works for nothing, Charlie.
What's going to happen if the old firm find out I'm a grass?
I've got the whole squad behind me, and I want to get my fingers on what you promised me. When are you coming through, Charlie?
How much are you paying for me for the info, Mr. Dobbs?
500 nicker, Charlie.
Can I have a few more days to get the gent on the fresh foods job? Then I'll come through with the list of names.
Next Thursday, Charlie. I want it by then. Next Thursday's payday.
Very clever, Mr. Rumpole.
Thank you, Charlie.
It's just not true, that's all. That's not how it happened. I'll take my oath.
Mr. Rumpole, if what you are suggesting is correct, then someone has been guilty of falsifying this tape.
That is so, my lord. A falsification to which this witness was clearly a party.
And the other party?
Oh, that is something, my lord, which I hope we may be able to find out before this trial is over.
I'll call Mr. Glazier.
Mr. Glazier? Isn't my learned friend for the prosecution rather underdoing it? Why not give him his full title? Why not call out proudly, I call Superintendent Glazier, a most senior and serious officer of the Serious Crimes Squad? That's what I'd suggest. So why plain Mr.?
Mr. Glazier.
Mr. again.
On the 4th of March, when this conversation at the Chinese restaurant took place, were you Inspector Dobbs' senior officer?
I was.
He was his senior officer.
And as such, would you supervise Dobbs' contact with police informers?
I would expect to do so, yes.
And would you have to authorise any proposed payment of £500 to a police informant?
If it was a sum of that size, yes.
Did Inspector Dobbs ever tell you he meant to use the man Pointer as a police informant? Did he, Mr. Glazier?
No, my lord, he never did.
Or ever ask your permission to pay Pointer £500?
No, my lord.
Or any sum of money whatsoever?
No.
But, Mr. Rumpole, our client says that he told the super all
No,
about it.
Sit quiet, Mr. Morse, old darling, and let's listen to the damning evidence of Mr. Glazier.
Now, Mr. Glazier, at the end of April, did the man Pointer come to you with a complaint against Inspector Dobbs?
Yes, he did.
Yes, and what was the nature of that complaint?
Just a moment. Do you object to that question, Mr. Rumpole?
Oh, no, my lord. I'd like to hear the full extent of the case that can be fabricated against my client.
Mr. Rumpole, whether or not it is fabricated is entirely a matter for the jury.
Exactly, my lord, and for no one else in this court.
What was Pointer's complaint?
He said that Inspector Dobbs had demanded money from him and threatened to charge him with participating in the fresh foods robbery if he didn't pay up.
And so what course did you take?
Well, I provided Pointer with a pocket tape recorder and asked him to keep an appointment with Dobbs in a Chinese restaurant, my lord.
And as a result of that instruction, was this conversation recorded?
Part of this conversation was recorded.
Yes, thank you. No further questions.
Mr. Rumpole, have you any questions to ask this officer?
Just a few, my lord.
Then I've no doubt the jury will be better equipped to understand your case after a little rest. 10:30 tomorrow morning, then, members of the jury.
Morse, my old darling, I'll have to tear you away from your tomato plants. Things for you to do.
May I withdraw now and give your attendance at 10:30 o'clock in the forenoon?
How long is it going to be? Where the next case is? It shouldn't be long now.
Mr. Glazier.
Yes, Mr. Rumpole.
When did you first know that Charlie Pointer was a grass?
Well, when he came to me and told me that your client had asked for a bribe, Mr. Rumpole.
Did that surprise you?
Surprised me that your client was a rotten apple? I was surprised, sir, and extremely upset.
Oh, I'm so sorry. And did it surprise you that Charlie should be prepared to act as a police informer?
For the first time in an honourable career as a warehouse breaker?
Did you say honourable, Mr. Rumpole?
Oh, yes, my lord. Charlie Pointer was breaking his own code of honour when he decided to grass. That's why I suggest he didn't do so voluntarily.
I should be interested to know just what you are suggesting.
Certainly, my lord. Now, you thought Charlie was involved in the fresh foods job, didn't you?
Shall we say he was under suspicion?
Shall we say exactly that?
Yes, he was.
Did you tell him his fingerprints were on the storeroom door at Fresh Foods?
I think I may have done.
So you interviewed him, did you? Long before he told you that Inspector Dobbs was asking for a bribe.
I may have done?
Yes, you may have done. And you told him he might be involved in a serious charge.
Is that what Pointer has said?
Oh, don't you worry what Pointer has said. You just try to tell us the truth, Superintendent. Oh, I'm sorry.
Why are you apologising, Mr. Rumpole?
It's no longer Superintendent, is it? You've been demoted.
I have been re-ranked, yes.
After a disciplinary hearing?
My lord, has that got anything to do with this case?
I suggest it has everything to do with this case. There was a complaint, wasn't there, that you had failed to investigate a case of an officer receiving bribes. Your superiors took the view that you'd been culpably negligent.
There was a complaint.
And the prosecution have tried to conceal your demotion by referring to you in court as plain Mister and not disclosing your new rank.
My lord, I really must protest.
Oh, don't bother. The jury know the truth now. Justice will soon learn the whole truth about this case. Let me make it clear to you. My client, Inspector Dobbs, was a Swede, wasn't he?
You are saying your client's not English?
Oh, I'm sorry, I'll interpret again for the benefit of your lordship. A Swede is an old-fashioned policeman, a turnip-head, one who is honest according to his lights and never takes bribes. Have you heard that description used by less scrupulous officers?
I have heard it, yes.
Yes, but the Swede was getting suspicious. Old Dobbsy was starting to smell a rat. Was it Inspector Dobbs who made the first complaint against you? Now, don't bother to lie, Mr. Glazier. I can call for the record.
I'm not at all sure,
Will you answer?
I think it was, yes.
You think it was. So, Dobbsy had to be shut up. You put pressure on Charlie Pointer. You threatened to do him for the fresh foods job, which was one of those he hadn't done. You lied and told him you had a fingerprint and got him to help you frame Inspector Dobbs. Oh, by the way, does the word frame require translation for your lordship?
No. Thank you, Mr. Rumpole. I understand it perfectly well.
A Pointer offered Inspector Dobbs information and took him to the Chinese restaurant where he led him into some answers you could slot into another tape you made later.
No.
No? It was careful of you to make that second tape in the same restaurant so you could get the same background noises.
It's not true. I never went to that restaurant with Pointer.
You're lying. And you are rather a careless officer, aren't you, Mr. Glazier? You see, I shall be calling him Mr. Wah Li Po, who remembers Charlie eating at his restaurant with a number of solid gentlemen in plain clothes on a number of occasions. Perhaps Mr. Wah would just step into court so that we can make quite sure he identifies you later.
Just had another triumph, have you, Horace, down at the Old Bailey?
Oh, a bit of a triumph, I suppose, Featherstone. You see, they were looking for a rotten apple, and they found the right one in the end. Oh, well, ex-Superintendent Glazier will end up in an open prison, spreading muck and slipping out of the pub on Saturdays.
It's the question of a rotten apple, which I have to raise at this Chambers meeting. It's a question of morality in Chambers.
Claude Erskine-Brown has a problem about the coffee made in the clerk's room.
Yes, and I have a problem about trousers.
What on earth do you mean, Rumpole?
Have you got a light?
Oh, yeah.
Thank you. Trousers. Pinstripe trousers, barristers for the use of. Now, what would you say if I, or if anyone, charged the commissioners of the Inland Revenue for the purchase of 2 brand new pairs of pinstripe trousers a year, and went on sporting the same faded old bags that had been run up for me on my call to the bar.
I'd say that would clearly amount to deception and making a false return.
Yeah. I suppose we all have to live with a certain amount of deception. I mean, gingering up the verbals or the coffee money. But it can go too far, though, like false tape recordings or profiting from non-existent trousers.
Horace, I'm not sure I catch your drift.
Well, never mind. Let's get on with the Chambers meeting. Claude, did you want to raise the question of coffee money?
No. I don't think so. On second thoughts, I think not.
Well, the worst part of it all was, Hilda, that Glazier recommended me as a barrister to poor old Dobsy. He must have thought that I'd got such a dislike for the police, having attacked them so often, that I wouldn't defend a copper properly. Doesn't he know my religious faith? A client is a client, no matter how disreputable and unattractive. Well, you understand that, Hilda, don't you? Hilda, would you mind telling me, what's eating you?
Oh, very well. It was your answer to my question.
When?
A month ago.
What?
You were having a conference with a policeman.
Oh, Inspector Dobbs.
Yes, you were leaving to see him. And I asked you, will you be home early tonight, dear? And you said...
Well, what did I say?
You said, I bloody well hope not.
Oh, nonsense. I said that when you asked me if I'd be back late.
No.
I didn't hear any other question.
Rumpole, are you sure?
Sure, of course I'm sure. No, it's the questions that are important, you see. Never the answers.
That was Maurice Denham as Rumpole, Margot Boyd as Hilda, and Michael Spice as Guthrie Featherstone in The Rotten Apple. Mr. Justice Vosper was played by Robert Harris, Claude Erskine Brown, Brian Carroll, Henry, Hayden Wood, Mr. Morse, Leonard Fenton, Morton Colfax QC, Jonathan Elsom, Diane, Rowena Roberts, Superintendent Glazier, Bernard Gallagher, Inspector Dobbs, Don Henderson, and Charlie Pointer, Arthur Lovegrove. Rumpole and the Rotten Apple was written by John Mortimer and directed by Peter King.
Now, tomorrow, Rumpole's faced with a vicar who steals, of all things, shirts. But why? Find out in Rumpole and the Man of God at 1:30 tomorrow afternoon and again at 8:30 tomorrow night. That's part of the Crime and Thriller Hour.
Rumpole!
The splendours and miseries of an Old Bailey hack.
Some cases of Horace Rumpole, barrister at law, as told to and written down by John Mortimer, with Maurice Denham as Rumpole and Margot Boyd as Hilda. Rumpole and the Man of God.
Mornings at 7, or rather just about 10:30. The hillsides dew-pearled. I was walking through Temple Gardens to my chambers in a moderately good mood. The larks on the wing, the snails on the thorn. God's in his heaven, and with any luck at all, there's a little crime going on somewhere in the world. Robert Browning, the Rumpole version. What's on the menu today? A conference with the vicar. The trouble with vicars is they make the most terrible witnesses. I mean, we've all called them, haven't we? To tell the judge that the dear little lad who mugged the old lady in the off-licence is a pillar of the local youth club, and that he's coming on ever so nicely at ping-pong. In my experience, when you get that sort of evidence from gentlemen of the cloth, it adds about 2 years to the sentence.
Philly, have you seen my brief for the Bridlington case?
No, I haven't. Doesn't seem to have come in yet.
I'm just going through the post.
Well, good morning, all.
Good morning,
Rumpole. We've just seen a clergyman going into your room.
Oh, morning, Featherstone. That's my
Your conversion, Rumpole? Have you seen the light? Is number 2 Equity Court your road to Damascus?
Skin Brown, you've done a funny. Matter of fact, the reverend gentleman is my client. He's coming for a conference.
Oh, dear, vicar in trouble.
Right, now,
Old Tom Cartwright, known to us all as Uncle Tom, was our oldest and most briefless barrister. He came into chambers only to do the crossword puzzle and get away from his unmarried sister.
A vicar in trouble? I suppose it's the choir boys again. I always think the church runs a terrible risk having choir boys. It'd be far safer with a load of middle-aged lady sopranos.
I wouldn't have thought that vicars were your line of country, Rumpole.
It was the voice of Miss Phillida Trant, our lady barrister and the Portia of our chambers. Of course, they're my line of country. Anyone accused of nicking half a dozen shirts is my line of country.
Ah, Rumpole, you're bright and early in chambers this morning.
George Frobisher, my dear old learned friend.
You haven't forgotten about tonight, have you, Rumpole?
Tonight?
I'm bringing a friend to dinner with you and Hilda.
Well, you actually want to spend an evening with she who must be obeyed.
I have a little news, and I'd like you and Hilda to be the first to know.
Quite unusually, my old friend seemed to be speaking out of a perfumed-laden haze.
George,
you haven't taken to Brilliantine by any chance?
We'll be there for 7:30. Oh, I say, Rumpole, I saw a cleric going into your room. What's he done? Got himself into trouble with the choir boys?
No, George, it's not the choir boys. It's the sales. The reverend gentleman is charged with pinching 6 shirts from the menswear department at Frisbee's. He was nabbed with them in his shopping basket in the Hall of Food. The man of God came with a sister, Miss Evelyn Skinner, a brisk woman in sensible shoes, who'd foolishly let him out of her sight in the haberdashery, and my old friend Mr. Morse, the solicitor's clerk. My client, the Reverend Mordred Skinner, was a pale, timid individual, with watery eyes and pinkish nostrils, as if he'd caught a severe cold during his childhood and never quite got over it.
Surely there's a perfectly simple explanation, Mr. Rumpole. My brother's mind was on higher things.
He was aiming to raid the roof garden? Oh, forgive me. Suppose your brother tells me all about it.
I was, I suppose, a little confused, a little preoccupied. It was, as a matter of fact, a tremendous honour.
Or to be nicked in the Hall of Food?
My brother has been invited to preach in interdenominational week.
At the cathedral, yes.
By the Bishop of Deptford.
Well, we must make sure you don't let your public down. Now, let me see, 6 sports shirts with collars, presumably. Do you wear shirts like that?
Oh, yes.
You went out with the lads' brigade on rambles round the Ruislip Reservoir.
My brother takes them to Epping Forest.
Oh, my dear lady, I do apologise. I gather you'd suggested the trip to the sales.
His clothes are falling to pieces.
Yes. Were you with him at the shirt counter?
Not all the time. I'd gone to look for some socks for Mordred.
You didn't get any?
No, they were all too garish.
And while you were standing in the gents' haberdashery, Mr. Skinner, your mind was on what exactly?
The problem of evil.
Really?
What puzzles the ordinary fellow is, if God is all-wise and perfectly good, why on earth did he put evil in the world?
May I suggest an answer?
Please.
Well, perhaps so that ordinary fellows like me would get a few briefs round the Old Bailey and London sessions.
No, I can't think that's what he had in mind.
It may seem a very trivial little case to you.
No, it's not trivial. A man's reputation is never trivial. I must beg you all to take it extremely seriously. And, Mr. Skinner, may I ask you to address your mind to one vital question? Given the fact that there were 6 shirts in the shopping basket you were carrying, how the hell did they get there?
I can't tell you. I've prayed about it.
May I remind you that when you were asked for an explanation by the store detective, the best you could do was to call the whole thing a total mystery.
I'm afraid that's the best explanation we can give of most of the important things in life.
Well, Mr. Morse, our only chance is a trial by jury.
The Reverend would have liked a quick hearing in the magistrate's court.
A quick hearing in the magistrate's court is as bad as pleading guilty. Well, thank you, and good day to you all.
Good day. Thank you, Mr. Rumpole.
Oh, and Mr. Skinner, when you're next at prayer, pray for a defence. Who is it, Henry? Oh, my wife. She who must be obeyed. Yes, Hilda? Yeah, I know George is coming to dinner and bringing a friend. I have an uneasy suspicion it may be a lady. The poor fellow's taken to dousing his head in brilliantine. 2 pounds of cooking apples from the shop by the tube station. To hear is to obey. Yes?
Mr. Rumpole,
Yes?
excuse me.
And a cabbage. Yes, goodbye, Hilda. Miss Skinner.
I just wanted to say, I don't think you quite understand my brother.
Oh, well, I've never felt totally at home with Vickers.
He's like a child in many ways.
The Peter Pan of the pulpit.
I'm 2 years older than Mordred. I've always had to look after him. He wouldn't have got anywhere without me, Mr. Rumpole. Simply nowhere. If I hadn't been there to deal with the parish council and say the right things to the bishop. Mordred never thinks about himself, or what he's doing half the time. That's just what you'll have to make clear to the jury.
You should have kept a better eye on him at the sale.
Of course I should. I should have been watching him like a hawk every minute. I blame myself entirely.
Evelyn?
Coming, dear. Coming at once.
Always keep tight hold of nurse for fear of finding something worse.
We wanted you to be the first to know.
Well, it's good of you to bring the bottle, George. In addition to the bubbly, George had brought a lady friend. Mrs. Ida Tempest had reddish hair piled on her head, what I believe is known as a Cupid's bow mouse in the trade, and the sort of complexion which makes you think that if you caught its owner a brisk slap, you'd choke in a cloud of white powder.
Oh, I do love bubbly. I love the way it goes all tickly up the nose, don't you, Hilda?
We hardly get it often enough to notice.
Well, then, if we're filled up, I suppose it falls to me, accustomed as I am to public speaking.
Usually on behalf of the criminal classes.
Yes, well, I think I know what's expected on these occasions.
You mean you're like the film star's fifth husband? You know what's expected of you, but you don't know how to make it new.
Yes, it's rather good, that. Well, then, here's to the happy couple.
Here's to us, Georgie.
My dearest.
Would you care for a little more Charlotte Roos, Mrs. Tempest?
Oh, Ida. Please call me Ida. Well, just a teeny-weeny scraping. I don't want to lose my sylph-like figure, do I, Georgie? Otherwise, you might not fancy me anymore.
There's no danger of that.
Of you not fancying me? Oh, I know
Of losing your figure, my dear. She's slim as a bluebell. Isn't she slim as a bluebell, Rumpole?
Oh, I suppose that rather depends on the size of the bluebell.
Oh, Horace, you are terrible. Why have you been keeping this terrible man from me, George?
I hope we're all going to see a lot of each other.
When?
After we're married.
Oh, yes, George. I'm sure that'll be very nice.
Can I top you up, Ida?
Oh, lovely glasses, so tasteful. Just look at that, George. Isn't that a lovely, tasteful glass?
They're rejects, actually, from the Army and Navy stores.
What whim of Providence was it that led you across the path of my old friend George Frobisher?
Mrs. Tempest, that is, Ida, came as a guest to the Royal Borough Hotel. You know that's where I've been putting up since I lost my poor sister.
You noticed me, didn't you, dear?
I must admit I did.
And I noticed him noticing me. You know how it is with men, don't you, Hilda?
Sometimes I wonder if Rumpole notices me at all.
Well, of course I notice you. I come home in the evenings and there you are. I notice you all the time.
As a matter of fact, we first spoke in the manageress's office. We had both gone to register a complaint on the question of the bath water.
There's not enough hot water to fill the valleys, I told her, let alone cover the hills. George agreed with me, didn't you, George?
Shall I say we formed an alliance?
Oh, we hit it off at once. We've so many interests in common.
Really?
Ballroom dancing.
What?
Mrs. Tempest, that is, Ida, has cups for it.
George, you're a secret ballroom dancer?
We are going for lessons together at Miss Mackay's École de Danse in Rutland Gate. And we listen to the BBC Overseas Service. Old Victor Sylvester records requested from Nigeria. They only seem to care for ballroom dancing in the third world nowadays.
Is your life going to be devoted entirely to pleasure?
Does Horace tango at all, Hilda?
He's never been known to.
Yeah.
Mrs. Tempest, you'll want to powder your nose.
Oh, I don't think so. My nose is all right, isn't it, George?
Perfection.
Oh, do you mean spend a penny?
No, I didn't mean that. It's customary at this stage, isn't it, to leave the gentleman?
Oh, you mean you want a hand with the washing up? Now, not too many naughty stories now, Horace. We don't want you leading my Georgie astray. Horace seems to be a very kind sort of person.
Not when I ask him to carry the shopping basket.
But he always defends.
No, that's not because he's kind. That's because he likes teasing judges.
Shall I,
Oh, yes, thank you. You don't get much of a chance to tease judges, not if you prosecute. I always tell Rumpole, if only he'd prosecute, they might make him a judge eventually.
Might they?
I really feel that he should be moving on. After all, I tell him he's done it by now, all the heavy crime.
I suppose so.
Oh, he'll soon tell you all about it. He loves telling everyone about his old cases.
Oh, dear. I've dropped one of your lovely glasses. Oh, what a tragedy.
Doesn't matter. I'll get the dustpan. It really doesn't matter at all.
Thank you.
Good health. Don't do it, George. Don't get married. It's like pleading guilty for an indefinite sentence without parole.
Surely you're exaggerating.
Not in the least. A cigar, George?
No.
Now, tomorrow, I've got to defend a thieving vicar in front of that brute Judge Bullingham down to the London Sessions. But I tell you honestly, George, even Bullingham at his bloodiest is a picnic compared with married life. Why Bullingham was ever made a judge is one of the great unsolved mysteries of the universe. I can only suppose that his unreasoning prejudice against all black persons, defence lawyers and probation officers comes from some deep psychological cause. The Mad Bull showed his hand truly in the trial of the Reverend Mordred Skinner.
Good luck, Mr. Rumpole.
I need it.
Do you want to cross-examine the store detective on behalf of the defence, Mr. Rumpole? There seems to be no doubt he found the shirts in your reverend client's shopping basket.
Well, if your lordship has already decided this case...
Of course I haven't.
Oh, I'm delighted to hear it. Just a few questions, then. Mr. Pratt, when you were in the shirt department...
Yes, sir?
You didn't see my client remove the shirts from the counter and make off with them, did you?
No, sir.
If he had, no doubt he would have told us about it.
Ah, Your Honour is always quick to notice points in favour of the defence. Mr. Pratt, in the shirt department, you couldn't see who was carrying the shopping basket, could you?
No, sir.
It might have been Mr. Skinner or his sister.
He was certainly carrying it when I searched him in the Hall of Food.
Yeah, I dare say. Tell me this. It would have been quite impossible for Mr. Skinner to have paid at the shirt counter, wouldn't it?
No, sir. There were two assistants behind the counter.
Young ladies?
Yes, sir.
And when you saw them, what were they doing?
Why, I can't exactly recall.
Well, then, let me jog your memory. Let me hazard a guess. Were they not huddled together in an act of total recall of last night at the disco or Palais d'Or? Were they not blind and deaf to the cries of shirt-buying clerics? Were they not utterly oblivious of the life around them?
Well, Mr. Pratt, isn't that exactly what they were doing?
It may have been, Your Honour.
So is it surprising that my client took his purchases and went off in search of some more attentive assistance?
But I followed him downstairs to the Hall of Food.
Have you any reason to suppose he wouldn't have paid for his shirts there, given the slightest opportunity?
I saw no sign of his attempting to do so. And when I searched his bag and found the shirts, all he could say, Your Honour, was, "It's a mystery."
Then I suggest we pursue the mystery at 2:10, members of the jury.
The upstanding in court?
Doesn't the judge like you, Mr. Rumpole?
Oh, fate spun the wheel and dealt us Judge Bullingham. I'm afraid God is not on our side.
Mr. Rumpole?
Eh?
I must speak to you.
Oh, what is it?
I can't give evidence.
But you... Mr. Morse, I suggest you take Miss Skinner down to the canteen. Eh?
Certainly, Mr. Rumpole.
Unless you fancy the pub, Miss Skinner, meat pie and a pint of Guinness.
No, thank you very much.
Ah, very well then. Come along, Vicar. We clearly have matters to discuss. Well, what do you mean you can't give evidence? You'll have to.
I simply couldn't take the oath.
But what's the matter with you? Have you no religion?
You don't like me very much, Mr. Rumpole, do you?
Well, I felt you might tell me the truth. You of all people. Having your collar back to front must mean something.
Can I take the empties?
Oh, yes.
Ta.
Truth is often dangerous. It must be approached cautiously, don't you think?
Let me approach it cautiously. Now, I've noticed with women, with my wife, for instance, when we go out on our dreaded Saturday morning shopping expeditions, that she who must be obeyed is in charge of the shopping basket. But when the shopping's bought, I get the job of carrying the damn thing home.
Simple faith is far more important than the constant scramble after unimportant facts.
Well, my simple faith tells me that your sister had the basket in the shirt department.
Does it?
When Pratt saw you in the Hall of Food, you were carrying the shopping basket, which she'd handed to you on the escalator.
Perhaps.
Because she'd taken the shirts and put them in the basket when you were thinking of your sermon on the problem of evil.
You don't like mysteries, do you?
Not very much.
I could tell you a story. You may not find it particularly helpful.
Well, try me.
She was a pretty child. It's difficult to believe it now. She was attracted to bright things, boiled sweets, red apples, jewellery and Woolworths. As she grew older, it became worse. She would take things she couldn't possibly need. Spectacles, bead handbags, cigarette cases, although she never smoked. She was like a magpie. I thought she'd improved. I try to watch her as much as I can. Although you're right, on that day I was involved with my sermon. As a matter of fact, I had no need of such shirts. It may be old-fashioned, but I always wear my dog collar. Always.
Even on rambles with the Lads Brigade?
All the same, I believe she did it out of love.
And those are the facts.
And that's what I'm bound to say, if I take my oath on the Bible.
You were prepared to lie to me.
Mr. Rumpole, I have the greatest respect for your skill as an advocate, but I have never been in danger of mistaking you for Almighty God.
Look, tell the truth in court. She'll only get a fine, nothing.
To her, it would be everything. She couldn't bear it.
But what about you? You'd give up your whole life.
It seems the least I can do for her.
Oh, Jesus Christ, I don't know how I keep my temper.
I do sympathise. He found his ideas irritated people dreadfully, particularly lawyers.
Members of the jury, this is the golden thread that runs throughout British justice. The prosecution must prove its case. The defence has to prove nothing.
Mr. Rumpole.
The Reverend Mordred Skinner need not trouble to move 4 yards from that dock to the witness box.
unless the prosecution has produced evidence that he intended to steal and not to pay in another department.
Mr. Rumpole!
Never let it be said that a man is forced to prove his innocence. Our fathers have defied kings for that principle, members of the jury. They forced King John to sign Magna Carta and sent King Charles to the scaffold for it. And it has been handed down even to the inner London Sessions Newington Causeway.
If you'd let me get a word in edgeways.
And now it is in your trust.
Mr. Rumpole!
Yes, my lord.
I entirely agree with every word you say. I shall direct the jury accordingly. Members of the jury, there is insufficient evidence in this case. The reverend gentleman may have intended to pay for his shirts before he left the store. I direct you to bring in a verdict of not guilty.
You've witnessed a miracle. The natural malice of the bull quelled by the rule of law.
I was quite reconciled to losing. I don't think my sister would have stood by me somehow. She couldn't have put up with the disgrace, you see. I think I should have been alone.
Oh, you'd have been out of a job. I definitely heard the rustle of a distant unfrocking.
Might have been extremely restful. Not to have to pretend any sort of sanctity, not to pretend to be different or better. To be just the same as all your other clients.
Oh, don't long for a life of crime, old darling. You've obviously got no talent for it.
We can go now, dear. You're quite free to go.
I told your brother it was a miracle.
You're much too religious, Mr. Rumpole. As a matter of fact, I thought the judge was extremely fair. Better put your mac on, dear. It's raining outside.
Yes, Evelyn, yes, I'll put it on.
When I got back to Chambers, I did something I'd been putting off far too long. I turned out the souvenir cupboard in the corner of my room. Memories of Rumpole's great cases. Photographs in the Penge Bungalow murders. Analysis of bloodstains in the Old Brick Lane billiard hall killing. Dagger used by the snittering circus dwarf when he slew the strong man. There it is. Photograph of the burned-down Saracen's Head Hotel with a picture of the owners standing in the ashes. Will no one tell me what she sings? Perhaps the plaintive numbers flow from old, unhappy, far-off things and arson long ago. Yes, no doubt about it. A photograph of Mrs. Ida Tempest. Oh, George must never know.
Rumpole. Everyone's waiting for you.
Oh, how are you, Portia?
What are you doing?
Oh, I was lost. Lost for a moment in old forgotten cases.
But everyone's waiting for you.
Old, unhappy, far-off things and battles long ago. You keep things, Miss Trant. Mementos, locks of hair, old letters, tied up in ribbons. Among my souvenirs.
Not really.
Good.
No, I've got my first brief from when I prosecuted you in Dock Street.
And I outwitted you. Now, destroy it. Forget the past, eh, Miss Trant? Look to the future.
Well, come on, then. We're all having a drink for George Frobisher up in Guthrie Featherstone's room.
Oh, our learned head of Chambers. How he does love the opportunity of making a speech.
Now, has everybody got a glass? Philly?
Yes, Claude.
Have you got something in it? Here we are.
Quiet, please, quiet.
Uncle Tom, have you got...
Ask him round.
Quiet. Oh, I'm so sorry, Guthrie.
It's well known among lawyers that the finest advocates never make the best judges. The glory of the advocate is to be opinionated, partisan, hectoring, rude, cunning and unfair.
Oh, thank you, Featherstone.
Not at all, Rumpole. The ideal judge, however, is detached, courteous, patient, painstaking, and above all, quiet.
Nonsense.
These qualities are to be found personified in the latest addition to our bench of circuit judges.
Yes. Circus judges, Rumpole calls them.
Thank you, Uncle Tom. Please raise your glasses to His Honour, Judge George Frobisher.
Judge George Frobisher.
Good health. Your health, George. Coupled with the name of Mrs. Ida Tempest.
No, Rumpole, no.
What do you mean, no?
Mrs. Tempest left the Royal Borough Hotel last week, Rumpole. I have no means of knowing where to find her.
Ah.
It was your fault, Rumpole.
My fault?
You recognised her, didn't you? What was the charge? Arson?
There's a small hotel on the Kent coast. It caught fire, and Mr. and Mrs. Tempest claimed the insurance. Her late husband had been buying vast quantities of paraffin. But I'd never have told you that, George. Discretion is Rumpole's middle name. I was silent as the tomb.
No, she told me. She thought you'd recognised her, and she decided to tell me first.
As I remember, Mrs. Ida Tempest got 3 years.
Yes?
And her late husband got 7. But I don't believe Ida actually applied the match.
All the same, it was a risk I didn't feel able to take. It doesn't do for a judge's wife to have done 3 years, even with full remission.
Did you have to be a judge, George?
I thought of that, of course, but I had the appointment. You know, at my age, Rumpole, it's difficult to learn any sort of new trade.
Oh, come on, drink up, George. There may be other ladies turning up at the Royal Borough Hotel.
I very much doubt it. Every night when I sit at the table for one, I shall think, if only I'd never taken her to dinner at Rumpole's, then I might never have known, don't you see? We could have been perfectly happy together. Sometimes I feel it will be difficult to forgive you, Rumpole.
But what did I do, George?
You knew. That's the trouble with you, Rumpole. You know too much about too many people.
Now, come on, everyone. Isn't this the moment to celebrate Judge Frobisher's appointment in the usual manner in the song?
For he's a jolly good fellow, for he's a jolly good fellow, for he's a jolly good fellow, and so say all of us.
That was Maurice Denham as Rumpole, Margot Boyd as Hilda, and Michael Spice as Guthrie Featherstone in The Man of God. Judge Bullingham was played by John Savident, George Frobisher, Dennis Hawthorne, Mr. Morse, Leonard Fenton, Claude Erskine Brown, Brian Carroll, Uncle Tom, Patrick Barr, Miss Trant, Amanda Murray, Mr. Pratt, Michael McStay, Mrs. Ida Tempest, Jenny Lee, the Reverend Mordred Skinner, Richard Vernon, and his sister Evelyn, Lally Bowers. Rumpole and the Man of God was written by John Mortimer and directed by Peter King.
The splendours and miseries of an Old Bailey hack.
Some cases of Horace Rumpole, barrister at law, as told to and written down by John Mortimer, with Maurice Denham as Rumpole and Margot Boyd as Hilda. Rumpole and the Defence of Guthrie Featherstone.
One of the hardest defences that I've ever undertaken was that of the middle-of-the-road Conservative Labour MP Guthrie Featherstone. Queen's Counsel, flatterer of solicitors, incessant bower to judges, obsequious player of golf with officials from the Lord Chancellor's office and the somewhat anxious head of our chambers at Equity Court in the Temple. The offence with which Guthrie was charged brought him before a singularly tough and relentless tribunal. His defence was by no means easy. But if you're to understand his case, I should begin late one afternoon last spring, when Miss Phillida Trant, our one and only lady barrister and the Portia of our chambers, knocked on Featherstone's door with the perfectly innocent intention of borrowing a legal textbook. Featherstone's manner, as she described it later to her fiancé Claude Erskine Brown, was distinctly peculiar.
Oh, I didn't know you were in today. Can I borrow Phipson on evidence?
Pretty dull reading, isn't it? For a gorgeous girl like you.
Rumpole's objecting to us putting in a witness's statement tomorrow.
Ah, you're not still in that dreary case down the Bailey, are you?
Yes, thank God, with some quite decent refreshers.
Ah, pity. We might have had lunch tomorrow. Taking a trip up to the Trattoria Galactica in Fulham Road. You know, that's where all the BPs go.
The what?
The beautiful people. Like you, Miss Trant. Do you always have to wear those spectacles?
Of course. Unless I want to see Phipson on evidence as an impressionist blur.
You know, I used to love those old movies. You know, where the girl librarian took her glasses off and James Stewart saw her in an entirely new light.
Well, thanks for the Phipson.
Any time, Miss Trant. Any time at all. What is that super perfume you're wearing?
Nothing really. I expect it's just old law books.
Do you know Ma Tendresse?
No. Who's she?
Oh, I say, enormously witty. Ma Tendresse is an absolutely super new perfume. Definitely exotic. You should try it.
I might ask Claude, but he's not much of a one for buying perfume.
No, that's the problem with barristers who get keen on commercial law. They lose the talent for giving perfume.
Well, thanks for the book.
Oh, I say, Miss Trant, I think you should know. I think we should take on a new young member of Chambers. Apparently a brilliant cross-examiner.
Oh, really?
Yes, I thought you might know her. Her name's Elizabeth Chandler.
A woman?
Well, probably. If the name's Elizabeth Chandler.
Oh, I don't think we want another woman in Chambers.
You don't? Oh, how very interesting.
No. Henry has to explain to solicitors about it being a woman he's sending down to the indecent assault. He often gets objections.
Do you, Miss Trant? You're doing so marvellously well.
Well, I do flatter myself I've been accepted, but I don't think we need another woman.
Look, why don't we have a long chat, Miss Trant, on exactly what we do need? And I'd like to discuss your life in the law. Old Keith was telling me the Lord Chancellor's office has definitely got its eye on you.
On me? You must be joking.
No, Miss Trant, I'm not joking at all. Shall we say next Tuesday at the Trattoria Galactica, among the beautiful people?
It was about this time that I was defending an old and regular villain called Bertie Timpson on a charge of being involved in a conspiracy to rob the Tooting branch of the Steadfast Savings Bank. Or, in the alternative, carrying housebreaking implements by night. It seems you were caught with the following articles, Bertie. A number of face masks depicting such animals as Mickey Mouse, Pluto and Donald Duck, one brace and bit, one monkey wrench, 2 hacksaws, 3 sticks of dynamite with fuses, and 4 imitation firearms, to which revolvers.
All that in me bleeding voiture, Mr. Rumpole? Never.
Bertie was learning French at evening classes, the better to equip him for his coming holiday in Cannes. He would insist on trying out his linguistic skill on his legal advisers. Now, Mr. Timpson.
Oui, Mr. Rumpole.
The jury are never going to believe you didn't have this stuff in your car, not if 3 officers say they saw it there.
I do assure you, Mr. Rumpole.
Now, it may be that you have an innocent explanation for some of these articles. The carpenter's tools, for instance.
Oh, an innocent explanation. I'll told you, Mr. Rumpole. I'll have to think about it.
Yeah, you do that. Oh, and Bertie, dépêchez-vous.
Come again, Mr. Rumpole?
Well, you better be quick about it. The trial's in exactly 3 weeks. But before Bertie Timpson could come to trial, or indeed provide me with his much-needed explanation, those 2 barristers at law, Guthrie Featherstone and Miss Phillida Trant, met to lunch tete-a-tete in the Trattoria Galactica among the beautiful people.
Here.
This is for me?
I bought it for you, yes.
Oh, what an enormous bottle.
Well, it's only toilet water, I'm afraid. I mean, who wants to spend £10 on a bottle of the perfume? Well, I mean, when you get so much more with the toilet water.
Oh, exactly. Well, I sort of slosh it around.
Oh, good.
It'll probably absolutely slay them down at London Sessions.
I bought it for you, especially. Ma Tendresse.
Yes.
At Harrods. Oh, Claude won't mind you wearing it.
Claude?
Erskine Brown.
No, why should he mind? We're not married, you know.
But engaged.
Anyway, it's not going to happen for years. Now, about the girl you're thinking of taking into Chambers.
Marriage. It's a funny thing about marriage. Marigold and I, we have our different interests. She has her choral singing with Hilda Rumpole. They're doing the St. Matthew Passion.
I thought you said the Messiah.
Oh, Messiah? Passion?
I see. And what passion are you doing, Featherstone?
Oh, I say, you are sharp, aren't you? But Look here, Phyllis. Do call me Guthrie.
Phillida.
What?
My name. It's Phillida.
Oh.
You see, I've been making inquiries about this Elizabeth Chandler person. I'm not at all sure that she's the type that would really muck in at Chambers. And also, there are only a certain number of matrimonial disputes where solicitors want women. I mean, are there enough for two?
Oh, matrimonial disputes. Well, there are quite enough of those, God knows. But Marigold and I, we just face facts.
What facts?
Well, we may fancy other people, and, well, other people might fancy us.
Might they?
Yes. You know, we only stick together, of course, for the sake of the children.
Oh, I hadn't heard about the children.
Hadn't you really? Oh, well, there's Arabella. Mm-hmm. She goes to this funny little school in Kensington. I mean, she's only 8, but she's already got this extraordinary talent for dancing. And little Luke, well, he's only just 3, but I have got him down for Eton. I imagine he might want to come to the bar someday.
Well, and you don't want to fill the Chambers up with Elizabeth Chandler.
Look, if you've never actually seen the children, I just happen to have a couple of photographs about me. Only snaps, of course. Mm-hmm. We took them in Portofino last long vacation. It wasn't frightfully sunny weather. There, that's Bella, on the terrace of our hotel.
What's she doing, the Dying Swan?
Yes. Quite the little Margot Fontaine, isn't she? And, and this is old Luke, with his fingers in the spaghetti. Oh, my God.
What on earth's the matter?
My God. My God.
Featherstone, Guthrie, are you in some sort of pain?
Pain? Yes, pain. Pain, that's all. I mean, of course. I must dash immediately. Look, I'll pay the bill.
Pay the bill? We haven't eaten anything.
Goodbye, Phillida. See you in Chambers sometime.
I've been thinking about that load of stuff in the voiture, Mr. Rumpole.
Oh, I'm glad to hear it, Bertie.
I've been remembering.
I had hoped you would.
Them things were all to do with members of the family. Know what I mean?
The Timpson family were a notable clan of South London villains who'd each and every one of them provided work for Rumpole over the years. They were a close-knit family who went into crime as other families go into the law.
Them masks now.
Not disguises for the bank robbery?
Mickey Mouse and Pluto, of course not, Mr. Rumpole. I bought those for Den and Doris Kidd's party. Their little Marilyns just coming on for 9. And the toy guns was presents for the kids.
I see. And the hacksaws and the brace and bit?
DIY.
Come again?
Do-it-yourself shelving, Mr. Rumpole. Den had got hold of a nice set of the Encyclopedia Britannica. Very useful for the kids' education.
What sort of a lorry was it, I wondered, off the back of which dropped odd sets of the Britannica?
I was going to give him a hand with the shelves. Look really nice, them books would, in Den's lounge. Trays elegant.
Look, I don't want to ask awkward questions.
Mr. Rumpole, I know you don't.
But the sticks of dynamite...
You want to know the truth?
And that was a question I thought it wiser to leave unanswered.
My cousin Cyril's got a cottage down in rural Essex. Charming little place, but the fact is... I don't want to shock the ladies in the jury.
Oh, carry on, Bertie.
No main drains, Mr. Rumpole. Nothing but a septic affair down the end of the garden. And malheureusement, this tank gets blocked up. It won't seep away, not as it's meant to. And Cyril's old woman, Betty, she gets on to him about this. Well, how do you unblock a septic tank, Mr. Rumpole?
Oh, I can't really say I've given the matter any thought.
Dynamite. That's the idea I hit on.
It sounds a desperate solution.
Cyril's Betty was getting desperate, Mr. Rumpole. So I happened to meet this Welsh geezer who works in the quarries.
A bloke whose name you can't remember, but you happened to meet in a pub?
How did you know that, Mr. Rumpole?
Well, let's just say from a long experience of the Timpson family defences.
Oh, yes. So, he said he had a bit of dynamite to spare, and I brought a few sticks off him. I put them in the car for next time I was going down to Cyril and Betty's. I'd actually forgotten all about them, if you want to know the truth.
Or could we call Betty Timpson as a witness?
Oh, no, Mr. Rumpole. She wouldn't want to come to court.
So that's the story.
Exactement, Mr. Rumpole.
Well, we'll do what we can with it. I can't make any promises. When I got back to Chambers after my visit to Bertie Timpson in the Brixton Nick, I was surprised to hear from my clerk Henry that there was a lady waiting for me in my room. I opened my door,
to encounter a handsome young woman, about 35 years of age, cashmere twin set, double row of pearls, and an expression of grim determination.
Mr. Rumpole,
Oh.
we have met over the years at chambers parties. I'm Marigold Featherstone.
The wife of the QCMP, our head of chambers.
Oh, yes, of course. Look, I'll just see if Guthrie's in his room.
Oh, I don't want Guthrie at this particular moment, thank you very much. It's you I want, Mr. Rumpole. Would you mind closing the door?
You want me, Mrs. Featherstone?
Tell me, Mr. Rumpole, do you handle divorce?
Well, only rarely, and then with particularly thick gloves. Why do you ask?
I ask, Mr. Rumpole, because I have need of your services.
Of mine?
For a divorce.
Huh? I mean who?
My husband, Mr. Rumpole. I'd hardly be bothering to divorce anyone else's husband, would I?
I could see the force of her argument.
I'm afraid Guthrie's gone completely off the rails.
Oh. Well, dear, can you be sure about that? I mean, what's the evidence?
The evidence, Mr. Rumpole, is the evidence of my own eyes.
From that moment I began to feel pessimistic about the chances of a defence for our learned head of chambers. The eyes of his lady wife were clear and unblinking, the sort of eyes that might well be believed in a court of law.
I was in the perfume department at Harrods, Mr. Rumpole. I was buying my usual little atomizer. Guthrie never brings me perfume home. And I happened to catch sight of him at the Ma Tendresse counter.
He was buying perfume?
Well, Mr. Rumpole, he wasn't buying potatoes.
I began to see that there was a certain ruthless logic about this woman's mind. Did you confront him?
I moved towards him, but Harrods was extremely crowded on that day, and he escaped furtively.
Did you ask him about it?
No.
Why?
I didn't want to give him the chance to lie to me.
A woman of steel, you'd have to agree, this Mrs. Marigold Featherstone. Well, I don't see that adds up to much of a case. I mean, he might have been buying scent for anyone. An old aunt, perhaps. Has he got an old auntie with a birthday?
He was buying it, Mr. Rumpole, for the girl he took out to lunch at the Trattoria Galactica.
Oh, yes? I did my best to sound casual. And, which girl was that?
Oh, some little tart. I don't know her name. My brother Tom was lunching his accountant at the Trattoria Galactica, and he distinctly saw Guthrie at the corner table, gazing into the eyes of this King's Road strumpet. And do you know what Tom saw plonked on her plate?
Tagliatelle Verdi?
A great big bottle of Ma Tendresse, the toilet water. Of course, as soon as he caught sight of Tom, Guthrie simply got up and legged it. And he's a terrible coward, you know.
Mrs. Featherstone, if I were to act for you in this dispute with your husband...
Yes?
Well, the head of chambers, it'd cause enormous embarrassment.
If I'm divorcing Guthrie, Mr. Rumpole, embarrassment's just what I intend to cause.
Well, leave it with me, Mrs. Featherstone. I'll think it over. There's one infallible rule in the law. If your back's up against the wall, play for time.
I shall call on you next week, Mr. Rumpole. Then I shall expect your answer.
Me for aught that ever I could read. Could ever hear by tale or history the course of true love never did run smooth.
Are you coming to bed, Rumpole?
But either it was different in blood, or if there were a sympathy in choice, war, death, or sickness did lay siege to it, making it momentary as a sound, swift as a shadow, short as any dream.
Oh, do come to bed, Rumpole. You'll catch your death standing there in your pyjamas.
Oh, Marigold Featherstone wants to divorce the QCMP.
I know that.
You do?
Seem to forget. Marigold and I go to choir together. We're doing the St. Matthew Passion.
You mean to say you interrupt that sacred music to discuss the amorous adventures of Guthrie Featherstone?
Well, of course we do. Marigold wants you to act for her in the divorce.
Oh, I can't do that. I never prosecute. I'll have to defend Guthrie Featherstone.
Defend him? But he's got a floozy, Rumpole. Why ever should you do that?
I suppose because the old thing's in trouble. Won't you move over a bit, Hilda?
All right. But he's got a floozy.
Perhaps he imagines he's in love. Love, it seems to me, is overestimated by the poets. If all the time I've devoted in my life to the passion of love were laid end to end, I doubt if it would fill up a single summer holiday.
I doubt if it would, Rumpole.
Of course, I was somewhat smitten by the poor girl I was engaged to when I was up at Oxford.
So you told me.
The engagement had to be broken off. I reasoned of her sudden death. I'll talk to old Guthrie tomorrow. See if we can't dream up some kind of a defence. All right.
Marigold can't have seen me in the perfume department.
She has the evidence of her own eyes. I'm afraid she's prepared to believe them.
All in the restaurant.
Oh, there, the prosecution relies on her brother's testimony.
Tom must have been mistaken.
Look, unlikely. And even if he were...
Yes?
In view of the nature of the tribunal, I think he's likely to be believed.
Rumpole, I rely on you.
Yes, I know.
Marigold simply won't discuss the matter with me. She refuses to speak.
So you rely on me to defend you?
Please, Rumpole?
You know, nothing so unconvincing as a bare denial. That's what I told Bertie Timpson.
Who the hell's Bertie Timpson?
Oh, just one of my other villains.
Rumpole.
Come out with a bare denial, I told Bertie, and no one believes you. Now, if the truth of the matter is that you were in the perfume department...
But there is some quite innocent explanation.
Featherstone was taking to the life of crime like a duck to water. And you're sitting in the restaurant with whoever it was.
Does Marigold know who it was?
Well, not by name. She says she was a floozy, some little tart from the King's Road.
Oh, Rumpole. It was Phillida.
Huh? Can you possibly mean Miss Phillida Trant, member of this distinguished chambers?
Yes, Rumpole. I'm afraid that's exactly who it was.
Well, then, if there is an innocent explanation...
Of course, Rumpole. Entirely innocent.
We could call Miss Phillida Trant to give evidence. I imagine she's a witness who would carry a good deal of weight, even with the most obstinate tribunal.
Well, no. No, I don't think we could really ask Phillida.
As with Bertie Timpson, I saw the red light at once. There is no course more fatal to the defence than calling an unhelpful witness. Your lady wife says she'll be back to speak to me.
Tell her, Rumpole. She'll listen to you. I'm sure she'll listen.
Tell her? Of course I'll tell her. I'll put your case to her, fair and square. The only problem is, Featherstone, my old darling defendant.
Yes?
As yet, I have absolutely no idea what your case is.
I'll think about it.
Well, you'd better think quickly. Marigold will be here in exactly a week's time. In my humble submission to the court... I'm sorry, I mean to you, Mrs. Featherstone. You have absolutely no reason for a divorce, or indeed to feel any emotion except conjugal love and gratitude towards my client. I mean your husband.
What should I say? Thank you very much, Guthrie, for messing about with the floozy.
And on that charge I shall be able to demonstrate that Guthrie Featherstone, QC, MP, is entirely innocent.
Innocent?
Oh, yes. All men are innocent until they're proven guilty.
Well, he is proven guilty, as you call it, by the evidence of my own eyes, and of Tom's eyes.
Mrs. Featherstone, when is your wedding anniversary?
Next month, the 21st. Guthrie always forgets it.
Well, this year he didn't forget it. He remembered it most devotedly. Tell me, Mrs. Featherstone, do you like Ma Tendresse perfume?
Oh, I've absolutely no idea. I've never tried it.
Ah, then it'll be a new experience. Your husband hopes you'll find it enjoyable.
What on earth do you mean?
He went into Harrods to buy you a large bottle of Ma Tendresse as a present for your wedding day.
But Tom saw him in the restaurant.
The purely circumstantial evidence on which so many people have been wrongly convicted.
You're not suggesting Tom was mistaken.
Not in what he saw, but in the interpretation to be placed upon it. You see, Guthrie had just slipped into the trattoria, and he happened to see a lady, a member of the bar, as a matter of fact, waiting for a girlfriend.
A member of the bar?
Oh, yes, Mrs. Featherstone, a profession open to all sorts and conditions of men and women. He sat down to chat to her about a case they were involved in, and then he left her. Her friend never turned up, and she went shortly afterwards.
But they opened a parcel. A bottle of scent.
Of course. He wanted her opinion, as a woman rather than a lawyer, on his choice of a present for you.
Oh, really? And why did he happen to slip into the Trattoria Galactica?
Can't you guess?
I certainly can't.
He went in to book a table, of course. It's there he intends to take you out for a slap-up spread, Mrs. Featherstone, with champagne laid on regardless, to celebrate a decade of happy marriage on the 21st of next month.
How did it go, Rumpole?
I think I can say, Featherstone, that it was touch and go until my final speech.
What did you say?
Well, I reminded the court that she enjoyed considerable status as your wife.
Yeah?
In the course of time, she would almost certainly become Lady Marigold when you're elevated to the High Court bench. I think that tipped the scales.
And the result was?
I would say a conditional discharge. Tell Guthrie I'll forget the divorce, she said, if he puts his back into being made a judge.
Oh, splendid, Rumpole, splendid. Yes, I'm playing golf at the weekend with Mr. Justice Vosper and old Keith from the Lord Chancellor's office. I think they have a good deal of influence in judicial appointments.
No, I think they have. Well, I think you've got off extremely lightly, I must say.
Well, yes.
Yes, at the mere cost of a bottle of French pong, slap-up do at the Ai restaurant, and a dozen of the best claret Pomeroy's wine bar can provide.
A dozen of claret?
Or should we say 2 dozen? Yeah, 24 is a good round number, and the advocate, as you know, my old darling, is worthy of his hire. Oh, by the way, Featherstone, if you're playing golf with Mr. Justice Vosper, do try not to win. I hear his lordship doesn't like to lose at golf.
Right, Caddy. Tee up for me, will you? Yes, as I was saying, it's a funny thing, Featherstone, what makes this fellow judge material. Am I right, Keith?
A funny thing, yes, Judge. That's what I'm always saying.
You needn't be a great lawyer, or a great advocate, even. Of course, you need common sense. Isn't that right, Keith?
Common sense, that's perfectly right, Judge.
And complete respectability. Hey, Keith?
Respectability, of course, Judge.
No good having Her Majesty's judge dragged through the divorce courts. Would you say that, Keith?
No good at all.
It'd be unthinkable. Good Lord. Did I slice that?
Hardly at all, Judge.
Also, a potential judge needs to come from a respectable set of chambers. Now, who's in your chambers, Featherstone? Not that fellow Rumpole.
Well, actually...
fellow with a peculiar old hat.
But there are lots of fellows apart from Rumpole, Judge. You know Claude Erskine-Brown? A very good class of practice. Does a lot of civil.
Oh, well, that's a bit better than Rumpole's life of crime. Civil, eh? All the same, respectability's the thing. Brilliant man. Who should be nameless? Came from a set of chambers where they were always getting divorced, hopping in and out of bed with their lady pupils. Never got his bottom near the High Court bench. Now, come on, drive off, Featherstone. Also, you have to do your cases in a judicial manner. You can always tell if a fellow has the judicial attitude in court.
Judicial?
Aren't you going to drive, Featherstone? Or shall we wait here all day?
No, Judge, of course not.
Oh, super shot.
My God, Featherstone, you're on the green.
Last.
In due course, the unfortunate Featherstone appeared before Mr. Justice Vosper to prosecute Bertie Timpson for his alleged part in the conspiracy to rob the Tooting Savings Bank. On the day he was due to make his final speech, we chatted outside the court.
I shall have something to say about your ridiculous defence, Rumpole.
Oh? I suppose that if you really want the High Court bench, you'll have to start doing your cases in a different sort of way.
What sort of way do you mean exactly, Rumpole?
Well, I mean, stop trying to win too hard.
Huh?
Didn't old Vosper tell you to adopt the judicial attitude?
The judicial attitude? Of course. Yes. Yes, I shall certainly adopt it.
Yes, Mr. Featherstone?
My lord. Members of the jury. as prosecuting counsel, I adopt an attitude which is quite fair and, I hope, judicial. The prosecution has to prove its case, and if it doesn't do so, the defence is entitled to succeed.
That's the way, Featherstone, my old darling.
If you think Mr. Bertie Timpson might possibly have won the money in his bank account at the races, even if he has forgotten the name of the horse, and even the track concerned, then you must acquit him. If you think he may have been taking those various animal masks to a children's party, or if you think he needed those heavy tools to put up do-it-yourself shelving to accommodate his relatives' Encyclopedia Britannica, then the prosecution will not have proved its case. And the defendant Timpson is entitled to be acquitted. In all things, we must be judicial, totally fair, and keep a balanced view. We must judge all things fairly.
When he was eventually acquitted, Bertie Timpson had a question for me.
What was up with that prosecution brief, Mr. Rumpole? Was he ill or something?
Not ill, just suffering the terrible consequences of love.
That was Maurice Denham as Rumpole, Margot Boyd as Hilda, and Michael Spice as Guthrie Featherstone in The Defence of Guthrie Featherstone. Mr. Justice Vosper was played by Robert Harris, Keith Lockwood West, Miss Trant Amanda Murray, Marigold Featherstone Angela Thorne, and Bertie Timpson Michael Elphick. Rumpole and The Defence of Guthrie Featherstone was written by John Mortimer and directed by Peter King.
And miseries of an Old Bailey hack.
Some cases of Horace Rumpole, barrister at law, as told to and written down by John Mortimer, with Maurice Denham as Rumpole. Rumpole and the Showfolk.
One of my most disturbing engagements in a murder was when I went on tour to the bleak north country town of Grimble, to appear at the local assizes in a piece called The Queen. She does keep enormously busy prosecuting people, against Margaret Freer. The only item on the programme, wilful murder. And if I seem to be making use of certain theatrical phrases, this is not really inappropriate, as the Maggie Freer case really began one evening at the local rep, of which she was a star, at the end of a performance of Private Lives.
I always thought you were stupid from the first, but I must say I never realised that you were a malicious little vixen as well.
Stop it! Stop it! You insufferable brute!
Pick up a prop and speak a line at the same time.
Why don't you shut up,
You should
Maggie?
stop drinking, GP. Sober, you're a bad actor. Drunk, you're ridiculous. It's like playing a man as a monologue.
Anyway, getting too old for a man,
Oh, talk about old. You're slow as a funeral on your cues.
Mr. Freer isn't out yet, is he, Mr. Croft?
No, miss. They're both still in their dressing room.
What was that? What was it, Mr. Croft?
I'd better go see. What have you done, Mrs. Freer? What have you done?
I killed him. What could I do with him? Help me.
I killed him, what could I do with him? Pause, help me. Or, I killed him, pause, what could I do with him? Help me. Which did she say, Mr. Handyside, my dear old instructing solicitor's clerk?
I always remember you, Mr. Rumpole, since the Penge bungalow murder job. Now I'm working up here in Grimble, I promised myself I'd bring you up north, as soon as we had a nice murder. And this is quite a decent little homicide, sir, in its way.
Worth the detour, as they say in the Michelin.
Lady clients, one of the show folk, as they term them.
Yeah, one of the show folk, yes. I'd say definitely worth the detour.
Counsel and solicitor, to see the prisoner, Mrs. Freer.
That's right, sir. Mr. Allen QC is with her already.
I told my senior partner, sir, I told him straight, Mr. Rumpole's quite capable of doing this one on his own.
Reminded him, did you? I did the Penge bungalow murder alone and without a leader?
The senior partner did seem to feel we should take in Mr. Jarvis Allen, QC.
Oh, I know. Silks go with murder like steak goes with kidney. Now, this Jarvis Allen, QC, pretty competent sort of man, is he?
Well, I've only seen him on the bench.
On the what?
Your learned leader sits as recorder here. He gave a young tearaway in our office 3 years for a punch-up at the Grimble United ground.
Oh, there's no particular art involved in getting people into prison, Albert. How is he at keeping them out?
You tell us you remember nothing.
Jarvis Allen, QC, was a thin, methodical man with rimless glasses and a generally rimless appearance. He was addressing our client, a pleasant-looking woman, older than I'd expected. She sat in a corner of the prison interview room, quite composed and entirely silent.
It's the shock, you see, Mr. Allen. It's wiped out all her recollection.
Mrs. Freer, Tommy Pierce is prosecuting. Of course, I know him well. And if we went to see the judge, who's a perfectly reasonable fellow, I think there's a sporting chance. I'm making no promises, mind you. There's a sporting chance they might let us plead to manslaughter.
Much more agreeable doing 10 years for manslaughter than 10 for murder. Is that the choice you're offering?
I don't know if you've read the evidence, Rumpole. Our client was found with a gun in her hand.
A stupid place to have it if she'd actually planned the murder.
Rumpole, as I've had to tell Mrs. Freer very frankly, there is a clear admission of guilt, which is not disputed.
What she said to the stage doorman,
Mr. Croft.
I killed him. What could I do with him? Help me. You've read that, at least.
Oh, yes, I read it. That's the trouble.
What do you mean?
Well, I mean, the trouble is I read it. I didn't hear it. None of us did. And I don't suppose Mr. Croft had it spelled out to him with all the punctuation.
Really, Rumpole, I suppose they make jokes about murder cases in London.
Look, suppose our client said, I killed him. What could I do with him? Help me.
That's the reading.
What?
The reading of the line. Tell them that. Tell them how I said it.
Well, I'm afraid, dear lady, I shan't be able to tell them anything. And who am I, after all, but the aging juvenile? The reading of the line, as you call it, will have to come from your QC, Mr. Jarvis Allen, who is playing the lead. However, by the next morning there was a welcome development and a sudden change of cast. Morning, Mr. Handyside. Lovely day for a murder.
Oh, not too good, sir. The client's given Mr. Jarvis Allen, QC, the sack. Yes, she wants to be represented by you alone, sir. I'm not sure why that is.
Well, perhaps she thinks I'd be better cast.
Mr. Allen's none too pleased about it.
You're not going on with this case on your own, are you, Rumpole?
Well, I'm here to serve my client.
But I must say I take an extremely dim view of that.
Really?
An extremely dim view. On this circuit, we have a tradition of loyalty to our leaders.
Oh, it's a local custom.
Certainly it is. I can't imagine anyone on this circuit carrying on with a case after his leader had been sacked. It's not in the best traditions of the bar.
Yeah, loyalty to one's leader, yes, of course, that is extremely important. But one must consider the other great legal maxim, mustn't we?
What's that?
The show must go on. Now, excuse me, nice chatting to you, but things to do, old darling. Quite a number of things to do. Like a trial for murder.
Be upstanding in court.
My senior partner would like us to ask the judge for an adjournment, Mr. Rumpole, so we can approach another QC.
Don't cheer up, old darling. There's only one thing you need say to your senior partner.
What's that?
The Penge bungalow murders.
Put up Margaret Freer.
Yes, Mr. Pierce.
Tommy Pierce, QC, for the prosecution, had a large stomach decorated with a gold watch chain and heavy seals, and a voice like a huge slice of Yorkshire pudding.
May it please you, my lord, members of the jury, I appear in this case to prosecute with my learned friend, Mr. Roach. The prisoner, Margaret Freer, is represented by my learned friend, Mr. Horace Rumpole. Members of the jury. I don't know if any of you ladies and gentlemen will have actually attended performances at the Theatre Royal, but we'll all have passed it, going up the Makins Road in a trolleybus on the way to the Grimble football ground.
Who did this stand-up comic think he was, the Rob Wilton of the Northern Circuit?
You know where it is, members of the jury? Past the Snailsham roundabout, on the corner, opposite the old Britannia Hotel, where we've all celebrated many a win by Grimble United. In this case, members of the jury, we enter a different world, alien to most of us, the world of the show folk. They live a strange life, you may think, a life of make-believe. On the surface, everyone loves each other. You were wonderful, darling, said to men and women alike.
Should Rumpole heave himself to his hind legs and protest against this rubbish? No, Rumpole decided to sit still and assume a look of bored indifference.
This is not a case which depends on complicated evidence, members of the jury, or points of law. It simply amounts to this. The murder weapon, a revolver, was found in the defendant's hand as she stood over her husband's dead body. A bullet from that very weapon had penetrated the rib cage and entered the heart.
I think both of them were shouting.
Mr. Croft, the stage door man, was standing in the witness box in his best blue suit. The jury clearly liked him, just as they disliked the story he told.
And then, Mr. Croft?
I heard the second shot.
Did you go into the room?
It was a mess, a right mess. Glass broken, blood, and he was sprawled in the chair. I thought you were drunk for a moment, but he wasn't. And she had this pistol, like, in her hand, and she said...
Can you remember what she said?
Not too fast.
Mr. Justice Skilton was a kind and, on the whole, gentle figure. He had the roseate and weather-beaten complexion of a man who spends a good deal of his time dunging the roses in his Surrey garden.
Just follow his lordship's pencil, Mr. Croft.
And the judge was, worse luck, preparing himself to write it all down.
Oh, she said, I killed him. What could I do with him?
What did you understand that to mean?
My lord, it isn't what this witness understood it to mean, it's what the jury understand it to mean.
My lord, the witness was there. He could form his own conclusion.
Please, gentlemen, let's try and have no disagreements. At least not before luncheon. I think Mr. Croft may answer the question.
Oh, I understood her to mean she was fed up with him, and she didn't know what else to do.
But to kill him?
Yes, my lord.
Did she say anything else that you remember?
I think she said, help me.
Yes. Just wait there, will you, in case Mr. Rumpole has some questions?
Just a few, my lord. Mr. Croft, when you saw the deceased Freer slumped in the chair, your first thought was that he was drunk.
Oh, yes.
Had you seen him slumped in his chair, drunk in his dressing room on many occasions?
A few.
Quite a few?
Oh, yes.
After performances, he stayed on drinking in his dressing room?
Some nights.
Most nights?
Well, yes.
And most nights he'd be the worse for drink?
Some nights.
Did he ever celebrate with an evening of sobriety?
Oh, my lord.
Mr. Croft, when you came into the dressing room, the deceased Freer was the nearest to the door.
Yes.
About 2 or 3 feet away.
Aye, that's all.
My client was standing halfway down the room.
Yes.
Holding the gun.
He's told us that.
Now, the dressing room mirror stretches all the way along the wall.
Yes.
And it was broken at the far end, away from the door.
Yes.
Then, to have fired the bullet that broke that end of the glass, my client would have had to turn away from the deceased and shoot behind her back.
Surely, my lord, that's a question for the jury
to decide. The witness was there. He can form his own conclusions. Now, what's the answer?
Well, I suppose she would.
You suppose she would.
Wouldn't that depend, Mr. Rumpole, on where the deceased was at the time that particular shot was fired?
Exactly, my lord.
If your lordship pleases. Mr. Croft,
Perhaps we could now turn to the matter of what she said when you went into the room.
I can remember that perfectly.
Yeah, the words, yes, it's the reading that matters.
Of what, Mr. Rumpole?
The stress, my lord, the intonation. It's an expression used in show business.
Well, perhaps we should confine ourselves to expressions used in the law courts, Mr. Rumpole.
Yes, certainly, my lord. She said she'd killed him, and then, after a pause, what could I do with him? Help me.
Yes.
Meaning, what could I do with his dead body, and asking for your help?
My lord, that's surely
He
leading
was there. She never meant that she'd killed him because she didn't know what to do with him.
Well, what's the answer, Mr. Croft? Did she?
I can't be sure how she said it, my lord.
Well, perhaps we'll break off there. 2:10, members of the jury.
Be upstanding in court.
Mr. Rumpole.
Yes?
A little gnome-like man wearing a bow tie came bouncing up to me. He had the sort of smiling, expressionless face you see on a ventriloquist's doll, but his boot-black hair looked as if it had been dyed.
My name's Danny Derwent. I'm the director of the Grimble Players.
Oh.
I just wanted to thank you for what you're doing for Maggie. Maggie's so wonderful. Such truthfulness, such sincerity.
Well, I'm glad you told me that, Mr. Derwent.
And your performance, Mr. Rumpole, out of this world.
Oh. Well, thank you. Thank you very much.
What I admired, sir, was the timing. The pause before you started cross-examination.
Pause?
You took a beat of 9. I counted it.
9
seconds.
Did I? Did I really?
Built up tension, of course. I could see what you were after. You really must let me know if you ever want a job in rep.
Have you any questions, Mr. Rumpole?
Just a few, my lord. Mr. Alan Copeland.
2, 3, 4. It's the timing, old dog. The pause. 7, 8, 9. Now.
You are an actor in the Grimble Repertory Company?
Yes.
Mr. Copeland was the juvenile lead, a pleasant young man in a dark suit and tie, good witness box costume. He seemed friendly.
You knew that the deceased G.P. Freer owned a revolver?
Yes. He was in a spy film, and it was one of the props. He bought it.
But it was more than a bit of scenery. It was a real revolver.
Unfortunately, yes.
And he had a license for it?
Oh, yes. He joined the Grimble Rifle and Pistol Club and used to shoot at targets. I think he fancied himself as James Bond or something.
As James who?
A character in fiction, my lord, a person licensed to kill. He also spends a great deal of his time sleeping with air hostesses.
Mr. Rumpole, we have quite enough to do in this case dealing with questions of fact.
No.
I suggest we leave the world of fiction outside the court with our overcoats.
Miss Kirsten Hope, why were you waiting at the stage door?
Miss Hope turned her large ingenue eyes on the jury and gave her evidence in a whisper, which must have made her unintelligible to audiences at the Theatre Royal.
Somehow, I can never bear to leave. After the show's over, I can never bear to go. I suppose I just love the theatre.
Or do you just love Mr. G.P. Freer? You waited for him every night, didn't you? He left his wife at the stage door and took you home?
Sometimes.
You're dropping your voice, Miss Hope.
Sometimes, my lord.
Every night?
Most nights, yes.
Thank you, Miss Hope. Mrs. Freer, you'll be giving evidence this morning. Just tell the jury what you can now remember.
Yes. You see, I can remember quite a lot when I'm working with someone sympathetic.
Huh.
Is my costume right? I mean the dress.
Oh, absolutely right.
I hoped you'd think so. I wore it in time in the Conways.
Now, listen to the questions. Answer them as shortly as you can. Every word to that North Country comedian for the prosecution is giving him a present. Just stick to the facts. And not a word of criticism of the dear departed.
You want them to like me?
Well, they shouldn't find that too difficult. Now, I want you to be yourself.
No, you don't. You want me to be an ordinary North Country housewife, spending just another ordinary day on trial for murder.
Oh, naturally you're nervous. Well, time to go.
Bloody sick to the stomach every time I go on.
Good luck.
We never say good luck. It's bad luck to say good luck. We say break a leg.
Break a leg. Mrs. Freer, just keep your voice up, will you, so all the members of the jury can hear you? Now, did your husband, G.P. Freer, ever say anything to you about another woman?
He told me he was very much in love with Kirsten.
With Miss Hope?
Yes, with Kirsten Hope. And that he wanted her to play Amanda.
Oh, that's the leading lady?
Yes.
And what was to happen to you?
He wanted me to leave the company, to go to London. He never wanted to see me again.
And what did you say to that?
I said I was terribly unhappy about Kirsten, naturally.
Just tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what happened next.
He said it didn't matter what I said. He was going to get rid of me. He opened the drawer of the dressing room table.
He was standing then?
I would say staggering.
Yes. And then?
He took out his revolver.
Oh, this one?
I think so.
What effect did it have on you when you first saw it?
I was terrified.
Did you know it was there?
No, I had no idea.
And then?
Then, he seemed to be getting ready to fire the gun.
You mean you heard the safety catch?
Millard, yes. Please don't lead, Mr. Rumpole.
I think that's what happened. Naturally, I was terrified. He was waving the gun. He didn't seem to be able to hold it straight. Then there was a terrible explosion. I remember glass and dust everywhere.
Who fired that first shot, Mrs. Freer?
My husband. I think...
Yes?
I think he was trying to kill me. After that first shot, I saw him getting ready to fire again.
Did he raise...
Please don't lead, Mr. Rumpole.
Oh, do sit still, Tommy. Your act comes later.
He was raising the gun.
Yes, go on.
I was trying to stop him. I got hold of his hand to push the gun away. I pushed it back. I think I must have forced back his finger on the trigger. There was another terrible noise. I never meant...
When Mr. Croft came in, you said you'd killed your husband.
Yes, I had. By accident.
What else did you say?
Well, I think I said, what could I do with him? I meant, how could I help him, of course.
And you asked Mr. Croft to help you?
Yes.
It was time for the curtain line. Mrs. Freer, did you ever at any time have any intention of killing your husband?
Never.
Don't distress yourself. Usher, a glass of water, please.
Thank you, my lord.
Bloody play acting.
In an hour or two, members of the jury, this case will be over. We'll go home and forget all about this little theatre and the angry drunken actor and his wretched infidelities.
Now, this case has only been a few days out of your lives. But for the lady I have the honour to represent, all her life hangs in the balance. Is that life to be broken? And is she to go down in darkness and disgrace? Or can she go back into the glowing light of her world to bring us all joy and entertainment and laughter once again? Ask yourselves that question, members of the jury. And when you ask it, you know there can only be one answer. There's nothing I hate more than waiting for a jury to come back. You smoke too much and drink too many cups of coffee. Your hands sweat and you can't do or think of anything else. All you can do is to pay a courtesy visit to the cells to prepare for the worst.
This is the bad part, isn't it? Like waiting for the notices to come out.
Now, if they find you guilty of manslaughter...
Only that?
Oh, that at the worst. I think I've got the facts for mitigation, but I'd just like to get the history clear. Now, you and G.P. Freer started this theatrical company together, hmm?
It was my money, every bloody penny of it.
I looked at her in some surprise. There was a hard, tough note in her voice, and her face was set in a look which was something like hatred. I don't think we need to go into the financial side.
Do you know what that idiotic manager we had then did? He gave GP a contract worth 50% of the profits for an investment on nothing and a talent which stopped short of being able to pour a drink out and say a line at the same time. Anyway, I never paid his percentage. We won't need to say that, will we?
No.
50% of 10 years' work. He reckoned he was owed round £50,000. He was going to sue us and bankrupt the company.
Look, I don't think you need to tell me any more. I screwed the top back on my fountain pen. Perhaps she'd told me too much already.
So don't feel too badly, will you? If we're not a hit.
I stood up and pulled out my watch. I felt an urgent need to get out of the cell. They should be back soon now.
It's all a game to you, isn't it? All a wonderful game of let's pretend. The costume, the bows, the little jokes. You're a marvellous performer, Mr. Rumpole. Now, don't let anyone tell you different.
Look, it's not a question of performance.
Isn't it?
Of course it isn't. The jury are now weighing the facts, doing their best to discover where the truth lies. Or at least deciding if the prosecution have proved their case.
Oh, I'm tired. Worn out. With so much acting. I tell you, in the theatre, we haven't got time for all that. We've got our living to do.
I think they want you upstairs now. Ready, love?
Yes, thank you, Elsie. I'm quite ready now.
You did it, Mr. Rumpole. My senior partner will be over the moon about this one. Alone and without a leader. It's the Penge Bungalow murders job all over again.
Is it, Mr. Handyside? In that case, I wasn't defending an actress.
Triumph, my dear. A total triumph. Congratulations.
You told me she was truthful.
I meant her acting. That's quite truthful. Not to be faulted. That's all I meant.
Well, congratulations, Rumpole. That was a bloody good win.
Oh, was it, Pierce? I hope so.
Coming to the circuit dinner tonight?
Tonight?
You'll enjoy it. We've got some pretty decent claret in the mess.
If my judgment hadn't been weakened by exhaustion, I would never have agreed to the circuit dinner, which took place in a private room at the Majestic Hotel. All the gang were there: Skelton J, Tommy Pierce, his junior Roach, and my one-time leader Jarvis Allen, QC. The food was indifferent, the claret bad. And when the port was passed, the leader of the circuit, an elderly silk who was called Mr. Senior, addressed young Roach.
Mr. Junior, in the matter of Rumpole.
Mr. Senior, I shall read the indictment.
I realized then that I'd been tricked. I was mad to give myself up to the tender mercies of this savage northerly circuit. Rumpole was on trial.
Count 1. Deserting his learned leader in the hour of his need. That is to say, on the occasion of his leader having been given the sack, Rumpole stayed on.
5 minutes having elapsed since the loyal toast, you may now smoke.
The said Rumpole did add to the seriousness of the offence by proceeding to win the case in the absence of his learned leader.
Rumpole, have you anything to say by way of mitigation?
Well, the show had to go on.
What did Rumpole say?
But what sort of a show is it? Have you considered what we're doing to our clients? Seeing they wear ties, keep their hands out of their pockets, call the judge my lord, generally behave like grocers at a funeral. And what do we tell them? To say nothing which might upset a jury of lay preachers, and look enormously grateful for the trouble everyone's taking to bang you up in the neck. And what do we find out about our clients in all these trials? Do we ever get a fleeting glimpse of the truth?
Time's up.
All right, the performance is over.
Rumpole, your mitigation has, of course, merely added to the seriousness of the offence. By winning your case, you showed a total disregard for the feelings of an extremely sensitive silk. The least sentence I can pass is a fine of 12 bottles of claret. Have you a checkbook handy?
Members of the mess will now entertain the company in a song.
No, really. Are you sure? I'm looking on the road to Mandalay, where the old Platina
As I wrote out the cheque, I wasn't really listening. £36. I'd had quite enough of show business.
That was Maurice Denham as Rumpole in The Showfolk. Mr. Justice Skelton was played by Derek Farr, Tommy Pierce, Peter Woodthorpe, Jarvis Allen, Jonathan Scott, Mr. Handyside, Hector Ross, Mr. Senior, John Church, Kirsten Hope, Diana Bishop, Danny Derwent, Alec Bragonzi, Alan Copeland, Robin Brown, Mr. Croft, Steve Hodson, and Maggie Freer, Margaret Robertson. Rumpole and the Showfolk was written by John Mortimer and directed by Ian Cottrell.
The splendours and miseries of an Old Bailey hack.
Some cases of Horace Rumpole, barrister at law, as told to and written down by John Mortimer, with Maurice Denham as Rumpole and Margot Boyd as Hilda. Rumpole and the Fascist Beast.
We want them to be thoroughly at home. In their own homes, ladies and gentlemen, not in ours. We want the African Piccadilly to be happy under the skies of Africa. We want the Indian to have equal opportunity in Delhi and Calcutta. And we want the native Englishman, my friends, to be able to walk the streets of Acton and Brixton and Lewisham without fear of assault by armed bands of black brigands. My friends, I am often asked, what is the answer to the terrible problems that face this old country of ours? I say this to you, my friends. The answer is blood.
Britain First Party Rally in Brixton ran the headlines in the Times next day. Clashes with the New Socialists, a candidate arrested. The news was bad. We seemed to have been whisked back to the 30s, the bad old days. I knew what was going to happen next. Gas masks, call-up, dried eggs, Dame Vera Lynn, J.B. Priestley on the wireless, the RAF ground staff. Oh, surely I was too old for the RAF ground staff. But in the course of time there came about not the return of World War II, but another case for Rumpole, and the arrival of a new face in our nest of barristers at Equity Court in the Temple.
Is this Mr. Rumpole's chambers?
Yes. You want Rumpole?
My name is Khan.
Henry!
Lutuf Ali Khan. I'm Mr. Rumpole's new pupil.
Oh, Philly, we must grab a sandwich in Pomeroy's tonight. The opera begins at 7:30.
Oh, yeah. Righto.
Yes, I'll keep Mr. Featherstone free from his parliament.
Yeah,
I was thinking in terms of 1,000.
with the mail.
Oh, just a minute. Mr. Khan, Mr. Rumpole's in an urgent conference just now.
But Mr. Horace Rumpole told me to be here at 9:30 on the dot, no matter what happened.
700, could I? Yes, all right. Yeah, I'll meet you then. Thank you, Miss Robbins.
Yes. Oh, how thrilling. This is thrilling to have a chance of pupillage in the chambers of Horace Rumpole, the legend of the criminal bar of England. I expect to pick up hundreds of red-hot tips from the whole lot of you.
Well, we'll do our best to help.
Thank you. You are on the secretarial side?
Miss Phillida Trant is a very rising young barrister.
Oh, gosh.
Mr. Rumpole? Is Mr. Khan to see you? Yes, I'll bring him along.
The great fraternity of the bar. Truly, it embraces all sorts of conditions of men. And women, also.
Just come this way, will you, Mr. Khan?
Yes.
Lutuf Khan's arrival produced varied reactions among the members of our chambers.
Well, I don't see very clearly. It gets so dark in the mornings, but was that fellow some sort of Babu?
Indian, I'd say, Uncle Tom.
I suppose he'll pick our brains here and then go out and become Prime Minister of somewhere. Do very nicely out of it.
What on earth does Rumpole think he's up to?
What do you mean, Claude?
Well, taking a pupil without going through the pupillage committee.
You mean taking that pupil, don't you?
Philly, for all I know, whatever his name is, Khan may be a perfectly sound fellow. But... Philly, what I mean is...
I know perfectly well what you mean.
Don't forget ballo in maschera.
Stuff the masked ball!
Being in the middle of a difficult conference, I was delighted to see my new pupil. Khan, my dear fellow, you come warmly recommended from the inn, an apt pupil. Ready to start work, are you?
As soon as you say so, Mr. Horace Rumpole. I am mustard keen, I must say.
Ah, that's the ticket. Now, this is the clown, Mr... Captain Rex Parkin. And young Simmons, our instructing solicitor, my new pupil.
Lutf Ali Khan, at your service, Captain.
Yes, well, why not sit down here, dear boy? Learn to take notes. I never have.
I would like to stress, Mr. Rumpole, this is a confidential matter.
No, don't mind Khan. It's the only thing to do with pupils. Throw them into the deep end. You know what we have here, Khan?
Yes.
Now, a nasty charge under the Race Relations Act. Now, let's see what I know about our client. Captain Rex Parkin, ex-Pay Corps, served overseas.
I served my country as best I could, given my medical condition.
Oh, yes, flat feet. Captain Rex Parkin was a middle-aged, humourless man who wore a neat blue suit, Pay Corps tie, a sparse sandy moustache, and the expression of someone prepared to die for his cause. I went on reading his statement. Flat feet? Oh, don't worry. I was in the RAF ground staff. We both avoided the temptations of heroism. Worked after demobilization, selling worldwide encyclopedia. Married for 25 years to Mavis Parkin. Owns his own bungalow. Mandalay, Durbar Lane, Bexley Heath. Employed since 1958 as a clerk in the southeast area gas board.
Captain Parkin wishes it to be known that he is absolutely sincere.
Ah, yes, but unfortunately that isn't a defence in law. I've known quite a number of very genuine robbers. They sincerely wanted to be rich. When you look at the depositions, they've really got very little against you. Some extremely ill-chosen words. They could be ambiguous. The answer is blood.
Mr. Rumpole, on the question of sentence...
Sorry? You want to know what you might be in for?
The maximum, if you please, sir.
2 years imprisonment, or a fine, or both. Section 6 of the 1978 Act.
And still they gazed, and still the wonder grew that one small head could carry all he knew. You see what a huge advantage a pupil is, Captain? Well, now you know the worst.
I want you to ask for it.
What?
I intend in the trial, sir, to behave as Gandhi did before the district magistrate in Ahmedabad. I intend to argue for the maximum sentence.
Excuse me, Captain, but wasn't the Mahatma of foreign extraction?
One can learn, at times, sir, from the enemy. Mr. Gandhi asked for life imprisonment. It was the best way he could serve his cause, as a martyr.
Well, I suppose I have a cause, too, of a sort. I defend people. I don't think I could ask a judge to send a client of mine to prison. It's against my religion.
Then, sir, I'm wasting your time. I'll conduct my own case. I presume I'm entitled to do that.
Oh, it's a free world, for the moment.
Captain Parkin... He's a fool, Mr. Rumpole, if he won't take your advice.
Oh, it's his affair entirely. Our prison system's open to all, old darling, regardless of creed or colour.
We've called in on you in your own home, Rex.
As representing the committee of the Britain First Party, the South Eastern Division.
We want you to fight this case tooth and nail, Rex.
The only way that I can serve the cause is as a martyr.
The cause doesn't want you in jail, Rex. The cause needs you for the election.
We got you a good criminal lawyer, Rex.
Mr. Rumpole appeared to have no sympathy with our beliefs. And he has an immigrant pupil.
Oh, very cunning, that. Show the jury we're not racialist.
Coffee, everyone?
Oh, thank you. You want him to fight this case, don't you, Mrs. Parkin?
Fight the case? That's up to the captain. Sugar, Mr. Wolseley?
No, thank you, dear. I'm sweet enough already. The leader has let it be known privately he wants this case fought all the way.
So that it has the force of an order?
Well, you can put it like that, Rex.
Then, naturally, I shall do my best to carry out the leader's orders. To the letter.
A fine old English gentleman, our Rex.
Oh, yes. One of the old school, our Captain Parkin.
Not quite with it, would you say?
Not quite up to the needs of the times.
Not quite up to the position of chairman of the South East Area Party.
Rex Parkin's got a good deal of support all the same with the rank and file. Among the thicks.
I can see him losing that if he manages to wriggle out of this charge with the help of some clever dick liberal lawyer. How would that be seen, Sidney? Among the thicks?
It would be seen as deserting his post when under fire. It would be seen as bloody yellow behaviour, if you want to know the truth, Clifford.
I suppose that could lead to a vacancy as chairman of the South East Area. A power vacuum, would you call it?
A vacuum that you are highly qualified to fill, Cliff Worsley.
The evening came when I took Mr. Khan home to meet my wife Hilda and her roast. She who must be obeyed didn't actually scream or send for the police when she clapped eyes on my pupil, but she looked severely shaken, and the atmosphere around the festive board was somewhat tense.
Oh, I forgot, Mr. Khan. Can you eat beef?
Oh, of course he can, Hilda. What do you think? He'd be afraid it was a reincarnation of his grandmother.
Really, Rumpole?
No, don't worry, dear boy. We got it at the supermarket.
Roast beef of old England. Perfectly fine. Suits me down to the ground.
Good. Some wine.
No, thank you.
Huh? Oh, come along. If you're starting a career at the bar, we've got to introduce you to the delights of Chateau Fleet Street.
Well, if you insist, Mr. Rumpole. Just a sniff time.
Oh. It's very hot in here, Hilda. You've turned the place into a hothouse at Kew.
Don't you find England very cold, Mr. Khan?
No, I assure you. It is much colder in the Punjab in winter.
Oh.
Wasn't your Auntie Fran in the Punjab, Hilda?
Oh, that was in the old days. The British Raj, you know.
All gone now, Khan. Much to the regret of our client, Captain Parkin. Lo, all the pomp of yesterday is one with Nineveh and Tyre. Kipling.
Of course.
My uncle was district railway officer.
Yes.
Percy Whiston. I wonder if you ever met him.
Rather before my time, I'm afraid, Mrs. Rumpole. All the same, we had some sensible fellows in the government then. Not these silly asses we get today.
Oh, do you really think so?
But they are your own silly asses, isn't that the point?
Oh, yes, but they make us blush sometimes.
Well, here's to your future at the bar.
How can I go wrong? With such a distinguished teacher as Mr. Horace Rumpole.
A distinguished teacher?
Oh, gosh, yes, Mrs. Rumpole. Your husband's bound to end up seated on bench, at least at circuit judge level.
Rumpole, do you hear that?
Never in a million years.
I have been thinking, if you would take a bit of prosecution work, Mr. Rumpole. That seems to be the path to the bench nowadays.
Mr. Khan, that's exactly what I'm always telling him.
No. I don't fancy the idea of people locked up with their chamber pots. Not for years on end, anyway. I wouldn't like to cross-examine them into it, and I don't want to sentence them to it, either.
You know, Mrs. Rumpole, I don't entirely agree with my learned pupil master.
Oh, really?
There are 2 dreadful Pakistani students in my digs, and I can swear they stole my transistor radio. I'd send them inside double quick.
Mr. Khan. Oh, dear.
What?
I've forgotten the horseradish sauce. Silly me. Just wait there a minute.
Oh, it's all right, Hilda. We're not going anywhere. Well, Khan, life at the bar will hold no further terrors for you.
What do you mean, Mr. Rumpole?
Well, the Lord Chief, the Court of Appeal, the House of Lords, the Uxbridge magistrates. They'll all be child's play, like shooting fish in a water butt. Now you've dealt with the Ayatollah in so masterly a fashion.
With the Ayatollah?
With my wife. She who must be obeyed.
I honestly think Mrs. Rumpole has a point, though, sir. You should think in terms of a judgeship in the years to come.
Be a judge? Never in a million years.
Miss Phillida Trant, the Portia of our chambers.
Hello, Rumpole.
Are you prosecuting me in the race relations case?
That's right. What's our judge like?
Jimmy Jameson? Oh, I was at school with him.
Oh.
Linklaters, a wind-blasted penal colony on the Norfolk coast, where 13-year-olds fought for the radiators, tried to hide the lumpy porridge and letters from home. Jimmy was a small, trembling child from Scotland. Wore a chest protector, was incredibly mean about his tack.
Well, let's hope he's tough enough to enforce the Race Relations Act. Really, you of all people, defending a fascist beast, Rumpole?
Why me of all people? I'm a follower of Monsieur Alloway.
Voltaire?
Yes, I disagree with everything you say, but I will defend to the death your right to say it. Now, this broken window of the grocer's shop, Inspector.
Yes?
You have no way of knowing if the perpetrator of that act had heard my client's oration, had you?
No, sir.
It might have been done by anyone at all.
Yes, it might.
A destructive schoolboy.
Let us hope he was not at Linklater's, Mr. Rumpole.
If your lordship pleases. Well?
Perhaps.
Now, you say my client said something about blood.
Yes. The answer is blood. I couldn't hear all that clearly.
Ah, exactly. The rival factions were yelling their heads off. So he might have said, the answer is in the blood.
Oh, really? If my learned friend thinks there is any difference...
Let me instruct my learned friend. If he said the answer is the blood, it might well be an incitement to violence.
I'm glad my learned friend at least appreciates the point of the prosecution case.
But if he said the answer is in the blood, he was merely referring to some supposed difference in racial characteristics. And the remark was quite innocuous.
There is a clear distinction, is there not, Miss Trent?
If your lordship pleases.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, let me introduce you to a dreamer. Now, he doesn't dream of money or women. He dreams of the ancient days of the British Raj, Captain Rex Parkin. It's true he's an ex-captain of the Pay Corps. True that he's never been further east, as far as I know, than a day trip to Boulogne. The closest he's got to India is the weekly night out he has with his mem sar, Mrs. Mavis Parkin, in the Star of Asia curry house in Bexley. But Captain Rex Parkin, dreaming away amongst his old bound copies of the boy's own paper, fancies himself as an officer of the British Raj. The Union Jack flies daily over his bungalow, Mandalay, number 12 Durbar Lane, and is solemnly lowered every evening at sunset. Hardly appropriate dreams are they for 1978, when you could hardly call out the Bengal Lancers to subdue a spot of trouble on the Ealing frontier, or ride out by elephant to accept the surrender of the Maharaja of Muswell Hill. The jury were laughing, which was exactly my intention. But when I glanced at my client, Captain Rex Parkin, in the dock, he was glowering furiously and might, if it hadn't been for his pronounced sense of discipline, have risen to protest. I swept on hurriedly with my closing speech. Is this a free country, members of the jury? Is this a country where Captain Parkin and other eccentrics can flourish in all their dottiness? I may not agree with Captain Parkin's words. It's very easy to believe in free speech for those we agree with. But someone, a wise Frenchman, once gave us the answer. I disagree with everything you say, but I will defend to the death your right to say it.
What the defendant is alleged to have said, members of the jury, is that most of us are happier in our own homes. You may have heard the old saying, my heart's in the Highlands, my home isn't here. I myself am a native of another country, members of the jury. I was born in Kirkcudbrightshire. Often I have said in the bustle of London's traffic, I long for the peace of the little village I came from, and where I hope in my retirement to return. I don't suppose I'd be in the least upset if anyone said that about me. Nor would I take offence if he said I have different blood in my veins, the blood of the clan Jameson of the Glen. I don't think I can help you any further, ladies and gentlemen. You will go out and consider your verdict.
Do you find Reginald Maxwell Parkin guilty or not guilty?
Not guilty, my lord.
Shame! And that is the verdict of you all?
It is, my lord.
Very well. The defendant may be discharged, with a word of warning. Just be careful how you express your views in public. They may be misunderstood. I will rise now.
Captain Parkin looked at me with his strangely colourless eyes standing like a ramrod in his parody of a military bearing, and said something to me which I shall not quickly forget.
May God forgive you, Mr. Rumpole. I certainly shan't.
Silence, please, gentlemen, for Clifford Worsley.
In a pitiful attempt to save his own skin, Rex Parkin showed the yellow streak, gentlemen. He allowed his barrister, in a so-called court of law, to pour scorn on the party, to make us a laughing-stock at the Old Bailey and in the national press. Therefore, I beg to move, Sidney, as Deputy Chairman, and gentlemen, that Rex Parkin, having proved himself unworthy of the high office we have entrusted to him, be removed as Chairman of the South East Area Party.
And I beg to propose Clifford Worsley for the chair. Does any gentleman second?
I second.
Have you anything to say, Rex?
No. No. Nothing to say.
Will all those in favour please indicate in the usual manner? Carried by an overwhelming majority.
Meeting over, Rex?
Yes, dear. The meeting's over.
Did they all congratulate you on winning the case?
Not exactly.
Oh. Want a coffee, Rex?
Not now, dear. I'm just going upstairs.
We were all together for a chambers meeting when Miss Trant, our Portia, congratulated me.
That was a remarkable win you had, Rumpole, in our race relations case.
Well, not a complete triumph. There's a motion before Parliament to censure the judge, and my client shot himself.
What?
May I have your attention?
Oh, sorry, Guthrie.
The departure of George Frobisher to the Circuit Court bench has left something of a gap in chambers.
Yeah.
Clearly, we need a new tenant.
Clearly.
What do we need?
A new tenant, Uncle Tom.
Erskine Brown will remind us of the candidates. There seem to be two main contenders.
Yes. Well, we have had an application from Owen Glendower Jones.
Oh.
He wants to move up to London. He has a very sound practice in Wales. Apparently, he'll bring us a large number of Welsh solicitors.
That's what I'm afraid of.
Oh, really, Rumpole?
Well, I'm sorry, I forgot about the Race Relations Act.
And the other candidate is Rumpole's pupil, Ludov Khan.
Ah, yes. Well, this Khan chappie does represent something of a special case.
Oh, yes. I was a special case, wasn't I?
Philip, please.
No one wanted a woman. Had this extraordinary difficulty getting hold of the key of the loo. And Henry had to go through the embarrassment of explaining that the barrister he was sending out to the Hendon County Court might turn out to be a woman.
Oh,
now he'll have to explain that he's a... Oh, well, what do you want me to say? Tinted gentleman. Doesn't matter how good we are, we start out with a built-in handicap, and that's what you mean by a special case, isn't it?
As a matter of fact, what I meant was, we are under a good deal of pressure from the Bar Council. I also happen to know the views of the Lord Chancellor's office. Keith's tremendously keen on places being found in chambers for overseas applicants.
Well, I wouldn't, speaking for myself, be influenced by the wishes of the Bar Council, or even the Lord Chancellor's office.
I'm sure you wouldn't.
I have given a certain amount of paperwork to Khan, and I did happen to be in Bow Street waiting when I heard him do a prosecution. In my opinion, Ludov Khan would make a useful and hard-working member of chambers.
Oh, thank you, Claude.
Ah, thank you, Erskine Brown. Yes, thanks for your contribution. Well, now, suppose we take a vote. All those in favour of the candidacy of Owen Glendower Jones?
Is that the darkie?
No, Uncle Tom.
Ah, my dear fellow, my dear Khan, I think I have some good news for you at last.
Ah!
We've just had a discussion of your candidacy for a seat in Chambers,
Yes?
and I'm delighted to tell you you're in.
No!
It's difficult to believe, eh?
The truth is, oh gosh, I don't want to offend Mr. Featherstone, and I have enjoyed it here. But no. No, I don't want to stay in these chambers.
You don't what?
I am more interested in prosecuting, Mr. Rumpole. As you know, I'm most keen to see that some of these terrible fellows get their comeuppance.
Yes, but Khan, you can get prosecution briefs here. I don't do them.
Careless driving, Mr. Rumpole. Take and drive away. Small potatoes. I'm after the bigger fish.
Oh, yes, and where exactly are you going to put down your nets?
I'm offered a place in a Treasury Council's chambers. We have a direct line there to the Director of Public Prosecutions. With great respect, it doesn't seem to me that you fellows have too much contact with the powers that be.
Huh?
I'm sorry, Mr. Rumpole. I have admired your way of doing cases. It's your technique to laugh at them, isn't it? I suppose that's what Captain Rex Parkin found a bit too much to bear.
I wouldn't have thought you'd feel that Captain Parkin was a great loss to society.
It is what is coming after him. That's what makes me feel so nervous.
Well, it's your decision, Khan. You must do exactly what you think best, but you've got it quite wrong if you think this Chambers has no connection with the powers that be. Now, I have a letter here, an invitation to the Lord Chancellor's office for a little chat with old Keith. Must mean they're going to offer me a circuit judgeship.
But you'd never accept that?
Of course I wouldn't. Poor old George Frobisher, I really pitied him. It's a lousy job being a judge. No friends, no real mates, no companionable jars at the end of the day in Pomeroy's wine bar. Anyway, who wants to judge people? What can you say? You will go to prison for 2 years, and but for the grace of God, Horace Rumpole goes with you. All the same, I suppose I might have a bit of fun on the circuit bench. Casting doubt on the police evidence, keeping poor blighters out of prison. And there's the pension, of course. The pension might come in very useful. Yes, it might be a bit of fun to accept a circuit judgeship. I've been thinking it over most carefully, Keith. Oh, I've got a light.
Oh, yeah. Thank you.
Right.
Thank you.
And I'm not totally opposed to the suggestion.
Oh, good. That's very good. Judge Jameson said you might be interested.
He said that?
Yes. Oh, pity about Jimmy. Pity he put his foot in it.
Well, one does have to be rather careful what one says on the bench.
I'm so glad you agree.
No, I've thought a lot about it, but the fact is I get rather tired these days. Not quite so young as I was, of course. Slogging from the sessions to the Bailey and out to Chelmsford. Plays hell with the back.
Well, and I hope you'll have time for this job.
Well, of course. 10 till 4, no homework. It's wonderful.
Well, it shouldn't take as long as that.
What won't?
Well, this little job I have in mind. Let me explain.
Well, of course, I can get used to it.
Oh, I'm sure you can. After all, you were at Linklaters, weren't you?
But is that a qualification?
Well, didn't Jimmy Jameson make it clear? We wanted you to take over as secretary of the old Linklaters at the Bar Society, the OLBS. We dine once a year, you know, in the Connaught Rooms. Oh, come on, Rumpole. We old members of school have got to stick together.
So that's what he wanted to see me about. I'm not going to be a judge after all.
That was Maurice Denham as Rumpole and Margot Boyd as Hilda in The Fascist Beast. Judge Jameson was played by John Bott, Uncle Tom, Patrick Barr, Guthrie Featherstone, Michael Spice, Erskine Brown, Brian Carroll, Miss Trant, Amanda Murray, Henry, Hayden Wood, Simmons, Anthony Hyde, Lutuf Khan, Saeed Jaffrey, Mr. Keith, Lockwood West, Clifford Worsley, Gordon Reed, Sidney Cox, Sean Probert, Mavis Parkin, Peggy Page, Inspector Leonard Fenton, and Captain Rex Parkin, Jack May. Rumpole and the Fascist Beast was written by John Mortimer and directed by Ian Cottrell.
Tomorrow there's a case of mistaken identity for Rumpole to work out.
But first on 7, life according to an old bloke in a dusty wig. Nothing to do with Bruce Forsyth. This is all about crime and a career at the bar, or more specifically today, a set to at an off licence. Definitely a case for Rumpole.
Rumpole.
The splendours and miseries of an Old Bailey hack.
Some cases of Horace Rumpole, barrister at law, as told to and written down by John Mortimer, with Maurice Denham as Rumpole. Rumpole and the Case of Identity.
Have you seen this man? And were you in Darjeeling Road, Walthamstow, around 8:45 on Tuesday, March the 4th? The police want to interview a tall, well-built man, long sideburns, who was wearing a tartan cap when the manager of an off-licence was attacked. Now, here's a case of stolen jewellery.
Oh, right, lad.
Where the thieves...
One for the road?
Not really, it's the wife. Bet he'll be waiting.
Eagerly, eh? Give old Freddie's love to the little lady.
This Albright minicars.
Albright will see you right. I'm Freddie Albright, the governor.
You an employee named Anstey, David Anstey?
Oh, this is Dave. What's all this about?
You Anstey?
What about it?
Anstey, I'm arresting you, and you will be charged with wounding
What are you talking
with
about?
intent to commit grievous bodily harm on Patrick Feenan, manager of the Darjeeling Road off licence on the night of March the 4th last.
Me? I
Come
was
on.
never near the place.
Get your
Hey,
Don't
look
worry,
here.
mate, don't worry. Freddie Albright will see you right.
The case of the off-licence stabbing turned entirely on a question of identity. And when I saw Dave Anstey in Brixton Prison, he seemed optimistic about his chances.
Would I wear a tartan cap, Mr. Rumpole? Would I? Not if I was going to cut up some geezer in an off-licence, unless I wanted to be recognised.
Well, unless someone wanted you to be recognised.
I'm not worried, Mr. Rumpole. I'm just not worried at all. I'm in the clear.
Now, this alibi of yours, it entirely depends on the evidence of your governor, Mr. Albright.
Yeah, I come back from a trip to Wembley, then Freddie took me for a curry.
Well, how can he fix the date?
It was the evening before his wedding anniversary. He'd got Mrs. Albright a gift.
What exactly?
It was an evening bag, highly tasteful, for his ladies' night down the Masons. He even showed it to me. Look, Mr. Rumpole, when's this job in the off-licence meant to have been done, eh?
8:45.
Right you are. 8:45 on the 4th of March, I was with Freddie Albright. He was having a go at the tandoori chicken and he was showing me this tasteful evening bag. It's cast iron, my alibi.
I'm not sure that I like cast-iron alibis. They're the sort that sink the quickest to the bottom of the sea. A couple of weeks later, I was working late on Dave Anstey's case in Chambers and studying this strangely anonymous identikit photograph the police had issued. Was this the face that launched 1,000 ships and did the stabbing in the Walthamstow off-licence, I wondered? I was interrupted by an excited barrister.
Rumpole. Oh, are you burning the midnight oil?
Erskine Brown. Claude, look, I've got a case tomorrow that turns on identity. Now, how would you describe me exactly?
You? Why, for goodness sake?
Describe Rumpole as you saw him going into Chambers this morning. Are you sure you did see me go into Chambers this morning? Can you swear you're not mistaken?
Of course I saw you coming into Chambers. Look, Rumpole...
Yeah, but how did you know it was me?
Well, it looked like you. Short and fat.
You mean, you're well filled out, generously proportioned, comfortable?
No, fat.
Are you sure it was me?
Of course it was you, Rumpole. It had your muffler and your dreadful old hat on.
My old hat on, exactly. You recognise the hat.
Rumpole, will you come and look at this? There's something very odd going on down the passage, in Guthrie Featherstone's room.
Is he working late too?
No, he's not. But there's a light on under the door. And when I knocked, no one answered.
Erskine Brown became so insistent that I had to humour him. So off we set to the room of our learned head of chambers, Guthrie Featherstone, QC MP.
You see, the door's locked.
Featherstone always locks his door. He's afraid people will come in and read his All England law reports and pinch his paper clips.
Don't be frivolous, Rumpole. It's a question of chambers security. You see, the light's on inside.
Yes, my God, you're right. Why are we whispering? Shh.
Listen.
There was a small sound, only a whisper, like an intake of breath. Or perhaps it was only the sigh of the old building sinking into the ground.
Didn't you hear something?
Mice.
What?
No, these old places are overrun with mice.
No, it was a sound more like giggling.
Well, even mice can enjoy a joke occasionally. You've been working too hard, Claude. At the time of this night of adventure, a second typist had joined our clerk's room. She was a fairly personable young lady named Angela, who read Time Out and wore an American combat shirt of the sort that might have been bought second-hand from some Vietnam veteran. She had strong political views, as Erskine Brown discovered when he asked her to do some typing for him.
Ah, Angela, I wonder if you could spare me a second of your valuable time.
You want that typed out?
If you would be so good. Are you sure you can read it?
Whereas the plaintiffs, the Gargantua Trust Company Limited, are landlords of the said premises.
Brilliant, you can read it.
And the defendant is in default of rent to the extent of £206.13p. Notice to quit having been given. Whose side are we on?
We are on the side, Angela, that sends us the work.
She got notice to quit for a measly £206.13p. Gargantua Trust Company Limited. Well, I don't imagine they're short of a bob or two.
Angela, you are not required to judge the case. That can be safely left in the hands of the judge of the Marylebone County Court.
I bet she's an elderly widow.
Of course she is, with 23 starving children. Look, Angela, it doesn't matter what she is, just type it out. Now, Henry, is Mr. Featherstone in yet?
Yes, I'm expecting him any moment, sir.
I don't know what's the matter with our head of chambers. He used to be in here, bright as a button at 9:30. Now he descends on us at lunchtime, if we're lucky. Oh, Guthrie.
All night sitting. I don't know how long the old frame will stand it.
Guthrie, I wanted to raise the matter of security in chambers. The other night, there were lights left on in here. After you'd locked up.
I must have forgotten.
And I distinctly heard a sound coming from this room.
How extraordinarily odd.
Rumpole thought it might have been mice.
Oh, really?
And there's another matter I wanted to raise.
Another?
That new girl, Angela. The one who does the typing now.
Oh, Henry says she's a bit of an asset. Huh. I know nothing about her, of course, but it seems to me that Diane just couldn't cope single-handed.
But the girl objects to typing a landlord's statement of claim. She only wants to type on behalf of the tenant. It really does add a new horror to life at the bar if one's going to have all one's cases decided in the typing pool.
I really don't see how you can dignify those two girls, Diane and
Angela.
With the title of a typing pool. Anyway, Henry tells me she's extremely good. It seems she's pretty well indispensable.
Well, it's just something I thought should be brought to your attention. As a head with his finger on the pulse of chambers.
Oh, come.
Excuse me, Mr. Erskine Brown.
No, I'm just going.
I wanted to have a word with you, Mr. Featherstone, sir.
I'm grateful to you, Claude, extremely grateful. Perhaps you form a small subcommittee to deal with the mice in chambers.
Very amusing. I'm afraid I'm rather too busy.
It's that new girl, Angela, Mr. Featherstone. Quite frankly, she's getting on my wick.
Oh, really, Henry? You do surprise me. Hey, Mr. Erskine Brown was just saying what an enormous help she is, typing his pleadings.
I was unaware at the time of the controversy surrounding our new typist. Indeed, I was busy down at the Old Bailey on the case of the off-licence stabbing, in which my learned opponent, Miss Phillida Trant, was just calling the victim himself.
Mr. Feenan, can you describe the man who attacked you?
He had this red cap on.
Apart from the red cap?
Yes, apart from the red cap. Come on, Portia.
Well, he was tall, big built.
Like about 20 million others.
Did you say something, Mr. Rumpole?
Nothing at all, my lord.
What about his hair? What you could see of it?
He had long sideburns, sort of brown colour, what I could see of it.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Feenan.
Mr. Feenan, if you look at my client, you can see quite clearly he has no sideburns at all.
No, he hasn't.
Mr. Rumpole, I'm sure you don't need reminding. We live in the age of the electric razor. Sideburns can be shaved off, if it is convenient to do so.
Now, you told us that they were sort of brown. A sort of ginger brown, greyish brown, blackish brown, or just brown. You know, we've heard the evidence of Mr. Smith, who was waiting for a bus outside the off-licence. He told us about a man with a red tartan cap and black sideburns.
Well, I didn't have a lot of time to notice him. It was that quick.
That quick? You only saw him, didn't you, for a matter of seconds?
Yes.
So my client stands on trial for a couple of seconds?
It'll no doubt be considerably longer by the time you've finished, Mr. Rumpole.
Mr. Justice Vosper was at it again, trying to make a joke.
Coming for a spot of lunch, Rumpole?
Well, later, just going down to see Anstey.
Yes. How are we doing?
I beg your pardon?
I'm Freddie Albright, Dave's governor. Albright will see you right. You know, that's my motto, Mr. Rumpole. In many cars, as in life.
Our alibi witness.
Oh, certainly, Mr. Rumpole. Alibi ready and waiting, any time you want it. Must look after young Dave. Oh, and Mrs. Anstey, of course.
I'm Dave's wife, Betty.
That lovely girl, Betty. Exceptionally lovely girl.
Exceptionally. Dave Anstey's wife was, in fact, a luxurious blonde, snuggling warmly into an extremely expensive fur coat. And an exceptionally beautiful fur coat you have on, Mrs. Anstey.
Oh, thanks ever so.
What's the chances, then?
Oh, sorry, old darling, can't talk to witnesses. Mrs. Anstey could come into court if she wants to.
I can't go into that court, Mr. Rumpole. Not to have everyone staring at me because of David. Dave's all right, isn't he?
As well as can be expected. I'm sure he'd appreciate a visit down the cell.
I promised the young lady a lunch, Mr. Rumpole. Better get our skates on, Betty. We don't want some lawyer nicking our table at the Savoy now, do we, Mr. Rumpole?
Dave, I've been thinking. I'm a bit worried.
Yes, Mr. Rumpole?
Look, if an alibi comes unstuck, everything comes unstuck. See, they may not believe you, Dave, just because they don't believe your alibi.
They'll believe Freddie. Freddie's got no axe to grind.
Oh, indeed. I've been doing a bit of research. Freddie Albright owns the off-licence where Paddy was cut. Did you know that?
Straight up, I didn't. Does it make any difference?
I don't know. Feenan picked you out at the ID parade. You'd never seen him before?
Never in me life, straight up.
Someone must have told him about you and your remarkable headgear. You trust Freddie Albright?
You must be joking. The things the governor's done for me. Big bonus when we married, canteen of cutlery, must have cost him 200 nicker.
And a fur coat?
What's that?
No, I was just wondering where your wife got her fur coat from, Dave.
What sort of coat, exactly?
Oh, God knows, but some rare animal gave up its life for it.
I bet he works, doesn't she? She saved up for it. You got to call the governor, Mr. Rumpole. Freddie's promised. He'll see me all right.
It was at about that time that Claude Erskine Brown, his fiancée, Miss Phillida Trant, came out of Covent Garden Opera House and, still hell-bent on pleasure, planned to trip the light fantastic at a disco or palais de hop.
Wasn't Domingo magnificent?
Perfectly splendid.
Tired, Philly?
No, not really. Why don't we dance?
Whatever for?
We never do.
But, Philly, for goodness
There's a
sake...
new place opened in Covent Garden. Fridays. The BPs go there.
For what?
Beautiful people. I just don't think Guthrie Featherstone is very well.
In my humble opinion, our head of chambers is losing his grip. I say, steady on, Philly. You'll do yourself an injury.
Oh, what are you doing? Oh, look over there.
What?
That girl.
Oh, God, it's Angela.
The typist who came to us from Time Out. Angela.
Say, who's she dancing with?
Apparently with herself. No, she's with a man in a rather violent shirt.
Really? Who is he? Can't see a thing. It's pitch dark in here, Philly. It's like the black hole of Calcutta.
I think it's rather fun.
I say, look out, they're going.
It isn't... Oh, it can't possibly be.
Oh, my God, it is. Oh, Philly, this is quite appalling.
Guthrie Featherstone.
Our head of chambers. Out dancing with the typing pool.
Usher, That woman, Mrs. Betty Anstey.
Yes, Mr. Rumpole.
I want her brought into court when I give the word. Oh, and don't give her a moment to slip her coat off.
8:45? Well, of course I was with Dave at 8:45. I took him for a curry a date and we was together till 9:30.
Now, can you fix the date?
Absolutely. My wife's birthday.
And what's the date of that?
March the 5th.
Yeah.
It's the same every year. I'd got her an evening bag and I told Dave about it when I met him the next day.
The next day?
Right. The next day when we went for the curry.
That would be March the 6th.
That's right, my lord.
Well, I wanted to ask you about the day before your wife's birthday.
Well, March the 4th? Well, I don't know what Dave was doing then. No, I tell a lie.
Do you, Mr. Albright?
Was it a Tuesday, March the 4th?
Yes.
Oh, then Dave had the night off. I remember he'd been off a couple of nights before we went to the Mogul Palace, you know, the Indian restaurant in Walthamstow.
So you don't know what Mr. Anstey was doing on the night of the 4th?
I haven't a clue, my lord.
You may like to remind the jury, Mr. Rumpole, that the stabbing at the off-licence took place on the 4th of March.
Mr. Albright, did you not sign a statement making it clear that you were with Mr. Anstey on the evening of the 4th of March?
Well, I may have done, yes.
My lord, is my learned friend entitled to cross-examine his own witness?
If the witness is hostile, yes.
Or does my learned friend suggest that the witness is hostile to him?
No, I suggest that the witness is hostile to the truth.
If the witness has signed a previous inconsistent statement, you may cross-examine him.
Thank you.
If you think that's a wise course, Mr. Rumpole.
I am obliged to your lordship. Mr. Albright, is your company the landlord of the off-licence where Feenan was stabbed?
Well, it might be.
And what do you mean by that? Is your business empire so vast you can't be sure where your boundaries lie?
We've got the lease on the off-licence, yes.
So Feenan was working for you?
He might have been.
And what was he doing? Putting his hand in the till, not paying his dues? Did you have to send someone to teach him a lesson?
Someone?
Who are you suggesting someone might be, Mr. Rumpole?
Someone you sent in a cap like that worn by my client, Dave Anstey.
Oh, now, would I do a thing like that, Mr. Rumpole?
Usher. Fetch her in now.
All right, Mr. Rumpole.
Mr. Albright, are you friendly with my client's wife, Betty?
Well, I'm like a father to them both, yeah.
And whilst my client's been in custody, have you been seeing Betty Anstey regularly?
Well, I've tried to take her out of herself, yes.
Has taking her out of herself included buying her an expensive fur coat? The one she's wearing now? That is my client's wife in the mink, isn't it?
Well, I may have lent her a bob or two, you know, tied her over.
Yeah. Thank you, Mrs. Anstey. Mr. Albright, has your object in this case always been to have Dave Anstey convicted?
Look, I put March the 4th first because Dave asked me to.
He asked you to?
He said it was the date of the stabbing night. Look, I'm sorry, I can't help you, Mr. Rumpole.
Well, I'm sorry I can't help you, Mr. Albright, in your attempt to get your mistress's husband put inside for a long period of years.
Mr. Rumpole, is there any basis for that suggestion?
Well, if there isn't, perhaps my learned friend will call the lady to rebut it. She's still outside the court. You sent your hireling, wearing that entirely recognisable cap, to teach Paddy a lesson. So, Paddy identified him.
May I remind you, Mr. Rumpole? When your client was picked out at the identification parade, he wasn't wearing a cap.
No, of course not, my lord. Perhaps you'd care to tell us, Albright, who was it that gave Feenan his instructions? Didn't Feenan know who you wanted fitted up with this little enterprise and the off-licence?
Fitted up is hardly a legal term, Mr. Rumpole. It makes it sound like a cupboard.
Then shall we say framed, Albright? It sounds like a picture. In this case, the wrong picture entirely. After the turmoil of the Old Bailey and when the jury had given their verdict, I went for a refreshing beaker of Chateau off-licence to my old watering hole, Pomeroy's wine bar.
Rumpole?
Oh, there you are.
Smashing victory. We brought you a bottle of claret.
Oh, thank you. No, out 4 hours, not guilty by a majority. It was a damn close run thing. Mr. Freddie Albright didn't look exactly happy.
You should have heard Rumpole deal with a hostile witness.
Oh, Billy.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah, good health.
Cheers.
Cheers. That's good. Rumpole, it's high time that a little justice was done to you.
Justice?
It's a rotten shame. You should have been head of chambers long ago. It was yours as the senior man. Everybody thought so. Of course, in those days, we didn't know the truth about Guthrie Featherstone.
Oh, no? And what is the truth about Mr. Guthrie Featherstone, QC MP?
Claude quite honestly thinks he's lost his marbles.
He's quite simply having it off with that female communist from the typing pool.
I'd just like to know why you're making this extraordinary suggestion.
Well, Claude and I saw Guthrie Featherstone dancing in Fridays.
The QCMP dancing?
Yes.
Well, what's your evidence for that?
The evidence of my own eyes, Rumpole.
The evidence of people's own eyes can, as Miss Trant knows, be extremely unconvincing. Did you see his face? What about the sideburns?
We didn't see his face exactly.
No, he had his back to us, but she was there.
Well, the communist menace of the clerk's room.
And Guthrie was wearing some sort of multicoloured shirt with flowers on it.
Then it couldn't have been Guthrie Featherstone.
Of course it was.
Highly unlikely. Guthrie Featherstone simply doesn't wear multicoloured shirts with flowers on them. I wondered if I was to spend the rest of my life defending our head of chambers on various charges. It wasn't so long ago that I won him an acquittal in a nasty matter of proposed divorce before his wife Marigold. Well, if this sort of thing went on, I'd have no time for paying clients. I sought Featherstone out in his lair.
Ah, Horace. Henry said you wanted to see me.
Well, don't you want to see me?
Not particularly.
Well, I'd say you needed a little help.
I'm perfectly all right, thank you, Rumpole.
Well, you know, a young Erskine Brown alleges he saw you dancing.
With Angela?
Huh. Claude Erskine Brown suspects you of having a red in the bed, so far as I can gather.
All right. It's all true. It's perfectly true, Rumpole.
You plead guilty.
As a matter of fact, it's all terribly innocent. Jumping about in Fridays until 2 o'clock in the morning, then back for an hour or two in her ridiculously narrow bed in Oakley Street, and off to breakfast in the House of Commons.
Oh, that must be the worst part about it.
What?
Breakfast in the House of Commons. So you're obviously not cut out for that type of existence.
The physical strain is exhausting.
Oh, I imagine so. Must come as a terrible shock to a man only used to somnolent parliamentary debates and a little golf.
Ah, golf. Yes, it all happened when I sliced a drive into the rough. I went behind a patch of low scrub, and there were a boy and girl making love. Oh, not undressed, you understand. No great white bottoms weaving in the air. No, just kissing each other and laughing. I felt then there was an entire world I had totally missed. Next morning I came into chambers and saw Angela. She's 21, Rumpole. Can you imagine it?
With difficulty. So you set out quite deliberately to destroy your position in chambers.
Deliberately?
Well, of course, locking yourself in this room. What on earth was that for?
We couldn't go back to Oakley Street. Her flatmate was entertaining a man from the BBC World Service.
Barristers' chambers have been put to many uses, Featherstone, but only rarely as a setting for a French farce. Now, look, Featherstone. My dear Guthrie, you can't do it.
Do what exactly?
Escape. You came to us a ready-made figure of respectability. What you going to do now? Abandon us like a lot of aging wives?
Why can't I?
Because it was decided differently for you. When your mother gave proud birth to another Featherstone. When you became the youngest prefect at Marlborough. When you humbly asked the Lord Chancellor for a pair of QC's knee breeches and took Marigold's advice on a suspender belt for your silk stockings. And when you got yourself elected head of chambers. But it's all mapped out for you, Guthrie. The tram lines are leading to Solicitor General in the next middle-of-the-road Conservative Labour government.
I don't have to do all that.
Well, what's the alternative? Hanging round Oakley Street waiting for the man from the BBC to go on night duty? Scratching a living, writing advice from a barrister in the Sunday papers? Now, come on. Come off it. That's someone else entirely. That's not Guthrie Featherstone.
You're jealous.
Am I?
Just because you can't escape.
Can't I? Well, of course I can. I'm a free soul, a soul entirely free.
Just because you're tied hand and foot by the income tax and the VAT men, and when Henry's going to find you another brief, and she who must be obeyed.
Featherstone, is that any way to speak of Mrs. Hilda Rumpole?
I don't know. You do.
Oh, that's is a husband's privilege. Anyway, why do you say I'm jealous?
I don't know. Is it because you want to be the only anarchist in Chambers?
Was there a certain truth in what he said? Had Guthrie Featherstone put his finger on the Achilles heel of Rumpole? Did I need him to make me feel a free, roving spirit? Whatever the truth of the matter, Featherstone soon returned to his true identity. He had to prosecute a number of Angela's friends for being concerned in the circulation of cannabis resin. I arranged for her to attend court. She banged out in disgust, and none of us ever saw her again. As for me, I made the position quite clear at our Chambers party, or annual bean feast.
Rumpole? Rumpole, have you thought about what we suggested? You know, taking over.
I've looked into it most carefully, and I'm quite sure you've been mistaken about our head of Chambers.
What?
I believe him to be the innocent victim of a case of mistaken identity. Miss Trant will understand what that means.
What are you up to now?
Well, it may very well be. There's been someone, a totally different someone, masquerading as Guthrie Featherstone.
Not really, Rumpole.
Well, all I can tell you for certain is our respected head of Chambers is clearly not the person you saw whooping it up in the disco. I mean, look at him now, graciously escorting his lovely wife at our Christmas celebration. Look at him carefully, Erskine Brown. Observe him closely, Miss Trant. Is that the man you saw? Oh, certainly not. Do I make myself clear?
Not in the least, Rumpole.
I just want to welcome you all, members and wives and girlfriends who are members also, to our annual Christmas do. Now, we have had a pretty good year, Henry tells me, in Chambers.
Oh, so that's why he's got a new suit on.
And we have managed to stick together throughout the year.
Except for one departure in the typing department.
Did you wish to say something, Harry?
I would just like to say that he which hath no stomach to this fight, let him depart. His passport shall be made and crowns for convoy put into his purse. We would not plead in that man's company that fears his fellowship to plead with us. Now, when people speak of a split in Chambers, or of the possibility of any other head but our distinguished QC MP, they're making a grave error, like the mistakes in identity which may do such terrible injustice in our courts. My learned leader, Guthrie Featherstone, is a man fashioned by nature to be head of Chambers. He couldn't possibly be anything else. So we Old Bailey hacks, we common soldiers at the bar will attack a new year under his flag, crying together, God for Guthrie, Miss Trant and Erskine Brown. Henry and Diane be in our flowing cups, freshly remembered. Sorry, Featherstone, old darling. You're lumbered with it now.
That was Maurice Denham as Rumpole in The Case of Identity. Mr. Justice Vosper was Robert Harris, Guthrie Featherstone, Michael Spice, Erskine Brown, Brian Carroll, Miss Trant, Amanda Murray, Angela, Judy Franklin, Henry, Hayden Wood, Feenan, John Church, Detective Inspector Ives, Michael McStay, Freddie Albright, David Dacre, Betty Anstey, Rowena Roberts, and Dave Anstey, Philip Davis. Rumpole and the Case of Identity was written by John Mortimer and directed by Peter King.
And in his next case, a young doctor needs the attention of our long-in-the-tooth Old Bailey hack. Join us again in Chambers for Rumpole and the Expert Witness. That's tomorrow at 10 a.m, in the evening at 9, and again in the early hours at 2 a.m. First, though, more memories of a life in court. Today, our elder statesman of the Old Bailey is doing his best to get a medic out of hot water.
Rumpole.
The splendours and miseries of an Old Bailey hack.
Some cases of Horace Rumpole, barrister at law, as told to and written down by John Mortimer, with Maurice Denham as Rumpole and Margot Boyd as Hilda. Rumpole and the expert witness.
Sally? Wake up, Sally. Please, Sally, for God's sake. What is it?
Ned. I loved you, Ned. I did.
Sally?
Oh, who can minister to a mind diseased? Pluck from the memory a rooted sorrow, raise out the written troubles of the brain, and with some sweet oblivious antidote, cleanse the stuffed bosom of that perilous stuff which weighs upon the heart. Certainly not young Dr. Ned Dacre, the popular GP of Hunter's Hill, that delightful little dormitory town in Surrey, where nothing is heard but the whir of the kitchen mixers running up French dishes from the Sunday supplements, and the purr of hi-fis playing baroque music to go with Sunday Bucks Fizz.
Is that the Mobley Hospital? Casualty. This is Dr. Dacre here. Yes, Dr. Ned. It's my wife. She seems to have had some sort of accident. Yes, as quick as you can.
Dr. Ned Dacre lived in a world removed from my usual clients, the Old Bailey villains, whose most common disease is a nasty long spell in the neck. He had 2 cars, 2 fair-haired children called Simon and Sarah, at rather nice schools, an au pair girl, an old English sheepdog, a swimming pool, a carport, and a machine for recording television programmes, so that he didn't have to keep watching television. He had all, it seemed, that the heart of man could desire, except that he had an unhappy wife.
What's the news in the Times, Rumpole? Has war started?
Oh, Dr. Dacre has been arrested in Hunter's Hill, Surrey, charged with murdering his wife.
Oh, a letter from Dodo. You know my friend Dodo, Rumpole?
The one who keeps the tea shop in Devon.
Well, she's always asking me to pop down and stay.
Why don't you? Dr. Dacre. Dacre, the name's distinctly familiar.
Dodo never cared much for you, Rumpole.
Feelings mutual. Isn't she the one who wears amber beads and smells of scones? Dacre.
Oh, Dodo's been suffering from depression. Of course, she's never married.
Well, then I can't think what she's got to feel depressed about. But Dr. Harry Dacre. He gave evidence of my greatest triumph, the Penge Bungalow murders. He'd seen my client's bruises.
Dodo writes that she's on a new sort of pill for her depression. They're helping her, but you mustn't eat cheese or Marmite.
Poor old Dodo, deprived of Marmite. No, it can't be him. This is Dr. Ned Dacre. Oh, well, it's just another nice little murder that's never going to come my way. Cause of death, cerebral hemorrhage. That's the evidence in the magistrate's court. Sustained in an alleged attack.
Rumpole, you're never going to chambers like that, are you?
Like what, Hilda? Yeah, it must have been quite an attack.
Well, your studs showing, and, you have marmalade on your waistcoat, and you have to have that old silk handkerchief half falling out of your top pocket.
That was the silk handkerchief I used to blow my nose on 3 times tearfully in my final speech in the double murder in the Deptford Old People's Home. It has a certain sentimental value.
Well, let's try and mop up your waistcoat a bit, then.
Hilda, would you leave me alone,
I just
Hilda?
want you to look your best, Rumpole.
You mean in case I get run over?
And I'll put that old hanky in the wash. You'll be much better off with a few nice clean tissues.
You know what that fellow Dacre's been accused of, Hilda? Murdering his wife.
Morning, Henry. Morning, Diane.
Morning,
This is a bit of a dull day today, isn't it? What have I got? 2:30 defrauding the Customs and Excise at the Uxbridge Magistrates Court. 4 o'clock, corn in the housebreaking. Run of the mill, Henry. No nice murders on the menu, are there?
Well, I'm not sure, sir.
You're not sure?
There's a Dr. Henry Dacre phoned to come and see you urgently, sir.
Uh-huh.
It seems his son's in a bit of trouble. He's come with Mr. Kane of Instructing Solicitors. I've put them in your room, Mr. Rumpole.
In my room, old Dr. Dacre. I began to sniff the memory of ancient battles and a never-to-be-forgotten victory.
Mr. Rumpole.
Doctor. Mr. Gay.
Rumpole? It's been a long time.
How long? A legal lifetime since I did that case of R versus Samuel Poultry, better known as the Penge Bungalow murders, which altered the course of legal history by proving that Horace Rumpole could win a capital case alone and without a leader. Young Dr. Harry Dacre, then a GP at Penge, gave valuable evidence for the defence, and young Rumpole made the most of it. Oh, it's far too long.
When my son Ned had this trouble...
The old doctor spoke of the charge of wife murder as though it were a little touch of flu which might be cured by a couple of aspirin and a day in bed. Trouble with his wife, I imagine?
Sally was an extraordinarily pretty girl. Terribly spoilt, of course. Ned gave her anything she wanted.
Including a cerebral hemorrhage? No, Rumpole, keep your mouth shut and listen quietly.
She had her problems, of course. Nervous trouble. Well, half the women in Hunter's Hill have got a touch of the nervy. All these labour-saving devices in the kitchen give them too much time to think.
Not a pioneer of women's lib, old Dr. Harry. Was she taking anything for her nerves?
Sally was scared of pills, afraid she might get hooked, although she didn't mind taking the odd drink too many.
Did you think she needed medical treatment?
Ned and I discussed it, but Sally wouldn't cooperate.
Just remind me, Mr. Kane, of the Crown's medical evidence. We don't disagree about the cause of death.
A cerebral hemorrhage? No doubt about that. But it's the other findings that are the difficulties.
Which are?
Multiple bruising of the body, particularly the legs, back and buttocks, and the wound on the head where the deceased girl fell and knocked the edge of the coffee table.
Which caused the hemorrhage of the brain.
No doubt about it. The trouble is, the pathologist says the bruising was inflicted before the death. The implication being that my son beat his wife up.
I see. Tell me, who's the miracle of them all? The prosecution prince of the post-mortem? Who's the great brain on the other side?
It's a local pathologist. Does all the work in this part of the country.
Would I have heard of him?
Oh, it's not a him. It's a Dr. Pamela Gall. And that's the irony of it. Ned knows her extremely well. They were at Bart's together, before he met Sally, of course. He brought her home for the weekend once or twice. I almost thought they might make a go of it.
And by this time I was beginning to feel some sympathy for Dr. Ned. What's enough to be put on trial for murder without having your ex-girlfriend examine your deceased wife's body and provide what turns out to be the only real evidence for the prosecution?
I just don't understand. I simply don't understand it.
Friendly young Dr. Ned sat in the unfriendly surroundings of the prison interview room. He looked concerned, but curiously detached, as though he'd just hit on a mysterious tropical disease which fitted no known description. Doctor, you and your wife Sally got on moderately well together?
Well, we had our quarrels, of course, like all married couples.
It was the second time I'd heard that. But I thought all married couples don't end up with one dead and the other in the nick awaiting trial on a charge of willful murder. But she suffered from depression?
Yes.
And took nothing for it?
Well, my father was her doctor. I thought that was more professional. I'm not sure if he prescribed her anything, but I don't think so. There was nothing found in the stomach.
He was charming and seemed only politely concerned. I don't know why I felt a sudden chill at discussing the contents of his dead wife's stomach with the doctor. There are no pills, the report says that.
That's Dr. Gall's report.
Yeah, talks of the remains of a meal and a good deal of alcohol in the blood.
Oh, we had a bottle of Chianti and a souffle. We were alone that night. We had it in front of the television.
Your wife cooked?
No. I may not be an absolutely brilliant doctor, but my souffles are pretty good.
Cigar?
No, thanks. I don't have
no. Did you quarrel that evening? I mean, like all married couples?
Not at all. No. We had a discussion about where we go for our holiday. Settled on Crete. Sally had never been there, and I had only once. Before we met, actually.
Had that been, I wondered, a romantic packaged fortnight with the pathologist for the Crown? And then?
She complained of a headache. And she was standing up to get herself a brandy, and...
And?
Oh. She stumbled and fell forwards.
Face forwards? Doctor, your friend the pathologist...
Hardly my friend any longer.
No? She found extensive bruising on your wife's back, her buttocks, and the back of her legs.
That's what I can't understand.
You're quite sure she didn't fall backwards?
No, I told you she fell forwards.
Physician, heal thyself. Dr. Ned and his wife were quite alone, so who would quarrel with a description of her falling backwards and bruising herself? But either Dr. Ned was totally honest or strangely obtuse. And you can't account for the alleged bruises on her back?
No. There is one thing perhaps I ought to tell you.
About your wife?
No. About Dr. Pamela Gall. We were at Bart's together, you know.
And went to Crete once on a packaged holiday?
How did you know that?
It was an inspired guess, so I didn't answer his question. So you think the Crown expert witness might be a little helpful to us in the witness box?
Not at all. In fact, I'm afraid she'll do everything she can to get me convicted.
For the first time in my conference with Dr. Ned, I began to sniff the faint, faraway odour of a defence.
See, Pamela was a very possessive girl. I mean, she was always, well, very, very jealous. I mean, abnormally so.
When you married Sally?
When I met Sally, I suppose. Well, after that holiday, Pam thought we might get married. And then I didn't ring her, and I began to get the most awful letters and threatening phone calls from her.
Well, threatening what?
Well, it was all very vague. To tell my father, or my patients, or the GMC that she was pregnant.
Would any of these august bodies have cared?
Well, not in the least. It wasn't true, anyway. Well, then it seemed to calm down for a while, but I still got letters on my wedding anniversary or on some date which Pamela seemed to think was important. I had a really dreadful letter from her last week. She said I'd ruined my life by marrying a drunk, and that she'd tell Sally we were still meeting unless...
Yes?
Well, unless we still met.
Did your wife see the letter?
No, I always get up early and get the post.
You've kept the letter, of course?
No. I tore it up at once.
If only people had the sense to realise they might be facing a murder trial at any moment, they might keep important documents. And what did she say?
That she'd find some way of ruining my life, even if it took her the rest of her life.
Hell, I suppose, hath no fury like a lady pathologist scorned. But Dr. Pamela Gall's personal interest in the Dacre murder seemed to provide the only faint hope of a cure in Dr. Ned's somewhat desperate situation. Everything about the Dacre murder trial was thoroughly pleasant. The old red-brick Georgian courtroom was an object of beauty among the supermarkets and boutiques of the little Surrey town. It was so damn pleasant that you expected nice girls with Rhodine accents to pass round the court serving coffee and rock cakes. The jury looked as though they'd dropped in for a rather gentle session of Gardner's Question Time, and Owen Munro, QC, was a pleasant prosecutor who seemed thoroughly distressed at having to press such a nasty charge as wilful murder against the nice young doctor who sat in the dock wearing his well-pressed suit and old Bart's tie.
My lord, I propose to call the pathologist next.
Very well. Will that be convenient to you, Mr. Rumpole?
Old Mr. Justice Skelton made a thoroughly pleasant judge. He was out to show every courtesy to the defence, a ploy which almost always leads to a conviction.
Certainly, my lord. That'll be quite convenient. I wish to make quite sure, Mr. Rumpole, that you have every opportunity to prepare yourself to cross-examine the expert witness.
And you see what I mean. The judge was making sure I would have no alibi if I couldn't succeed in cracking Dr. Pamela. I'd have been far better off with old swine like Judge Bullingham charging head-on at the defence. In this very pleasant trial, Rumpole would have no excuses.
I'm quite prepared, my lord, thank you.
Very well, then. I call Dr. Pamela Gall.
Mr. Munro, as the pathologist is about to give evidence...
Yes, my lord.
I suppose the jury will have to look at the photographs of the dead lady.
Yes, my lord. It is bundle number 4.
Members of the jury, I'm afraid you'll find these photographs extremely distressing. It's necessary for you to see them so that you may understand the medical evidence fully, but I'm sure counsel will take the matter as shortly as possible. These things are never pleasant.
And something you just don't do in that part of Surrey.
I swear by Almighty God that the evidence I shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Dr. Pamela Gall.
Yes.
Member of the Royal College of Physicians, Fellow of the College of Pathologists.
Yes.
Did you examine the body of the late Sally Dacre, the deceased in this case?
I did, yes.
Just tell us what you found.
I found a well-nourished, healthy woman of 35 years of age who had died of a cerebral hemorrhage. There was evidence of a recent meal.
Unlike the well-nourished and healthy deceased, who when alive must have been an eye-catching blonde, and who, even in the jury's sad photographs, had a wan and tragic beauty, Dr. Pamela was pale and even uninteresting to look at. Her hair was thin and mousy. She wore a severe black suit and national health spectacles, behind which her eyes glowed with some obsession, either love of her gloomy work or hatred of Dr. Ned.
Now, you say that you found widespread bruising on the deceased's back and buttocks. What was that consistent with?
I thought it was consistent with a violent attack from behind. I thought Mrs. Dacre had probably been struck and kicked by... Well, it appeared that she was alone that evening with her husband.
I object, my lord.
Yes, Mr. Rumpole, as you're perfectly right to do so. Dr. Gall, it is not for you to say who beat this lady and kicked her. That is entirely a matter for the jury. That is why Mr. Rumpole has quite rightly objected.
I wished his lordship would stop being so lethally pleasant.
But I understand that your evidence is that she was kicked and beaten by someone.
Yes, my lord.
Kicked and beaten.
No further questions, my lord.
Yes, Mr. Rumpole.
My lord. Dr. Gall, you knew this family well, didn't you?
This family?
No, I stand corrected. I should have said you knew Dr. Dacre well, didn't you?
We were at Bart's together.
And went out together, as the saying is nowadays?
Occasionally, yes.
Going out is so often nowadays, meaning staying in together.
What do you mean?
Yes, I think you should make that just a little clearer, Mr. Rumpole.
Yes, of course I will, my lord.
Thank you, Mr. Rumpole.
Now, you and Dr. Ned Dacre went on a holiday to Crete together, didn't you, before he was married?
Yes, we did.
And the dear old gardener's Question Time fans on the jury looked suddenly interested, as if Professor Alan Gemmell had revealed a new and deadly form of potato blight. And did you become his... what expression would you like me to use? His girlfriend? Paramour? Mistress?
We shared a bed, yes.
Presumably not for the purposes of revising your anatomy notes together.
He was my lover, if that's how you want to put it.
Thank you, Dr. Gall. I'm sure the members of the jury understand. I would also like the jury to understand that you became extremely angry when Dr. Ned Dacre got married.
I was disappointed, yes.
Yes, angry and jealous of the lady whose dead body you examined.
I suppose I was naturally upset that Ned had married someone else.
So upset that you wrote him a letter only a week or so before this tragedy, in which you told him you wanted to hurt him as much as you possibly could.
I may have done.
You may have done. But by then he'd been married for 8 years and had 2 children, and yet you were still harbouring this terrible grudge.
There are some things you don't forget, Mr. Rumpole.
And some things you don't forgive, Dr. Gall? Has your feeling of jealousy and hatred for my client in any way coloured your evidence against him? Has it, Dr. Gall?
I don't think so.
She said it so unconvincingly that I saw the jury's disapproval. It was first game to Rumpole, and I moved into the decider. Dr. Gall, after death, the body becomes subject to a condition called hypostasis.
That is so, yes.
The blood drains to the lowest area when circulation ceases.
Yes.
So that if the body had been lying on its back, the blood would naturally drain to the buttocks and the backs of the legs.
That's perfectly right.
Did you say Mr. Rumpole's right about that?
Yes, my lord.
Yes, thank you, Doctor. And the draining down of the blood causes discoloration of the skin of a dead body, which can look like bruising. I began to get a strange feeling that it was all going too well when the pale lady doctor admitted...
It can look exactly like bruising, yes.
Therefore, it's difficult to tell, simply by the colour of the skin, if a patch is caused by hypostasis or bruising. It can be very misleading.
Yes, it can be.
So you must insert a knife under the skin to see what has caused the discoloration, must you not?
That is the standard test, yes.
If some blood flows, it's hypostasis. But if the blood under the skin is coagulated and does not flow, it's probably a bruise.
Well, Dr. Gall, what do you have to say about that?
I would say, my lord, that Mr. Rumpole would be well equipped to lecture on forensic medicine.
Yes, that test was carried out in a case called the Penge Bungalow murders, Dr. Gall, no doubt before you were born.
I'm afraid it was.
So, what happened when you inserted a knife into the discoloured portions?
I didn't.
What?
I didn't carry out that particular test.
You didn't?
No.
Can you tell us why not?
I'm afraid I must have jumped to the conclusion that they were bruises, and I didn't trouble to carry out any further test, my lord.
You jumped to the conclusion?
Yes.
You know, Dr. Gall, the jury aren't going to be asked to convict Dr. Dacre by jumping to conclusion.
I know that.
My lord is, of course, perfectly right. The case against my client has to be proved beyond reasonable doubt, so that the jury are sure. Can I take it that you're not sure there were any bruises at all?
Not as you put it now. No, I'm not sure.
And so you're... One moment, Mr. Rumpole. I'm not sure there were any bruises. Yes, Mr. Rumpole, yes.
My lord. And so you are not sure Mrs. Dacre was attacked by anyone?
I can't be sure, no.
So she may simply have stumbled, hit her head against the coffee table, and died of a cerebral hemorrhage.
It might have happened in that way, yes.
Stumbled because she'd had too much to drink.
Her blood alcohol level was considerably above the breathalyzer level, yes, my lord.
And you knew this family?
I knew about them, yes.
And was it not one of your complaints that in marrying Sally, Dr. Ned had married a drunk?
I did say that in my letter.
The sort of girl who might drink too much wine, stumble against a chromium coffee table, hit her head and receive a cerebral hemorrhage by accident?
Well, Dr. Gall, what's the answer?
I must admit, it might have happened in that way, yes.
Thank you very much, Dr. Pamela Gall. Game set and match to Rumpole. It had been almost too easy. But I was intoxicated by the delightful sensation of winning when the pleasant judge told the jury that, in view of the concessions made by the expert witness, there was really no evidence on which they could possibly convict the good doctor, and directed them to pronounce those two words which are always music to Rumpole's ears: not guilty. We all went out into the corridor, and loyal patients came to shake the young doctor's hand and congratulate him as politely as if he'd just won first prize for growing the longest leek.
Mr. Rumpole, I knew you'd come up trumps, sir. I shall never forget this. Never.
No, nor shall I. I was looking across the crowd at a door through which the expert witness, the Crown's pathologist, Dr. Pamela Gall, had just appeared. She was smiling, Dr. Ned, and unless I was very much mistaken, he was smiling back. Was it only a smile, or did I detect, in a movement of the young doctor's head, the tremble of a wink? I went up to Dr. Ned. He smiled his undying gratitude.
Mr. Rumpole! Dad was right. You're the best.
No, nonsense. It was easy. Too easy.
Why do you say that?
I didn't answer him. Instead, I asked a question. I was meaning to ask you this before, Doctor. I don't suppose it matters now, but I'd like to know the answer for my own satisfaction. What sort of souffle was it you cooked for your wife that evening? He might have lied, but I don't suppose he thought there was any point in it. Instead, he answered as if he enjoyed telling me the truth.
Cheese?
A few weeks later, I got an invitation to a cocktail party in Hunters Hill. Dr. Ned, it seemed, had something to celebrate. I felt I owed it to myself to go.
Mr. Rumpole! So glad you could come. Well, let me get you a drink.
No, thank you. I looked round the pleasant room at the pleasant faces and the two thoroughly nice children handing round canapé. I noticed the queen of them all, Dr. Pamela Gall, dressed up to the nines at the corner of the room. And then I looked at the nice young doctor who was pouring me out a generous Buck's fizz.
Here's your drink, Mr. Rumpole.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, would you like a light for that cigar?
Thank you. Oh, you got off, of course. I can't try you for it again. That was the arrangement, wasn't it?
What arrangement?
Between you and the Crown pathologist. She'd make some rather silly suggestions about bruises and then admit she was wrong. You're a very careful young man, Dr. Ned. Now they can never try you for what you really did.
Are you joking?
Well, never more serious in my life.
All right, then. What did I really do?
Opened a few capsules and poured them into your wife's glass of Chianti. The cheese and the souffle reacted in just the way you planned. All you had to do was make sure her head hit the table.
What are you going to do about it?
There's nothing I can do now, you know that. Except tell you that I know. I'm not quite the idiot you and Dr. Pamela took me for. At least you know I know that, Dr. Ned. He was a murderer. An old-fashioned, simple murderer. And what was almost worse, he'd used me as part of his crime. And done his best to spoil the golden memory of the Penge Bungalow murders for me.
Quiet, everybody. Quiet, quiet, quiet. Thank you. I think Ned's got something to say.
I just wanted to say, now all our friends are here under one roof, that of course no one can ever replace Sally, for me or for the children. But with Simon and Sarah's approval, there's going to be another doctor in the Dacre family. Pamela's agreed to be my wife.
I hear it was a thoroughly nice wedding. I looked hard at the photograph in the Times and tried to detect in that open and smiling young doctor's face a sign of guilt, that perilous stuff which weighs upon the heart. I saw none.
That was Maurice Denham as Rumpole and Margot Boyd as Hilda in The Expert Witness. Mr. Justice Skelton was played by Derek Farr, Owen Munry QC, Ellis Dale, Henry Hayden Wood, Dr. Harry Dacre, Norman Mitchell, Sally Dacre, Rowena Roberts, Dr. Pamela Gall, Elizabeth Bell, and Dr. Ned Dacre, David Collins. Rumpole and The Expert Witness was written by John Mortimer and directed by Peter King.
Tomorrow he's bumping into an old friend who just happens to be a judge. I wonder if that'll help him in his next case. It's all to do with the course of true love, which sort of doesn't exist in the world of Rumpole. Find out more tomorrow at 10 a.m, 9 in the evening, and again in the overnight session at 2 a.m. Right now, though, it's someone who's rather larger than that. The well-rounded Old Bailey hack who's about to rub shoulders with one of his old friends and colleagues.
Rumpole.
The splendours and miseries of an Old Bailey hack.
Some cases of Horace Rumpole, barrister at law, as told to and written down by John Mortimer, with Maurice Denham as Rumpole. Rumpole and the Course of True Love.
As I've had occasion to remark before, love, in my opinion, has been greatly overrated by the poets. Take the late Lord Byron, for instance, or Dr. John Donne. They can't have been at it the whole time, can they, as they'd have us believe? I bet you Lord Byron spent many an evening on his own with a poached egg and the Times crossword puzzle. However, there's no doubt that my client, the young schoolmaster Ransom, suffered terribly from the effects of love. The trouble began when he and his class were reading Romeo and Juliet, and the part of Juliet was taken by a personable young lady called Francesca Capstick.
How camest thou hither? Tell me, and wherefore? The orchard walls are high, and hard to climb, and the place is death, considering who thou art, if any of my kinsmen find thee here.
With love's light wings did I o'erperch these walls, for stony limits cannot hold love out, and what love can do, that dares love attempt. Mowersby.
Sir?
Just because you have a tin ear, Charles Mowersby, just because your sole ambition is to end your days as a chartered accountant, don't spoil the pleasure of the other members of the class who may actually care just a little for the poetry of Shakespeare and for love. Yes, Francesca?
By whose direction foundst thou out this place?
By love, who first did prompt me to inquire, he lent me counsel, and I lent him eyes. I am no pilot, yet wert thou as far as that vast... What's this?
As that vast shore,
Sure.
washed with the furthest sea, I would adventure for such merchandise.
And this, Mr. Ransom, was in a letter you wrote to your 15-year-old pupil, Miss Francesca Capstick.
It is Shakespeare, Mr. Rumpole.
Quite. I have your headmaster's statement, Mr. Ransom. Apparently this girl, Francesca, confessed to him.
He grilled her. She's only a child.
Yeah, I don't think we'd better dwell on that aspect of her character, Mr. Ransom. She confessed that intimacy had taken place between you, thus making you guilty in view of her age of unlawful carnal knowledge. What's lawful carnal knowledge, I wonder? I suppose it's marriage. Now, she told him that it happened at the house of a friend of yours in Hampstead after you'd taken her to a concert in an Italian restaurant. She says your friends were away for the night.
Singletons. Yes, they were in France.
Yes, and on other occasions, in your Ford Capri, parked in a wood near St. Albans, and in the art room after a school dance.
That's not true.
Isn't it?
It would have been impossible. There's no lock on the art room door.
Were you looking for one, Mr. Ransom?
Perhaps, Mr. Rumpole...
yes, Mr. Grayson.
As the instructing solicitor, I should explain, Mr. Ransom has thought the matter over extremely carefully, and he has decided to plead guilty.
Oh.
Well, she told the old boy we did it, didn't she?
Yeah, but that doesn't necessarily make you guilty.
You think not?
Oh, fantasy. That's why she said that. Pure fantasy.
You think that's possible?
Oh, of course. I mean, young people, persons reading poetry, well, naturally it stimulates the imagination. I'll have to educate the trial judge, who may well consider the All England Law Reports the height of erotic fantasy. I'll have to explain to him exactly how poetry affects the mind.
And you'd have to cross-examine Francesca?
Gently, to point out the vividness of her imagination.
I couldn't have her put through that in court, Mr. Rumpole.
Now, may I remind you, Mr. Ransom, of the present overcrowded conditions in our prisons? Are you seeking to add to the congestion?
I know.
And may I also remind you of the unpopularity with the other inmates of anyone convicted of offences with young girls? So easy to spill boiling cocoa on someone's head. I believe it's known as cocoing the SOs.
What's an SO, Mr. Rumpole?
A sexual offender.
Ah. Well, of course, the client wants to keep out of prison.
Oh, how unusual.
It wouldn't be prison, would it? I mean, she was nearly 16.
She is 16 now.
Well, now is hardly the point. She was 15 at the relevant moment. And whether Mr. Ransom goes to prison or not would depend, in my opinion, entirely on the judge concerned. Now, if you can tell me who we're likely to get...
Oh, of course. It's in our local circuit court. We'll have His Honour Judge Frobisher.
George Frobisher?
Yes.
My dear old George. Fate has spun the wheel, Mr. Ransom, and handed you the jackpot.
You know him?
Know him? You know, we started together in these chambers, old George and I, longer ago than I care to remember. We did the Times crossword together for more than 30 years, and we had a nightly jar of soothing claret in Pomeroy's wine bar every night, till George took leave of his senses and went up on the circuit bench.
You think you can handle him?
I tell you this, old darling, I've crossed swords with George in almost every court in England.
And for the life of me, I can't remember any occasion when he emerged victorious. A few days later, I called into my breakfast cafe opposite the Old Bailey. She who must be obeyed was in Devon with her friend Dodo. And sitting there was Miss Trant, the portia of our chambers, nursing a cup of coffee and looking distinctly greenish. Oh, hello, Miss Trant.
Morning, Rumpole.
That's the way, a good English breakfast in Luigi's cafe before a day in court. That's the way to win cases. Oh, good heavens, you don't look a bit well. Are you sickening for something?
Yes, I'm afraid I am.
Now, what can I get you? They do a particularly good bacon and egg on a fried slice here.
No, thank you. As a matter of fact, I've just thrown up in the loo at Blackfriars Station.
Oh, no, it's gastric flu. There's a lot of it about you.
It's not gastric flu. I'm up the bloody spout. And there's a lot of that about, too.
Oh. Oh.
I don't know why I'm telling you. I suppose it's because, well, you've brought me up in the law, haven't you? You're a sort of father figure.
Yeah. The proposed nipper does emanate from Claude Erskine Brown, I suppose.
But I can't bring myself to tell him. You want to marry me or something.
Well, you wouldn't like that?
He'd want me to stay at home. Mix up Oster milk. Look, I've got 3 new firms of solicitors and a 3-month fraud starting in Portsmouth. What would I want to get married for? I'm just getting a practice.
Lady barristers are so much keener on being barristers than barristers are.
And I'm prosecuting you next week, Rumpole.
Oh, are you?
Spot of unlawful carnal knowledge in Hertfordshire.
Oh, yeah, before old George. My dear Miss Trant, my little schoolmaster is in luck.
It's not going to take long, is it? I didn't want it to clash with my super fraud in Portsmouth.
Well, I thought about 3 weeks.
Oh, no.
Unless, of course, I can twist my client's arm and get him to plead guilty.
Was there any hope of that?
Oh, I suppose anything's possible. Of course, we'd have to go and see my old pal, Judge George Frobisher, behind the scenes. I have to be sure Ransom wouldn't get sent to prison.
Well, why on earth should he get sent to prison? She was almost 16. Anyway, in my opinion, the wretched girl asked for it.
And no one is harder on a lady than a lady barrister. All the same, things seemed to be going according to plan when in the morning of the Ransom trial, Portia and myself sought an audience before the learned judge in the privacy of his room. George, my dear old friend. Judge George Frobisher.
Good to see you, Rumpole. I've been looking forward to the day I had you before me.
I'm sure you have, George, I'm sure you have. Of course, I may not be before you today for very long.
Oh, really?
No, well, I've had a word with my learned friend, with the opposition, who happens to be, by happy coincidence, our old stablemate, George. You remember Miss Trant, the portia of our chambers?
Miss Trant. Glad, of course, to have you before me, too.
Thank you, Judge.
And we have been able to put our heads together.
Have you? Well, of course, I've come to no sort of view at all. I find it far better in this job not to come to any sort of view before one has heard the evidence.
Yeah. How do you enjoy this job, George?
Life is very lonely nowadays, I must say that it is.
Give you a decent lunch here, do they?
Sandwiches. The usher brings in sandwiches. It's usually cheese and tomato, but on Fridays, for some reason, he always brings 1 sardine.
Probably got a Catholic usher there, George. Well, look here, George. My silly old client...
The schoolmaster?
Yes, the schoolmaster.
Of course, he was in loco parentis.
Let's cut out the Latin, George, get down to some sort of reality. No, Ransom doesn't want the girl put through the ordeal of being cross-examined by me, which must get him a lighter sentence.
Must it?
And bearing in mind that the girl started it all on her own evidence.
Did she?
Well...
That's perfectly clear, Judge. In fact, the prosecution will go so far as to say she led the man on. The first letter you'll see from the depositions was the one she wrote to him and left in his locker in the staff room. It contains a quotation from Romeo and Juliet.
I wonder if there isn't really too much poetry taught in schools nowadays.
Look, my friend, my dear old friend... Oh, pull yourself together, George. Look, the girl would have been 16 in another month. She's over 16 now.
Is that a defence? Remind me.
Look, do you know how old Juliet was when she met Romeo?
No, I don't. But no doubt you'll be making use of the fact in your speech to the jury.
Well, she was under 14.
You remember so much more Shakespeare than I do, Rumpole. I've always admired you for it. Juliet came to a rather unpleasant end, if I remember. What was it? Locked up in a tomb, taking poison?
When you speak of locking up, of course, nothing of that sort would be appropriate here.
I'm not sure about that, Rumpole. I must say, if your client's found guilty...
Look, I told you he's prepared to plead and face a conditional discharge, or, at the most, a suspended sentence. But tell it all, he'll lose his job, George.
It's his job, I must confess, that's worrying me, Rumpole. His job was to look after this girl. I'm sorry your visit isn't for longer, Mr. Rumpole.
Well, it may be. I am not pleading guilty unless...
Rumpole! You know perfectly well I can't come to any sort of bargain.
Well, look, you can say that in any event there'd be no prison. Not George, we know each other well enough.
Well enough for me to tell you both this. If Ransom's found guilty, I couldn't rule out the possibility of prison. I couldn't rule it out at all. Does that help you?
You know bloody well it doesn't. Come along, Miss Fenton. Enjoy your sandwiches. The obstinate judge had put me on my mettle. I sought out my client. Mr. Ransom. Now, look, we've got to plead not guilty. We'll teach old George a lesson he'll never forget, and we'll win this case.
How do we do that, Mr. Rumpole?
Well, by having a go at Miss Francesca Capstick.
Please, Mr. Rumpole, treat her gently.
How much is known about her, Mr. Grayson?
Well, nothing at all known about her by me.
You mean someone might know?
Well, Martin. Martin might know a great deal.
Oh, who is this invaluable grass?
My son, Martin. He goes to the William Shakespeare School. He knows most of Francesca's friends.
Well, then get your son Martin down here, Mr. Grayson, with all convenient speed. At this point, Francesca passed us with her parents and a 16-year-old spotty-faced youth with ginger hair, glasses, and a long muffler. In passing, he gave us an evil but somewhat triumphant leer. Tell me, Ransom, who's that malignant youth with Francesca? Is it her brother?
That's C.J. Moresby. They call him Chaz. He's a pain in the neck in class. He's got absolutely no ear for poetry.
Oh. It was at precisely this time that Guthrie Featherstone, QC, MP, our learned head of chambers, summoned Miss Trant's fiancé, Claude Erskine-Brown, to his presence in order to tackle the young company lawyer on a delicate matter.
Erskine-Brown.
Yes, Guthrie. Whatever is it?
Look here, Claude. I am trying to run a happy and respectable chambers, particularly a respectable chambers. Chambers should be respectable. We simply can't afford any sort of scandal, can we?
You know, Guthrie, I have absolutely no idea what you're talking about.
The point is, I was playing golf a little while ago with Mr. Justice Vosper.
Oh, really? Did you beat the old idiot?
Yes, I did, damn it. It was purely unintentional. Anyway, he made the point to me very clearly about respectability.
Well, you're not making it in the least bit clear to me.
The point is, Erskine-Brown, that my wife Marigold sings in the Bar Choral Society. They're putting on Elijah.
Oh, well, congratulations.
And the point is that Mrs. Rumpole sings there also. She's a contralto.
Featherstone?
Yes, Erskine-Brown.
Are you feeling quite well?
Well, of course I'm feeling well.
Did you call me in here as a matter of urgency to tell me that Mrs. Rumpole is going to sing contralto in Elijah?
No, not altogether. No.
Because I'm before the judge in chambers at 2 o'clock, and I shall need to look up some authorities.
Face the facts, Erskine-Brown. In the intervals between singing, Hilda Rumpole and my Marigold talk.
Well, I think I can face that, with a certain amount of courage.
And during one such talk, Mrs. Rumpole passed on what Philida Tranter told Rumpole.
Guthrie, is this some sort of game?
It may be some sort of a game to you, Erskine-Brown, but it's my whole future in the law. Naturally, I have some hopes of a judgeship in the fullness of time.
Well, I suppose the Lord Chancellor moves in mysterious ways.
But not if I come from a chambers where you get our one and only lady member pregnant and show absolutely no signs of doing the decent thing.
I get what? What am I supposed to have done?
Surely, Erskine-Brown, you must be the first to know.
But I don't know. I didn't know at all until you told me. Huh? Oh, thank you, Guthrie. My dear fellow, thank you. It's the most wonderful, wonderful news. Oh, poor Philly. Poor Philly, she's so shy. She doesn't like to talk about things. Thank you, Guthrie, thank you. Thank you for telling me.
Erskine-Brown, I am trying to explain. Marigold wants me to be a judge.
Well, be one then. I'm going to be a father.
Meanwhile, back in the Crown Court, I was mounting my attack on the remarkably pretty child who was accusing my client, a process which any advocate has to approach with a certain delicacy. Miss Capstick, you're a popular girl at school?
I've got my friends.
Miss Capstick looked pretty and demure in the witness box. She was chewing gum unostentatiously. And at the time you wrote this first letter to Mr. Ransom, did you have any particular friend?
You mean anyone I was going out with?
Well, going out with so often means staying in with, doesn't it?
Really, Mr. Rumpole?
Doesn't it?
You mean Chas?
Mr. Moresby, yes.
You mean I was going out with Chas Moresby? Yes, I was. What about it?
Before you wrote your first letter to Mr. Ransom, you'd been on a school holiday in France, camping with Charles Moresby.
With all our class, yes. I was sharing a tent with my girlfriend.
Exactly. A girl named Mary Pennington?
With Mary, yes.
Did a boy called Martin Grayson go on that holiday with you?
Martin did, yes. He was sharing a tent with Charles.
Exactly. And on the first night, did you ask Mary Pennington to go into Martin Grayson's tent so that Charles Moresby could come into yours? The witness removed her chewing gum with a delicate finger and stuck it under the rail of the witness box. At last she conceded.
I might have done.
And did you spend the night with Charles Moresby? Did you sleep with him?
Mr. Rumpole, I'm really wondering what the relevance of this line of questioning might be.
George's interruption was clearly designed to help the witness. I ignored it. Did you sleep with him?
I might have done.
Now, Charles doesn't like Mr. Ransom very much, does he?
Mr. Rumpole?
Does he? Because Mr. Ransom writes rude remarks on his essays on Wordsworth. And Mr. Ransom reported him to the headmaster. And Mr. Ransom thought that Mr. C.J. Moresby might be invited to continue his education elsewhere. So Charles doesn't like your schoolteacher.
He doesn't like him, no.
No, he hates him.
Perhaps.
The friend you gave your bundle of letters to for safekeeping, was that Mr. Moresby by any chance?
Yes.
And was it Mr. Moresby who gave them to the headmaster?
It might have been.
Mr. Rumpole, suppose all this is true.
Suppose all this is true, then this whole charge is nothing but a pretense, a cruel joke, played on my client by this young woman who wanted to help her boyfriend get his revenge. Now, Miss Capstick, your first letter to Mr. Ransom, your first letter full of Juliet's love, the one in which you say, "And follow thee, my lord, throughout the world." Didn't Charles suggest you write that?
He wanted to show Mr. Ransom up.
For what? For a fool who'd have his head turned by young girls writing poetry?
Something like that, yes.
So Charles suggested you write that letter?
He found the bit out of the play, yes.
Really? That must have been the first time Mr. Moresby showed an interest in literature. And did you hand my client's replies to Mr. Moresby as you got them?
More or less.
And I suppose he was delighted with the way things were going. He had a nice little bundle of trouble for Mr. Ransom to drop on the headmaster's table.
I suppose he did. He never wanted me to go to the concert with Mr. Ransom, though.
Hmm? Oh, you mean the concert at the festival hall?
Chas never wanted me to go to that.
You're not saying you acted independently for once in your life?
I'd found out Charles was taking Mary Pennington out. Martin Grayson told me he'd seen them together at the pictures. So, well, I went to the concert.
But not to bed with my client. Not to bed with the man on whom you were playing an elaborate joke. Just so your boyfriend would get him into trouble with the headmaster. Your victim, your poor wretched girl. You didn't go to bed with him, did you?
I told you. I'd heard Charles was taking out Mary Pennington. So that's how it happened.
How what happened?
How I had it away with Mr. Ransom.
You mean sexual intercourse?
Yes.
Because you were annoyed with Charles, you did that.
I wasn't annoyed. I was furious with him.
And because of that, you say you had it away, as you call it, with my client?
That was the reason, really?
Without love?
Yes.
Did you enjoy the experience?
Not much. He kept on spouting poetry.
I put it to you that what you've just told us is a deliberate and wicked lie. You never went to bed with my client.
I did. We did it again, too.
Just as your letter to him was a wicked and deliberate lie aimed to deceive him. Your evidence has been completely invented to deceive this jury. I went on like that for the rest of the afternoon, but my heart was no longer in it.
Philly! Philly, darling. Let me drive you home.
I'm walking to the station.
I can't understand. Why didn't you tell me? Oh, it's the most marvellous thing that ever happened to anyone.
I thought it happened to everyone, all the time, like flu.
I've been reading the subject up, of course, and it seems to me that Dr. Spock is more or less completely discredited.
You've been reading?
You see, Philly, what we have to give it is loving authority.
What we'll have to give it is bloody bottles at inconvenient hours of the night, and awful spoonfuls of mashed spinach puree out of little tins, and groats, and farricks, and dill water.
Nonsense, Philly. Dill water went out with the Ark. And after a few months, you can drop the night feed.
What have you been doing, subscribing to Nursery World?
I don't mind doing some of the feeds, naturally, when you want to sleep.
I don't want to sleep, I want to be in court.
Court? Well, I always thought I'd try and get more paperwork once we started a family. Then I could do it at home.
Could you cope with the Ostermilk? I mean, if I just happened to be in court for the odd, long, firm fraud.
Of course.
Oh.
Now, come on, Philly. You can't carry that enormous brief.
Ronald Ransom. Very few of us in this world are perfect, and no doubt this girl, Francesca Capstick, has her faults and imperfections. They certainly provided no excuse for what you did. I have no doubt that you used your position, and even the poetry you were employed to teach, to turn this young girl's head and corrupt her morals. The least sentence I can pass on you is one of 2 years' imprisonment. Very well, take him down.
Not, I'm sure you'll agree, one of my greater triumphs. In due course, and when Claude Erskine-Brown had convinced Miss Trant that he'd make a good mother to his expected offspring, they got married in the Temple Church. We had organ music and orange blossom then, followed by a good deal of Pomeroy's Chateau Fleet Street in a marquee in Temple Gardens.
And, of course, we hope to welcome young Erskine-Brown Jr. to a seat in chambers in due course.
Oh, he'll probably be sitting up and drafting affidavits in a couple of months.
And so, ladies and gentlemen, I ask you to raise your glasses to the happy couple, Claude and Phillida. Claude and Phillida. Speech now, Claude, come on.
Yes, speech. I know it's always in the best interests of the prosecution to be brief, so I'd just like to say I'm glad we've been called to the bar. Cheers.
Lord.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah. Daddy, do pour some more champagne.
Champagne, everybody, more champagne.
Rumpole? Yes, sure. I'm sorry I had to put that fellow Ransom down. I really had no alternative. Was 2 years too much?
No, 2 days would have been too much, you know that, Joe.
I heard they're not prosecuting the young boy, Moresby. No doubt that's a wise decision. It's different, isn't it, for the young?
Oh, you mean they're so much more grown up and experienced?
But your client was her schoolmaster. He was in charge of her.
No, George, she was in charge of him, totally.
Are you angry with me, Rumpole?
I was, exceedingly.
I was only doing my job, after all. You don't blame me, do you?
Oh, no. What do you suggest? Blame life? Blame love? Blame youth? Blame Shakespeare? Blame the law? Not you, George. Certainly not you.
I suppose your client hates me.
Oh, of course. But not nearly as much as he hates me.
You, Rumpole?
Well, you took only his liberty away. I was the one who deprived him of the power of Romeo. I cast him as the fool.
Come on, everyone, we're going to cut the cake.
Yes, come on, everybody.
That was Maurice Denham as Rumpole in The Course of True Love. Judge George Frobisher, Dennis Hawthorne. Guthrie Featherstone, Michael Spice. Claude Erskine-Brown, Brian Carroll. Miss Trant, Amanda Murray, Mr. Grayson, Gordon Reed, Francesca Capstick, Rebecca Sayre, and Ronald Ransom, Anthony May. Rumpole and the Course of True Love was written by John Mortimer and directed by Peter King.
Tomorrow, the salty sea dog Barney Bateman has gone missing, and his wife is about to go down for the dastardly deed. But Rumpole has other ideas, and there are more twists and turns to this case than a dinghy in a high sea. Join our long-in-the-tooth barrister at law tomorrow here on BBC 7 at 10 in the morning, 9 at night, and again in the overnight session at 2 a.m. But first, a nice bit of murder for our Rumpole of the Bailey. A juicy case for once, but with strings attached.
Rumpole! The splendours and miseries of an Old Bailey hack.
Some cases of Horace Rumpole, barrister at law, as told to and written down by John Mortimer, with Maurice Denham as Rumpole and Margot Boyd as Hilda. Rumpole and the Perils of the Sea.
There's a new case for you, Mr. Rumpole.
Huh?
It's a murder from a new firm of solicitors.
Oh, splendid, Henry. My clerk's words were music to my ears. A new firm of solicitors meant a new source of work, and the occasional bottle of Chateau Fleet Street. And of all the dishes that figure on the criminal menu, murder is still the main course, or pièce de résistance.
It's an interesting case, Mr. Tonkin was telling me.
Tonkin?
Of Tellman, Tonkin and Bird. That's the new firm from Norfolk. He says the thing about this murder is they never found the body.
No corpse?
And he's giving you a leader. Mr. Featherstone's leading you in it.
A leader and no corpse. I think I'd rather have a corpse than no leader.
Mr. Featherstone's waiting now to take you down to Holloway.
Guthrie, Featherstone, QC, MP, a leader in a murder case. As Hamlet was fond of saying, there's the rub. Because I never took silk, was never rewarded by the Lord Chancellor with a long wig and a pair of ceremonial knee breeches, I'm compelled in certain important cases to sit behind some artificial silk. And although I'm old enough to be young Featherstone's father, I must be his junior.
Taxi! Pleasure to be leading you again, Horace. Here's a cab. A Holloway prison, please.
Holloway? Right.
Sit behind the QCMP and listen to him asking the wrong questions. Hardly a pleasure.
Not that this seems a particularly easy case to win.
Without a corpse? Why, it shouldn't be too hard. No doubt with his remarkable talent for agreeing with the judge, Guthrie Featherstone could manage to lose even a corpseless murder. Then lose it in the nicest possible way.
Well, the evidence against us is pretty strong. 2 heads are better than 1 in a case like this, Horace.
Well, I didn't find that when I won the Penge Bungalow murders entirely on my own.
Penge Bungalow? Oh, yes, I think you told me. Still, people couldn't afford leading counsel in those days. It was before legal aid.
Mr. Featherstone. And Mr. Rumpole. Good of you to come, gentlemen.
When we got to the Holloway interview room, my new solicitor, Tonkin, rose to greet us. He was an upright, military-looking man with a ginger moustache and an MCC tie. He it was who had the perception to choose Rumpole for the defence, and the weak-mindedness to select Guthrie Featherstone, QC, MP, to lead him.
This is the client?
She was sitting in a shadowy corner. She smiled at us.
Mrs. Bateman?
No.
Not Mrs. Bateman any longer. I remarried, you remember. I'm Jackie Jason now.
Yes, of course. Well, I think it would help if you were just to tell us your story in your own way.
I'm sure it would help you, Featherstone. No doubt you've been far too busy with your parliamentary duties to read the brief.
Well, Barney and I...
That was the late Mr. Barney Bateman?
Yes. We used to live at Shenstone-on-Sea. Well, we were boat people.
Boat people? Oh, I understand you don't mean Far Eastern refugees. You mean those who take to the waters in yellow oilskins and sailing dinghies with toddlers in inflated life jackets.
Well, yes. Barney and I never had toddlers.
Horace, if I could put the question.
And we were pretty experienced sailors.
Oh, were you indeed?
Horace.
And yet your husband Barney was drowned in a yachting accident.
Accidents happen, Mr. Rumpole, even in the best regulated dinghies.
I looked at her and thought that if any woman could brave accidents, Jackie Jason could. She had clear blue eyes, short straw-coloured hair, now going grey, and the sort of skin which seemed to have been exposed to sunshine and force-9 gales. Well, such were the women who flew round the world, in primitive planes, single-handed, crossed deserts, and rode over no man's land on a bicycle.
Just remind me.
We went out very early that day. We wanted to sail the regatta course without anyone watching.
You and your ex-husband?
Barney and I.
You were on good terms?
Always. He was a marvellous man, Barney. Anyone would tell you, anyone in the crowd in the Crab and Lobster at Shenstone, we were the best of pals.
Dear old pals, jolly old pals. And yet one old pal fell out of a boat and his body was never recovered.
Now, you say there was a sudden gust of wind.
Yes. It came out of nowhere. Well, it will in that bit of sea.
Huh?
Barney was on his feet, and the boom must have hit his head. It was all so unexpected. The boat went over, and there I was in the drink.
Yeah, and your husband?
Stunned, I suppose.
Hmm?
Well, by the boom, you see. I looked for him for 10 minutes, swimming, and then... Well, I clung to the boat. I couldn't get her righted, not on my own I couldn't. I waited almost half an hour like that, and then the harbour motorboat came out. They got a phone call. I was lucky, really. There aren't many people around in Shenstone at 6 o'clock in the morning.
But if you and your husband were on perfectly good terms...
That's not really the point, is it, Mr. Featherstone? It's the policy with the insurance company that made them bring this prosecution.
Huh? Oh, yes, of course.
Featherstone looked a little blank. If he hadn't been a politician, he would have said, all night sitting last night, never got round to reading the brief. As it was, he said...
do just remind me.
Mrs. Jason insured her first husband's life with the insurance company just 2 weeks before the accident. Before these inquiries got going, she had remarried and collected the money. Just about £200,000.
Rumpole?
Yes, Hilda?
What are you reading?
Only the brief in a murder. You know I'm going to Norfolk today.
Oh, yes, and who are you taking with you?
Guthrie Featherstone.
Oh, yes.
Oh, didn't I tell you? It's a secret romance. We've been passionately in love for years, Guthrie and I.
Oh, really, Rumpole, I don't know why you deliberately say things you know will annoy me.
Oh, I suppose it must be my taste for the dramatic.
Also, it's not in the least degree funny.
Oh, I thought it was. A little funny.
Oh, a letter from Lucy Lohman.
Is it really? I thought it was your pools.
No, do stop being silly, Rumpole. I was at school with lanky Lohman. She tells me her daughter Tessa has just divorced a bankrupt garage proprietor with a foul temper and a taste for whiskey.
Sounds a reasonable thing to do.
The problem is that Tessa has remarried.
Has she indeed?
Yes. A bankrupt ex-laundrette owner with a much worse temper and a taste for gin.
So there's been no real change?
No. Well, people don't change, do they?
I was beginning to find you must be obeyed unusually depressing that morning.
When they change partners, they always go for the same again, only slightly worse.
Oh, was there some similar but even more ferocious version of she waiting to entrap me the second time around? The thought was too terrible to contemplate. I prepared to take Self and Brief off to Liverpool Street. Well, if you're going to change husbands while I'm gone...
Now, please, don't be silly, Rumpole. I have no intention of changing you.
Matrimony and murder both carry a mandatory life sentence. But I put a bold face on it. You never know. Guthrie Featherstone might push me out of a sailing boat at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning.
What?
Why, accidents do happen. An hour later, Featherstone and I, our briefs open on our knees, sat on a train bound for the wastes of East Anglia.
I suppose you've read the bird watcher's evidence?
Mr. Nosy Parker Spawn. saw the whole thing through a pair of strong field glasses. Yes, I've read it.
Odd he never went to the police straight away.
Well, the whole timetable's odd. The police accept her story of an accident. The insurance company pays out. She collects her 200,000, marries a Mr. Jason, buys a small house in Cricklewood, and then...
And then the long-lost brother turns up from New Zealand.
Mr. Peter Bateman, hungry for his brother's estate, which our client won't get if she's a murderess. So he starts inquiries, advertises for the long-lost bird watcher, and puts together a case.
Puts together far too good a case for my liking.
Well, we may get some ideas when we visit Shenstone this evening.
Shenstone? Why on earth should we visit Shenstone? This case is taking place at the Crown Court in Norwich.
No, not the whole of life takes place in the Crown Court, Featherstone. This incident happened on the seashore at Shenstone Harbour. I think we might learn something from a visit to the scene of the crime. The main feature of Shenstone-on-Sea was undoubtedly the wind. It blew straight at you from the Ural Mountains, crossing some very icy steppes, parky portions of Poland, draughty country around Dortmund, and the freezing flats of Holland on the way. In this cruel climate, the boat people gathered, stowing spinakers, splicing ropes with bluish fingers. The wind blowing out their oilskins tight as a trumpeter's cheeks.
Oh, there must be a gale here the entire time. The late Barney Bateman might have learned to cope with it. That's my thought.
Well, really, Featherstone, I wish you could have a few thoughts favourable to the defence.
Suggest them, Rumpole. What are you going to show me now?
Well, I had it in mind to show you a large rum washed down with a pint of milk stout in the crab and lobster. Many of the boat people had the same idea, and the pub was crowded. We sat in a cheerful fog, away from the knife-edged wind, among the polished brass compasses and dangling lobster pots acting as lampshades, and listened to the talk, which was about one subject only, the trial the next day at Norwich Assizes.
It's one thing I couldn't ever understand about Jackie. I mean, it made you wonder.
What made you wonder?
Well, when she lost a thoroughly sound chap like Barney Bateman.
Ah, winner of the regatta, 5 years running.
You hear that, Featherstone?
No, Buster. The man who always had a drink and a story whenever he came in here, never fumbled or rang the wife when it came to his round. Why she ended up with that four-letter Jason...
You ever met Freddie Jason, Buster?
No, of course I haven't. No, Jason isn't the sort to socialise. That's what she told us about him.
So they moved up into that dreadful little house in Cricklewood.
Dreadful as it sounds.
Perfectly dreadful. Absolutely miles from the sea.
Well, it's in the middle of London, isn't it?
I told you, Rosemary, I went there once when I was in London on business.
What business, Sam? Dirty weekend?
Mind your own business, Dora. Anyway, I looked up Freddie Jason in the book and rang Cricklewood. Finally, Jackie came on the phone. Well, you remember what Jackie used to be like?
Yes.
Come on over, Sam. Stew's in the oven, a couple of bottles of rum and a sing-song round the piano. Oh, not a bit of it. Ever so sorry, Sam. Freddie's not been all that well. We're not seeing visitors.
Oh, can you imagine that coming from Jackie Bateman as was we're not seeing visitors?
What you're saying is there was a bit of a contrast between the two husbands.
Seems they're as different as chalk from cheese, Buster.
She didn't repeat the same mistake. Oh, that's what most people do.
Barney wasn't a mistake.
What did he look like, exactly?
You remember Barney? Big happy bloke with flaming red hair and a beard, wasn't he, Buster?
Yes, couldn't find a better bloke than Barney Bateman.
Never a crossword either. Did you ever see a crossword between those two, Buster?
No, Dora, I never did.
Never a crossword, and she's charged with murder.
Now, who are you anyway? Are you friends of Jackie Jason?
Of course not. No, we're not friends at all. Really, Rumpole, this is most unethical. We should never have got involved.
No, we're lawyers. We're down here for the trial at Norwich tomorrow.
Oh, lawyers? You've come to spy on Jackie, have you, so you can put her away?
No, we can assure you that is not our intention. Oh, do come on, Rumpole. Dinner will be over.
You see, we're defending Jackie Jason, and you've helped us.
Come on.
Yeah, I think you've helped us a lot.
Yes, well, good night, everyone. Good night. We mustn't keep our taxi waiting. What on earth do you mean, Rumpole? How do you think they've helped us? They didn't tell us a thing.
Oh, 3 things, to be precise.
Oh, what on earth?
That the Batemans never had a crossword, that her second husband doesn't like visitors, and that Barney Bateman won the regatta 5 times.
I don't see how that helps.
What? Oh, no, you're right. Doesn't help at all.
Now who's being depressing, Rumpole?
Oh, I know. I find the whole business very depressing indeed.
And where's that damn taxi?
The next day I was in court, sitting in my place behind my tanned leader, as Gerald Gaunt, QC, the sharp and wily old East Anglian prosecutor, called the Crown's favourite bird watcher.
Your name is Henry Arthur Spong?
Yes, it is.
Do you remember being out very early one morning in July, 2 years ago?
Tell him not to bloody well
Shh, Rumpole, I don't like to interrupt. It creates a bad impression.
It creates a damn sight worse impression to let him lead the witness.
I remember it clearly. It was quite late at 6 a.m. and the date was July the 6th.
How could he remember that?
I have a note in my diary. I saw a number of kittiwake, gannets, and I thought I saw Mediterranean shearwater. Of all that noted down in my birdwatcher's diary, I was looking out to sea through a pair of powerful field glasses.
And did you happen to spot a boat?
Don't let him lead.
Please, Rumpole, leave it to me.
Mr. Spong, out of deference to my learned friends, Learned Junior, did you see anything unusual?
Yes, I saw a boat.
Surprise, surprise.
I noticed it because...
Yes, tell us why you noticed it.
Well, there were 2 people standing up in it. One, I thought, was a man. He had a red beard. The other was a woman.
And what did they appear to be doing?
I would say struggling together. I couldn't see all that clearly.
And then?
Well, then the man seemed to fall from the side of the boat.
Tell me, Mr. Spong, was there any wind at the time?
No wind at all, no. It had been gusty a little earlier, but at the time the man fell from the boat, it was perfectly calm.
And after he fell?
The woman waited for about 5 minutes.
She didn't dive in after him?
No.
What did she do then?
Well, she deliberately upset the boat.
You mean...
She stood on the side and then swung herself out, pulling on the side ropes. She seemed to me to capsize the boat deliberately.
And after it had capsized?
Well, she went into the water, of course. Then I saw her clinging to the boat.
What did you do?
Well, I thought she might be in some danger, so I bicycled off to telephone the police.
To the harbour?
Yes. The harbour office was locked up. It was so early, you see. It took me some time to wake someone in one of the cottages.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Spong.
Mr. Spong.
Featherstone rose to cross-examine. Tall and distinguished, at least he managed to look like a barrister.
Mr. Spong, you knocked up a Mr. Newbolt in...
Newbolt?
Oh, a new bold in one of the cottages, hmm?
Yes, I did. I banged on the door and he put his head out of the window.
What did you tell him?
I asked him to phone the police and tell them that there was a woman in trouble with a boat.
You didn't tell him anything else you'd seen?
No, I didn't.
And having told Mr. Newbold that a woman was in trouble with a boat, you got on your bicycle and rode away.
Yes, that is correct.
Now leave it there.
What?
Don't give him a chance to explain. Comment on it later to the jury. He wouldn't take his learned junior's advice.
Why didn't you tell Mr. Newbold or the police the whole story about the struggle in the boat and so on?
Well, sir, I thought I saw a Mediterranean great shearwater, which would have been extremely interesting so far out of its territory. I got on my bike to follow its flight. But when I spotted it later from the cliffs, it was a great shearwater, which is interesting enough.
From a dedicated birdwatcher, the answer was totally convincing.
Mr. Spong, did you think sighting shearwaters was more important than a possible murder?
Yes, of course I did.
Of course he did.
In fact, you only came forward when Mr. Peter Bateman arrived from New Zealand and advertised for you.
That is correct.
How much did he get paid?
Did you get paid for your information?
I was given no money.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Spong.
But don't sit down. Ask him what he got apart from money.
Just one other thing, I am reminded. Did you get rewarded in any other way?
I was offered a holiday in New Zealand.
Ah, do you intend to take it?
Oh, yes. There are some extremely interesting birds in New Zealand. But I must make this clear. It hasn't made the slightest difference to my telling the truth to my lord and in this court.
I looked at the jury. I knew one thing beyond reasonable doubt. They believed the bird watcher.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Spong. Well, is that all right, Rumpole?
It was a disaster, old darling. Not entirely your fault.
Inspector Salter, the body of Mr. Barney Bateman was never recovered.
No, sir.
Is that not an unusual factor in this somewhat unusual case?
Well, not really, sir.
Why do you say that?
Well, there are particularly strong currents off Shenstone, sir. We have warnings put up the swimmers. Unfortunately, there have been many drowning accidents where the bodies have never been recovered.
Ah, did you say accidents, Inspector?
No, Featherstone, my old sweetheart, don't you try to be too brilliant. Just plod, Featherstone. Suits your style far better.
We have had bodies lost in accidents, yes, sir. I'm by no means suggesting that this was an accident. In fact, the view of the police is that it was a deliberate...
Yes. Thank you, Inspector Salter. I'm sure we all understand what the police are suggesting here.
If your lordship pleases.
I did warn you, Featherstone. Plod, just plod. During the luncheon break, we went to see our client in the cells.
It's a nerve-wracking business, I'm sure, Mrs. Jason, giving evidence on a charge of murder.
I've been in cross-channel races with Barney and round Land's End in a Force 9 gale which took away our mast in the pitch dark. I don't see that any questions in court are going to frighten me.
Well, there's just one thing. I think the jury are going to believe the bird watcher. Now, it'd be nice if we didn't have to quarrel with too much of his evidence.
What do you mean, it would be nice?
Well, if we could agree you were standing up in the boat together, now, what could you have been doing, other than fighting, of course?
I don't know. What could we have been doing?
Well, perhaps kissing each other goodbye?
Well, that's ridiculous. Why on earth do you say that? Anyway, who'll be asking me the questions in court?
I shall, Mrs. Jason, as your leading counsel. Mr. Rumpole won't be asking you any questions at all.
She looked as if the news came to her as a considerable relief. Featherstone's questions would be like a gentle following breeze, and Rumpole's awkward voice wouldn't be heard. Now, Gerald Gaunt's going to ask you some questions for the prosecution as well. You should be prepared for that, otherwise they're going to strike you like a Force 9 gale amidships.
Don't worry, Mrs. Jason. I'm sure you'll be more than a match for the prosecuting counsel. Now, let's just go through your proof again, shall we?
Before we went back into court, I was standing in the marmoreal gloom of the gents when a figure manifested itself beside me. A thin, palish individual with iron-grey hair and steel glasses. The sort of man who looks seriously perturbed about our balance of payments.
Jason. I'm Freddie Jason.
I looked at him, surprised.
We haven't met before. I'm Jackie's husband.
Ah, of course, the Cricklewood recluse. Disapproved of by the boat people in the Crab and Lobster.
Yes. I don't want to make a nuisance of myself, but perhaps you could tell me, Mr. Rumpole, how do you think it's going?
Mr. Jason, would you be prepared to give evidence?
Well, I don't know. What could I say? I mean, I didn't get to know Jackie until after Barney's accident.
Huh? Well, you could say that. At least you could scotch the idea that she pushed him over to marry you. I'll say that, why don't you?
I'd rather not, honestly.
He had a dry, rather impersonal voice, like the click of a computer adding up your overdraft.
I don't think I'd be much good at the witness box.
Look, you ask me the question and I'll tell you what I think. I think things are going badly for Jackie. If they go any worse, we may have to call you. Now, come on now, you don't want your wife done for murder, do you? You don't wish her a life sentence in Holloway, do you? Not a life sentence.
Well, no, of course not. I don't want that at all.
Well, stay with us then, Mr. Jason. We may need all the help you can give us. Soon after we got back to court, Mrs. Jackie Jason was receiving the Force 9 gale amidships.
Mrs. Jason, you say the alleged accident took place between the 8th and 9th marker buoys of the regatta course.
Yes,
Halfway between?
about that.
With the wind from the quarter it was on that morning, you could have sailed between those 2 points without going about at all, couldn't you?
Perhaps we could.
Then why didn't you?
Perhaps we're not all as clever as you, Mr. Gaunt. Perhaps Barney made a mistake.
Made a mistake? On a course where he'd raced and won 5 times?
Jackie Jason was proving to be the worst kind of witness. She was over-emphatic, touchy, and she treated each question as an insult. I could see the jury starting to lose faith in her defence.
Anyway, you've never been out from Shenstone on the regatta course. I don't know what you know about it, Mr. Gaunt.
Mrs. Jason, just confine yourself to answering the questions. Mr. Gaunt is merely doing his duty with his usual ability.
Thank you, my lord. Mrs. Jason, did you tell your husband you'd taken out this large life insurance?
I didn't tell him the exact amount. I ran our business affairs.
Which were in a terrible mess, weren't they?
Not terrible, no.
I have the certified account here of the boutique messing about in boats which you ran at Shenstone. Had a petition in bankruptcy been filed by one of your suppliers?
You seem to know all about it.
Oh, yes, I do. And were the mortgage repayments considerably overdue on your cottage at Shenstone-on-Sea?
We only needed a bit of luck to pay off our debts.
And that bit of luck was your husband's death, wasn't it?
It was a cruel question, but I knew her answer chilled the hearts of the jury.
I suppose it came at the right moment, from a business point of view.
I thought she stood up to that reasonably well.
Oh, Featherstone, she was a disaster, and you know it. My learned leader and I were consuming plates of lugubrious salad in the quick bite snack bar near the court. Now, Jason will have to give evidence.
To say what?
What? You don't honestly know?
I can't see that he's going to help.
Featherstone, I have a certain experience in this profession. I did win the Penge bungalow murders alone and without a leader.
So you're fond of telling me?
Well, in any case, the junior is accorded the privilege of calling at least one witness in a serious case. With the permission of his learned leader, of course.
You want to call Jason?
But would you leave him to me?
Oh, all right, Rumpole, you call him. If you think it'll do the slightest good. At least you won't be whispering instructions to me the whole time.
The learned leader swallowed a forkful of cold rice and sultanas with the air of a man sloughing off responsibility.
My lord, my learned friend will be calling the next witness for the defence. He is Frederick Jason.
No.
Yes. Tonkin, keep it quiet,
Oh,
please.
Frederick
Tell her
Jason.
it's her only chance. Jason came into the box looking pale and nervous. He took the oath in a very quiet voice.
I swear by Almighty God that the evidence I give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
It was then that I asked the question which I'd been waiting to put throughout the trial. Is your name Barney Bateman? There was an impatient reaction.
Jason, Rumpole, his name's Jason.
Haven't you made a mistake, Mr. Rumpole?
I repeat, is your name Barney Bateman? It's an odd thing about the oath. It sometimes even persuades people to tell the truth.
Yes. I'm Barney Bateman.
Silence!
My lord, you can't go on trying Jackie for murder. You see, there's no corpse. I'm still alive, my lord. Still alive. Living in Cricklewood.
Well, I think that was a very satisfactory win.
Oh, yes, Featherstone. Many congratulations.
Thank you, Rumpole, for your assistance.
Well, no, thank Hilda. You can't fool she who must be obeyed. No, she told me that people don't change. They keep on marrying the same husband. Jackie Bateman did exactly that. Quite a touching story, really. I was right about what they were doing when the birdwatcher spotted them. Not fighting, of course. Kissing each other goodbye. It was only to be a temporary parting. Barney was to swim ashore to some quiet little bit of beach, and then he shaved his beard off, went on a diet, dyed his hair, and waited for his loving wife to collect the boodle. The murder trial was a nasty gust of wind, but she thought she'd sail through it. He knew she wasn't going to, so he had to tell the truth.
They'll charge her with the insurance swindle.
No, I'm afraid they will. I think I'll do that case, Featherstone, if you don't mind. Alone and without a leader.
That was Maurice Denham as Rumpole and Margot Boyd as Hilda in The Perils of the Sea. The judge was played by Norman Shelley, Guthrie Featherstone, Michael Spice, Gerald Gaunt, John Bott, Mr. Tonkin, Christopher Scott, Inspector Salter, Michael McStay, Henry Hayden Wood, Henry Arthur Spong, Brian Haynes, Dora Eve Karpf, Sam Sean Probert, Buster Graham Faulkner, Rosemary Jenny Lee, Frederick Jason, Gordon Reed, and Jackie Jason, Dilys Lay. Rumpole and the Perils of the Sea was written by John Mortimer and directed by Ian Cotterill.
Tomorrow, it's a worrying thing, but when Rumpole actually loses a case, he's thinking, is it time for him to hang up his wig? And he's not the only one. Oh dear. Rumpole and the Age of Retirement, the last in the series, tomorrow at 10 a.m, 9 in the evening, and again at 2 a.m. After, we call in on Rumpole of the Bailey for the final time too, and perhaps the time has come for an old hack to bow out with good grace.
Rumpole!
The splendours and miseries of an Old Bailey hack.
Some cases of Horace Rumpole, barrister at law, as told to and written down by John Mortimer, with Maurice Denham as Rumpole and Margot Boyd as Hilda. Rumpole and the Age of Retirement.
It was just after I'd lost my 5th case in succession before Mr. Justice Vosper that I began to wonder if it were not time for Rumpole to hang up his battered wig and retire from the bar. Of course, I had nothing to retire on, except my overdraft at the bank and a dribble of uncollected fees. But now my son Nick had gone off to seek a newer world as an academic in America. Nick was always the brains of the family, living in some ranch-style edifice with a swimming bath in what my daughter-in-law insists on calling the backyard. Hilda and I are more or less alone in the world. Thoughts of retirement must occur to villains also. Old Percy Timpson, doyen of that notable family of South London offenders, might have been forgiven for feeling past it when he was visited by the local bobbies one recent dawn.
Here. Hello, was it? Wait, who's them police officers coming up our garden, Noreen?
It's the new one, Percy.
Aye?
That DI broom.
No bloody manners. Old Whitey at least gave you time to finish your breakfast.
They're going to the garage. What's in the garage, Percy?
Nothing's in the garage. Lead from the Deptford job went last week.
Electric blankets?
No, girl. Electric blankets ain't due till Saturday.
Open up the garage, Percy.
Why, you interested in buying my old banger, Mr. Broom,
You want us to break it down?
Lovely old Cortina. One owner, the Vicar of Gravesend, and he only used it for funerals.
We know what you've got there, Percy. We know exactly what you've got.
Nothing, I do assure you, Mr. Broom, what's not perfectly legitimate.
Blimey.
Oh, Christ.
Not in person, Percy, but he looks a pretty good likeness. Come on, down to the nick. Now, look, Percy, I mean, there's no logical explanation, is there? Not for you having a religious artwork in your lock-up garage. Not except for the fact that you were receiving stolen property, well, knowing it to be stolen. I want your autograph, Percy. I want this case barrister-proof. That's my intention.
I don't sign things. You know that, Mr. Broom.
You know, we got your wife, Noreen, Percy.
Yeah.
We got her downstairs.
Yeah.
You want Noreen charged, do you? Tell me, how long is it exactly since your old woman saw the inside of Holloway? We want a statement signed in your own words, Percy. Go on, Sergeant Woods. Tell him what his own words are.
It little profits that an idle king, by this still hearth among these barren crags, matched with an aged wife, I meet and dole unequal laws unto a savage race, that hoard and sleep and feed and know not me.
Rumpole.
Matched with an aged wife, I meet and dole unequal laws unto a savage race.
Come and sit down, Rumpole. Are you tired, dear?
What did you say?
I said, dear, are you tired?
That's peculiar. That's what I thought my wife said. Why was she, who must be obeyed, showing such unusual solicitude?
Come and make yourself comfortable, dear. Oh, why didn't you put your feet up? Have a nice gin and tonic.
Hilda, are you feeling quite well?
Well, a day in court is so hard for a man of your age. Daddy always said it was such a physical labour standing up in court.
Perhaps that's why your daddy always sat down so remarkably quickly.
Well, look at the danger to your health, Rumpole. Anyway, you don't want to die in harness. You know, poor old Daddy died in harness.
Really? I thought he died in the Tunbridge General Hospital. What on earth are you doing, Hilda?
Knitting. It's for Miss Trant's baby. You're Miss Phillida Trant, that nice girl in your chambers.
Our Portia.
Well, she'll have to give up the bar now she's got the baby.
Yes, birth and death, they silence us all in the end. What are you knitting for it, a dust sheet?
No, a matinee jacket.
Will the baby go to many matinees?
Oh, I forgot. There's a letter for you.
Oh, thank you, Hilda. For the desk of Professor Julius Kramer, Baltimore University.
Nick's University. What a coincidence.
Dear Mr. Rumpole, your name has long been known to us as a legal luminary.
There you are.
We would wish to invite you, and of course your good lady, to visit us on the campus during the autumn semester and deliver a series of lectures on the alienation factor in the psychological aspects of owner deprivation.
What does that mean, Rumpole?
Owner deprivation? Presumably nicking things.
Dear. Yes? Yes? This is Mrs. Rumpole speaking. Oh, Nick! Oh, my dear! Yes, we were just talking about you. Yes, he's here. Rumpole, it's your son.
Hello, Nick. Oh, you sound so near, I can't hear the Atlantic. Yes, I got your letter. Your university... Well, I suppose we might come over. Yes. Well, yes, it is getting a bit tiring slogging around the Old Bailey and the London Sessions. Plays hell with the back. Oh, come and live with you and give lectures? Well, it's certainly something to think about. I was still turning the future, what was left of it, over in my mind when I met Claude Erskine-Brown in the corridors of the Old Bailey. It seemed he was prosecuting me and old Percy Timpson in the mysterious affair of the old master in the lock-up garage.
Before we go into court, Rumpole, do you mind if I show you this?
A photograph? Is it evidence?
Of course not. It's our new baby.
Oh. Yeah, it looks even older than I feel.
It's an extraordinarily talented baby, Rumpole, for its age. It has an amazingly powerful grip.
Oh, well, that'll be for hanging onto its mother's tail as they swing from bough to bough.
Oh, really? I just thought I'd show you.
Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot. The mother's my learned friend, the Portia of our chambers, Miss Phillida Trant.
I think it has a remarkably intelligent look. I can't get Philly to see it.
Oh, it's quite remarkable. Any day now it should be picking up briefs in the Chancery Division.
Rumpole? Are all those villainous-looking people your witnesses?
No, my client Percy Timpson's family. They're the sort to breed from, the Timpsons. Their criminal activities have kept me in work for years.
This isn't a fight, is it?
Oh, my dear Erskine-Brown, Claude, should we say just a little skirmish?
But the picture was in your garage, and you signed a confession.
Well, that means I started with a considerable handicap, which is probably fair, considering the difference in our form.
Oh, dear. I was hoping for a quick plea. You see, I'd rather like to get back home in time for the 4 o'clock feed.
Really? You indulge in high tea, Erskine-Brown?
What? Oh, no, not my 4 o'clock feed, Rumpole. The baby's.
Among the prosecution witnesses in R versus Percy Timpson, Erskine-Brown called a Mr. Rowland, a man with a bald, skull-like head, who was, it seemed, an art expert.
I would say that the work is quite priceless.
Yes, but if you had to name a figure, Mr. Rowland, as a highly qualified expert on Italian Quattrocento painting.
How can one put a price on beauty?
It has been done in the past, Mr. Rowland. by some quite well-known ladies.
Oh, dear, we were almost amused by his lordship's little joke.
Well, shall we say £250,000? Not dollars.
Gordon Bennett. Yes, Mr. Rumpole?
My lord. Mr. Rowland, this painting by Taddeo di...
Taddeo di Bartolo, nicknamed Il Zoppo, the lame one.
No, the lame one. Thank you. This Zoppo is extremely well known, is it not?
Oh, yes, indeed. So well known that no expert art thief would be able to dispose of it. I would expect him to dump it somewhere and then sell the insurers the secret of its whereabouts.
Dump it?
I gave evidence in a case where a small but priceless Fragonard was left on a municipal rubbish tip. The insurers paid $100,000 for that information.
You say the picture is so well known to experts. I just wondered if his work was instantly recognisable to the crowd who get in the King's Elm on a Saturday night.
I should imagine probably not.
And any drinker in the saloon bar who did recognise Il Zoppo's work and wanted to buy it would have to be provided with £500,000 in his hip pocket to complete the transaction.
My lord, I really can't see what the relevance of these questions is.
The relevance, my lord, is that in his so-called voluntary confession statement, Mr. Timpson said he proposed to flog the artwork up the King's Elm next Saturday night. Even judicial knowledge, my lord, must encompass the fact that the King's Elm is not Sotheby's.
And even your extensive knowledge of crime, Mr. Rumpole, must encompass the possibility that your client himself had no idea of how valuable the painting was.
Detective Inspector Broom, can you explain why Percy Timpson should have signed this confession in the absence of his solicitor?
I don't know, Mr. Rumpole. People sometimes tell the truth in the absence of their solicitor.
And people sometimes want to protect their wives, don't they, Inspector?
I suppose they may.
You know, my client has been married to his wife Noreen for almost 30 years.
Are you putting your client forward as a perfect husband, Mr. Rumpole?
No, my lord, merely as a loving husband. Did you tell Percy Timpson that you'd got his wife in the station?
It's possible. I can't remember. I do have other cases, you know, Mr. Rumpole.
I have here the station book.
Yeah.
There is no record whatsoever of Mrs. Noreen Timpson being taken into this station on that or any other day.
I accept that.
Why did you lie to my client, Inspector?
I didn't lie to him.
Why did you tell him that Noreen had been brought into the station to be charged?
I expect I said it because I intended to do exactly that.
But you never did charge her, did you?
Well, there was no need to after...
No need to after Percy had signed his statement, is that what you mean?
No need to after that. No.
After he'd fallen into your trap, the bait could be thrown away. You'd got what you wanted, hadn't you?
What did I want?
An untrue confession, signed in the hope of saving his wife from the welcoming gates of Holloway Prison.
Mr. Rumpole.
Yes, my lord.
Aren't you rather forgetting something? This admirable example of Italian Renaissance art was actually found in your client's garage. Isn't that the point? Yes, members of the jury. We will rise now until 10:30 tomorrow.
Things were not going too well, as you can see, in the case of Percy Timpson. But as I left the Old Bailey, another member of the Timpson clan approached me in what I can only describe as a furtive manner.
Mr. Rumpole?
Yes?
Can I have a word with you, Mr. Rumpole? The rest of the family's gone home. I'm Vi Timpson.
Oh, yes, Mrs. Timpson. Well, if you care to walk with me to the bus stop.
You remember me, don't you, Mr. Rumpole?
Well, it's not easy to remember all the Timpsons.
Well, I'm Vi, married to Fred Timpson. You remember you got our young one, Jim, out of a spot of trouble.
Oh, yes, of course. How is young Jim?
Oh, doing very well, Mr. Rumpole. Yes, thank you. He's got his own little window cleaning business now.
Oh, dear, I'm sorry to hear it.
The thing is, I wanted to tell you, I never agreed with what the family done to Uncle Percy.
What the family done?
Poor old Auntie Noreen. She's up the wall about it. Wasn't all the family, exactly. It was Bertie, really. He was right choked when Percy let all that rubber-back carpet go for 20 quid and... He thought Uncle Percy was getting past it, you see.
Mrs. Timpson, Vi, perhaps you'd better tell me all about it. Plots, you see. And unknown to Rumpole, she who must be obeyed was discussing another dark plot with Mrs. Erskine Brown, née Trant, in my matrimonial home in Gloucester Road.
Phillida, Rumpole's getting past it.
What?
I may call you Phillida, mayn't I?
Oh, of course. It's so kind of you to give me tea and knit this...
matinee jacket.
Yes.
I chose pink. It is a girl, isn't it?
As a matter of fact, it's a boy.
Oh. Well, it'll still be warm. Yes, Nick and I have decided that Rumpole must take it easy. We're going to get him to retire.
Well, how on earth are you going to manage that?
Well, we've got him an offer from one of Nick's professors at the University of Baltimore. Rumpole's going to lecture on law.
On law?
Well, really, Phillida. Surely he knows about the law.
Hardly anything. Oh, he knows all about how to spill water during the prosecution speech and how to get the jury on his side. But as for law...
Well, anyway, the lectures are only the bait, you see. The lure to get him over there. Then I'll put this flat on the market. We can live with Nick and Erica. Oh. Well, surely everyone knows it's high time Rumpole made up his mind to retire.
So the movement to put Rumpole out to grass grew. And the next day I entertained the Timpson family to breakfast in Luigi's Cafe opposite the Old Bailey. I have invited you, members of the clan Timpson, to discuss your Uncle Percy Timpson's defence.
Ah, yes, Mr. Rumpole. Has this got 2 lamps, dear?
Yes.
Well, we rely on you, Mr. Rumpole. The Timpson family have always been able to rely on Mr. Rumpole. Absolutely.
Yes, but can Mr. Rumpole rely on the Timpson family?
Yeah, mine's a scrambled on fried slice.
Right, dear.
What do you mean exactly, Mr. Rumpole?
Well, as you well know, $250,000 nicker in artworks from the Italian Quattrocento is quite out of Uncle Percy's league. Therefore, I shall have to put him in the witness box to explain to the jury exactly what his league is.
What do you mean, Mr. Rumpole?
I mean he's going to tell the judge he disposed of 4,000 Green Shield stamps for you, Fred.
What?
And a couple of lorry loads of tights, innumerable canteens of cutlery, and 25 yards of rubber-backed carpet from the local Odeon for you, Bertie.
You're joking.
As well as the electric blankets and the 3 freezer loads of stolen scampi for you, Vi.
Oh, no.
Well,
I ain't got no convictions.
That's right, Bertie, you're clean.
Thanks to you, Mr. Rumpole. Merci beaucoup.
Oh, yes. And I understand you've even got a legitimate job now, Bertie. What is it?
I'm crane driver. On a municipal muck heap.
On the municipal muck heap. Now, isn't that a coincidence?
What do you mean, Mr. Rumpole?
Because it was on a municipal muck heap that some far more cultivated villain than any of us dumped the benediction by Taddeo Di Bartolo, nicknamed Il Zoppo, the lame one. Now, Uncle Percy hasn't been doing too well as a fence lately, has he?
Not too brilliant, no.
You've got to admit that Percy's getting past it.
Getting past it? Oh, I know, letting your hard-won consignments of electric blankets go at half price, gossiping away in pubs when some minor grass is listed.
You've got our lad Jim 6 months chattering away like that, Mr. Rumpole.
Silly old fool, he's a menace to everyone, is Uncle Percy.
Is that why you decided he ought to be retired?
What do you say, Mr. Rumpole?
Put out to grass, given his cards, rusticated, put on the shelf? You all decided Uncle Percy was past it, didn't you? The whole family, so you wanted him to retire quickly?
He couldn't persuade Percy it was time to go, Mr. Rumpole.
Honest, he wouldn't listen to reason. The man was bloody dangerous carrying on at his age.
So Bertie, with his clean record, planted a picture of him and rings up D.I. Broom with the information. Hardly a golden handshake, was it? Not even a gold watch from the company. The trouble with you is you're none of you Bernard Berenson.
We're not what, Mr. Rumpole?
Well, you're not even Lord Clark. You never studied civilization, not even on the telly. You couldn't tell a genuine Friar Angelico from the top of a box of biscuits. And because of your total abysmal ignorance of matters artistic, Uncle Percy's up on £250,000 handling and halfway to Parkhurst, Isle of Wight.
Oh, behave. What you going to do about it, Mr. Rumpole?
Oh, what are you going to do about it? You'd better think a bit quickly. Uncle Percy's going to give his evidence tomorrow.
Erskine Brown. I'm so glad I caught you. I'm rounding up the members of Chambers. This business of Rumpole's retirement. Apparently your wife knows all about it.
Oh, yes. She had tea with Hilda Rumpole.
Good Lord.
Apparently it's all fixed.
Well, we should give dear old Rumpole a good send-off, I think. I thought of laying on a dinner at the Sheridan Club.
Oh, he'd enjoy that.
And I suppose some sort of presentation? Can you think of what Rumpole needs?
Well, he needs a new hat.
Yes, I suppose he does. Now, the problem is we can't engrave our signatures on a new hat. No, perhaps we could settle for a clock. Oh, I say, KV, here he comes.
Morning, Featherstone.
Morning, Rumpole. Hello,
Ready for the battle? I think we may have a little surprise for you today.
Oh, really?
Horace, are you free by any chance next Thursday evening?
Free? Oh, I don't suppose so. I'll probably be at home with the wife.
Oh, well, we want Hilda to come too.
Come where?
I'm giving a little dinner at my club, the Sheridan. Most of Chambers will be there. Pencil it in now, like a good chap.
What's the matter with our learned head of Chambers? Has he come into money? A couple of hours later, that doughty advocate, Claude Erskine Brown, was cross-examining Bertie Timpson, who had just given evidence for the defence.
Mr. Timpson, let me get this clear. You found the picture on the municipal rubbish dump?
Where I work, yes.
And you put it in your Uncle Percy's garage?
Well, I had a key. He lent me his Cortina when they went on holiday.
And you put it there at night? Without telling your uncle what you'd done?
Absolutely, Mum.
What?
Well, I did it quietly, like. I didn't want to wake up the old couple.
Why store it in Uncle Percy's garage?
I didn't have no accommodation. Not for a thing that size, chamois.
Chamois?
At home.
Mr. Timpson, can you think of one reason why the members of the jury should believe this extraordinary story?
Yeah. You see, members of the jury, I rang the local Nick that night. I said there was this picture, like, and if they was interested, they could find it in my Uncle Percy's garage. So they was there next morning with the dawn patrol.
Yes, Mr. Rumpole?
My lord. Mr. Timpson, who did you speak to at the local Nick?
Mr. Erskine Brown.
I spoke to D.I. Broom. He'll tell you that.
Mr. Featherstone says, could you let him have a cheque for £10?
You told the detective inspector the picture was in your uncle's garage.
Of course I did.
But you never told your uncle. He remained in total ignorance.
Total ignorance, my lord.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Timpson. Unless your lordship has any further questions. But by now even Mr. Justice Vosper was silent, and Erskine Brown was busy writing out a cheque. His contribution, I later discovered, to the Chambers present to mark the retirement of Rumpole. A handsome clock to be presented at the forthcoming dinner organised by Guthrie Featherstone, QC MP, at the Sheridan Club.
Marigold's wretched that she's missing tonight. Hilda, she's always been so fond of Rumpole. She regards him as one of those marvellous links with the past, like the gaslights in the temple.
Oh, really? I can't say I've ever thought of Rumpole as the gaslights in the temple. Rumpole is a pillar of the criminal bar.
Oh, of course he is, Mrs. Rumpole, of course he is.
The baby left home, has it, Erskine Brown?
Actually, it's in its carriage pot for the lady downstairs.
One of us will have to leave early, of course, for the 10 o'clock feed.
One of us?
Yes, well, I thoroughly enjoyed our little scrap.
Oh, and I suppose it's nice for you to go out on a win.
Go out? Go out where? Oh, you mean go out for dinner?
I didn't really enjoy our case very much, Rumpole. I find these days I prefer paperwork at home. Keeps one with the family.
And I love court. Of course, now there'll be such a lot of crime going spare in Chambers.
Well, why? Are you expecting a new outbreak of villainy?
Rumpole will miss the Old Bailey, of course, after so many years. I never thought Rumpole looked really happy unless he was going down to the cells at the Old Bailey. Perhaps you can find him work as a prison visitor on the other side of the Atlantic.
Oh, I'm sure he'll find plenty to do. That's the wonderful thing about retirement. Rumpole can do all the things he never had time for.
I've often wondered, what hasn't Rumpole time for? He's had time to do the crossword. Hasn't drink a claret.
Well, he'll have time for reading. He's so fond of poetry.
Does Rumpole read poetry? I thought he just said it.
Oh, I see. Pheasant? What a gorgeous treat.
The last time I remember having pheasant was in old Willoughby Grimes' day. We had a chambers dinner at Simpson's in the Strand, and they dished us up pheasant.
Bread sauce, Uncle
The
Tom?
occasion was Tiny Banstead's being appointed Recorder of Swindon, which was considered a great honour in those days.
Sprats, Uncle Tom.
Well, poor old Tiny got one of those little pheasant bones stuck in his gullet, and they rushed him to hospital. Death by suffocation. He never sat as recorder. Quite a disappointment to his wife.
Quiet, please. Quiet. Can we have a little quiet? Just a few words from me. Rumpole has become part of our lives in Chambers. Like a valued piece of antique furniture, which we see every day and only notice, perhaps, and miss when it's gone.
I think that could have been put better.
Where's your husband?
But I hope,
We have
Horace,
to go. The
I
10 o'clock
sincerely
feed.
hope that you and Mrs. Rumpole will accept this clock as a token of our affection and respect. May it tell many happy hours in the future.
Speech, Rumpole?
Yes,
Speech,
come on,
Rumpole.
No, unaccustomed as I am.
nonsense.
Oh, well, if your lordship pleases.
Yes.
Hilda, my friends, my old friends. This occasion has cheered me considerably. There have been times lately during the long hours in court and listening to the constant attacks on our profession by the police, there have been times, I must confess, when I wondered if I hadn't been getting in some sort of a rut.
That's exactly what I've been thinking.
Matched with an aged wife, I meet and dole unequal laws unto a savage race that hoard and sleep and feed and know not me.
Really, Rumpole.
In such moods, I must confess I have been tempted to retire, to jack it all in, to go out to graft.
Very understandable.
Yeah, but your support, your affection, and above all this very generous gift has made me change my mind.
Rumpole?
What's that?
What did he say?
He's talking about the clock, Uncle Tom.
'Tis not too late to seek a newer world. Push off, and sitting well in order, smite the sounding furrows. For my purpose holds to sail beyond the sunset.
A new world? Perhaps he's going after all.
And the baths of all the western stars until I die.
Definitely going.
It may be that the gulfs will wash us down. It may be we shall touch the happy isles and see the great Achilles whom we knew. Though much is taken, much abides, and though we are not now that strength which in old days moved heaven and earth, that which we are, we are.
What are we?
What we are, apparently.
One equal temper of heroic heart.
He still makes a good final speech, old Rumpole.
Goes on.
Made weak by time and fate, but strong in will, to strive, to seek, to find, and not to yield.
Well, is that it?
Well, this handsome timepiece will encourage me, my old friends, to forget all thought of surrender and retirement, and not to yield in all my future cases at the Old Bailey, London Sessions, Luton Crown, or even before the Uxbridge magistrates. And I shall never be late. This will always get me to the court on time.
If Rumpole's not retiring, does he really mean to hang on to our clock?
That was Maurice Denham as Rumpole and Margot Boyd as Hilda in The Age of Retirement. Mr. Justice Vosper was played by Robert Harris, Claude Erskine Brown, Brian Carroll, Guthrie Featherstone, Michael Spice, George Frobisher, Dennis Hawthorne, Uncle Tom, Patrick Barr, Miss Trant, Amanda Murray, Henry, Hayden Wood, Detective Inspector Broom, Alexander John, Mr. Rowland, Godfrey Kenton, Noreen Timpson, Peggy Page, Bertie Timpson, Michael Elphick, Fred Timpson, John Church, Vi Timpson, Josie Kidd, and Percy Timpson, Alfie Bass. The signature tune was arranged by Peter Howell from music from Trial by Jury by Sir Arthur Sullivan. Rumpole and the Age of Retirement was written by John Mortimer and directed by Ian Cottrell.
That's all we have from Rumpole of the Bailey for now.